just fine.
And I am FoeCus, and this card is the best. Don't you dare. Test.
It usually takes like 20 seconds.
White, bad, next.
That's actually a review some people do. Like, because white
That's
is
kind of frustrating.
It is because white is one of the worst colors in Magic, generally speaking, because it
Yeah.
lacks like card draw and stuff.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, but yeah,
But
usually
to just say white bad.
yeah.
Come on, man.
No. Yeah. All right, so now it's live. Hey everyone, welcome. Wow, I can't word.
Welcome,
Hi, we're
everyone.
here. Everyone. All right, so we're doing a set review. We just thought it'd be fun. We both like Magic the Gathering. Both have different levels of how much we play it, how much we like it. I don't think either of us really do Modern or Legacy or anything like that.
Too expensive.
Yep. So drafts, because of MTGA made those free, and then I've been doing a lot of Standard and Alchemy, so I get a pretty decent sense of how that works. We are mostly doing this for fun, and so you could laugh at us when we get it wrong more than it is so that we can commend we can decide your decisions. You should always make your own decisions.
Decide your own decisions.
Precisely. Also, they're wrong. Listen to us. We know better than you. All right. So, we're going to start with all the sagas. The sagas in this set all have a different...
Lambo!
How's it going? So, all the sagas in this set have the same system, that they all have 2 abilities. So, one when it comes into play. The second is the next turn. And then the turn after, it flips over into another creature. Into a creature that has its own little effects. It does have Summoning Sickness, so unless the creature has haste, it basically can attack 3 turns after it gets played, so that's something you're going to consider. But every single saga in this set follows that pattern of effect when it comes to play, effect next turn, then flip to creature. So the first one is Befriending of the Moths. It's 4 mana. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. That's also the second effect. And when it flips, it is just a 2/4 flyer itself. As you will know with most commons, they're not really meant for standard play, they're meant for limited play, but I think this is a good limited card.
Yeah, I would say it's like decent. Like target creature controllers +1/+1 against fly. I mean, for 4 mana, you have to already be winning for that to be decent.
I don't think you need to be...
Becomes a 2/4. I'd have to see more, because like, okay, I play mostly limited, and I mean I look at standard, so I don't really like know the environment much.
Standard doesn't matter here. This is just limited for this card.
Yeah, and I feel like the 4 toughness might be what makes it good, because honestly, I was looking through it a little bit. I didn't see the whole set, but I feel like there's a lot of 3 power creatures that are just in the common range.
I was
feel
actually
like it could block a lot.
I was actually going to say that's like having 4 toughness is pretty key in this set.
Yeah.
I was just looking at like 3 drops. I keep seeing 3 2s, not 2 3s.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like Magic is kind of going that way too.
Yep. But what I noticed is that you don't really need to be winning the game, but you can, if you could get a board stall or otherwise have applied enough pressure, this could help you finish off with the pressure. We also
True. This is kind of an endgame card too. Yeah.
We also noted that this set has ninjutsu, which needs you to be attacking with creatures that aren't getting blocked.
So, but the problem with ninjutsu in this card is that you're really only doing it on the second trigger, because the first trigger it costs 4 mana.
Well, there are 1 mana ninjutsu triggers.
So you could, but that's still like 1 mana on turn 5. 1 mana ninjutsu on turn 5.
What I was getting at is that if you ninjutsu'd earlier, when they deal combat damage, they trigger. But you can't really get that guy to attack in safely again. This allows it to attack in safely.
True. It's good for ninjas in that way.
Yeah. And then also, the backside, if the 2/4 protection isn't really helpful, that gets ninjutsu'd in its place, and then you get it back to flip over
Yeah,
again.
that might actually be really useful. Because what if you're playing against someone who's flyer weak, and then you just like... And you have ninjas, and then they're flyer weak. Play this card, and then even after it's flipped and it's done, you're just going to ninja it back. Yeah. Yeah.
I will state this is very dependent on your opponent being flyer weak, but generally you can assume that with a lot of limited sets.
Yeah. So for me, like my final score or whatever, do you want to do scores?
If you want, if it's worth scoring, then yes.
Well, I guess I would go when you would pick it and limit. I would have to see some of the format more first, but right now it seems like kind of low, but it could have some mid with some high roll possibility. Like it could be mid with some high roll possibilities depending on
this isn't a bomb, but it is a finisher, and it's important that your deck has finishers.
Yeah, true. It's kind of a finish. Well, it could be a finisher. I wouldn't say it's even a finisher.
Fair enough. It's only a finisher if your deck's very aggressive.
Yeah.
All right. So that is Befriend of the Moths. Next card is Era of Enlightenment. So this is a 2 mana. First you scry 2, so you get to look at the top cards, fiddle around with them for a bit. Then you get...
Is that what scrying is? You just fiddle around with the cards for a little
Cards
bit.
feel good. It controls... You can put some at... You can choose which ones you put at the top and bottom of
I
the
want
deck.
to see that for the reminder text next time.
Just
Fiddle around with the top 2 cards of your deck for a little bit.
It's going to do the reminder text, which is just a picture of a guy going...
Yeah.
But yeah, it just lets you decide whether you put the cards on top or bottom and how they're set up. So it lets you control your draws a bit. The next effect, you just gain 2 life. And then you flip this over, and it becomes a 2/2 first striker. So...
Sorry, I just want to see what the mana costs again.
It's 2 mana for this 2/2 first striker. But again, the real interesting thing about this is that this creature comes out on turn 4. And if you know much about Limited, 2 drops coming out on turn 2 is kind of important. So...
Yeah.
It's figuring out where this goes in all of that.
Yeah, what was the other side again?
Yeah. Scry 2, then gain
Scry
2 life.
gain 2. I could see you playing like 1 if you're like desperate, 2 copies of this in a limited deck. But yeah, it's kind of a useless card. Like you'll want it for the scry. The gain life is not gonna be relevant. And then a 2/2 first strike, like unless you have, it could be good for vehicles. I don't know. I'm not hyped about this one.
Yeah. So this one, I will state, it cannot attack. By the time it can attack as a 2/2 first striker, it's turn 5.
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, if you're controlling, it took me a while to figure this out. If you miss your 2-drop, what happens is they get attacked into you once, maybe twice. You're gaining 2 life. You're mitigating it by half. The scry is good. And like we said, a lot of 3-mana cards are 3/2s in this set.
Mm-hmm.
This can deal with 3 drops. This could stop 3 drops in their tracks.
True. It could come out and like save you from the weaker forces if they don't have some. If you, because you're gonna be combating their 5 drops later anyways with your own.
Yeah, I
guess it could work out.
Yeah, I think if you are a control deck specifically, this works as a 2-drop. If you're an aggro deck though, or if you're anything that's not control, honestly, you can't treat this as a 2-drop.
I could see in control having a bunch of these and then just popping them down, knowing you'll get some 2/2, because the enchantment creature might be relevant too. I would say this is a low tier pick though.
Yeah, it's very much, you need to know what your deck archetype is, and you don't know early enough to justify it in like pack 1.
Yep.
So before we move on, I want to actually bring up really quickly a random possibility of this getting standard play.
Okay.
There's a card. It's called Hollowed Haunting that was added in. Let's see, Hollowed Haunting. So it basically, the deck for Hollowed Haunting asks that you have many enchantments in play. You just want, basically, if you have loads of enchantments, if every card in your deck is enchantments, this card becomes really powerful at just constantly giving you board presence and a finisher in all. For this to work though, you need enough enchantments for that to be viable. This, as a 2-mana creature effectively, that's also scrying you to get to your Hollowed Haunting,
Yeah.
I think it might see play. Like, first of all, the Hollowed Haunting deck, we don't know if that's going to be good. We don't know if this is necessary for the Hollowed Haunting deck, but there's that potential. There's that random potential.
I mean, it's a cheap. It doesn't cycle itself, but it kind of it scries, so it feels like it kind of cycles itself. It gives itself value.
It gives you closer to the cards you're looking for.
Yeah, I can see this being decent with needing enchantments and stuff.
It definitely, it's only really for that deck. If your deck doesn't have a good use for enchantments, it ain't making it the cut. But
yep.
All right. Next, the Fall of Conda. So it's 3 mana. Exile target creature opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Then, each player gains control of all permanents they own. And then when it flips over, it's a 1/3 defender that when it dies, draw a card.
See, this seems... Well, how much does this cost?
3 mana.
Okay. This seems like part of that deck you were just talking about, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, whether or not this card is good is solely on whether that level 1 actually works. When this comes into play, if it takes something out, like, that's already card for a card. You're at the very least okay with that. Then, like, the level 2, it's very rare, maybe in Modern or something that does stuff, but there's just no decks that really steal cards for more than until the end of turn. And then, let's just, like, it kills a card, and if it's not removed, it draws a card later. That's huge. It kills something, and then draws a card later. That being said, it's just a question of, can you actually kill something? Because this is not worth 3 mana, eventually draw a card. I will also like to state that I love the lore of this. For those who don't know, we started with Kamigawa, and the whole story of Lord Konda is that he stole spirits to make himself
that's right,
unkillable. And so, like, he has, in the game, he's actually indestructible.
Yeah, Lord Konda's a legendary 3/3 vigilance, Bushido 5, indestructible, yeah.
Yep. And so, basically the story, they couldn't kill him, so they just tortured him by turning him in, like, breaking him up into fragments, which I think it's a really cool way of showing that example. And I love the lore of that. I love the lore of that. It both
it's hella cool.
It's able to kill him. It's, he stole something.
No one can't kill Lord Konda.
Mana value for it.
Oh, mana value, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, it could kill him. He gain control of all permanents. Get back that which was taken.
I didn't even seal it. That's sick.
Yeah. So I love the lore of this card, and the fact that it's also probably playable is awesome. I think it's going to be more sideboard material, though.
Yeah, for standard, yeah.
Yeah. Just some decks in standard are way too fast.
In limited, or what's it called in arena where it's
Alchemy?
It's a one...
Brawl.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
You're good. It's one round. Like, you don't get 3 rounds with the person.
Oh, best of one.
Best of one draft. In best of one draft, I can see you playing 1 copy.
I think that's good.
I don't think you would play 2 copies in a best of one draft. That's for but and I don't even think you want. Man, I feel like 4 is greater. You can play 2 of these in a deck, but I mean, it's just. I guess if you just played as a kill spell, I could see 2, because 4 is 4 greater. That's pretty common. But
yeah, it's
unless
not
you face an
everywhere.
aggro deck where, like, that's not really gonna swing the game. Yeah, and that's all I have really to say on it.
All right, Michigo's Reign of Truth. Oh, gotta click it so you guys can see it more clearly. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact and/or enchantment you control. It does that twice, so the next turn as well. And then when it flips over, it just has that as it's a body that has that effect permanently. So you don't give it to others, but itself is good. The question, basically, of whether this card is playable in my mind is whether you have a good target for when you first play it. If you do, I think this card could be a great finisher, but it's weird because it's a 2-drop that acts as a finisher.
I mean, could just get some extra damage. I'm thinking that enchantment deck you're talking about. Well, you have to have a creature target. Yeah, you're right, because it's a 2-drop. I see what you're saying.
So I will say, in Alchemy, there is, through the draft process, yeah, it seems really good. So I'd like to really quick show a card. In Alchemy, there's a draft process that through it you can get access to a card called All That Glitters, which is basically this effect as an enchantment aura. So it's only the +1, the level 1, and the level 2, but it happens every turn basically. And this card has 1 gains. Just because randomly throughout it, you're getting treasure tokens. There's some banishing light sort of effects that you might want to use.
Treasure tokens, hey.
So, like, there are going to be a lot of, what I found is just in this format, there's going to be a lot of artifacts and enchantments just around. So this is not just +1/+1.
There's vehicles and stuff too. Oops. There's vehicles and stuff too.
So I do think this is not just going to be +1/+1. This is going to be a significant buff, even if you're not building your deck around it. So I think it's good and limited.
Yeah.
But
maybe like a 1/of.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the problem because it's not a 2-drop. It won me games because I got it on a flyer later on.
Yeah, it is an enchantment creature though, right? Okay, so it is a 1/1.
Yeah. It's a 1/1 at worst, yes.
I can see this being pretty good. I feel like you would play this in a limited deck, actually. Because it's again, I feel like a lot of these cards, I need to see the set more.
Mm-hmm. I will say there's a lot of artifacts and there's enough enchantments.
Yeah, I've seen, and those alive artifacts or whatever.
Oh.
You could go really good with those. But, okay. Yeah, that's all I have to say on it.
So, we're hopeful of this card, but we're not going to say, oh, it's making Stair play. It's just like, It's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Don't sleep on it. All right. Restoration of a Gonjo. So when it comes to play, 3 mana. When it comes to play, you search your library for a basic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You search your library for a basic planes.
Gotta start them up sometimes. It's like what you do to the washer when it doesn't work. Just, all right, you're good. Okay.
All right. But you search your library for a basic planes, put it into your hand, and then you may the next turn you can discard a card and then return a permanent card with mana value 2 or less to the battlefield tapped.
Oh,
Note,
nice.
you can actually discard that planes and then put that planes into the battlefield if you have no other plays.
Yeah.
And then
That's cool.
When it flips over,
It's white ramp.
yeah, white ramp. I like how they're doing that for like
That
how they
is
get card
cool.
advantage. There's like 2 or 3 other cards that do that,
That's
and I
so
think it's
cool.
cool. So then the other side is a 3/4 vigilance that when it attacks or blocks, create a 1/1 spirit creature token. This card's good.
Yeah, whoa. The abilities don't really seem related. Oh, it's a
Let's
rare.
see.
That's why it's so good. Because you discard the abilities on both sides. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, so I can kind of get into my understanding of the lore. Searching your library for the planes is finding a Gonjo. Discarding some to create more is the restoration process, and then the final restoration was a commune between.
So yeah, the flavor makes sense. I was saying mechanically.
Mechanically, fair enough.
That's
fair
cool
enough.
though. That's good to know about the flavor because I didn't know that.
But yeah, mechanically, that I guess you see what you're saying because it's a ramp card, and then it gets you your cheap minions. Like,
And then the thing on the other side creates tokens. And it's like, oh. I mean, I think but it's cool. It's a good card. Yeah, it's hella good. It's a rare.
I think
Bomb.
every
Unlimited. Sorry.
every single effect of this is good,
Yeah.
but as you're saying, not every effect is good for a different deck.
Yeah.
I think there's enough value that if there's just like a general mid-range deck, this sees playing it anyways.
Yeah. 'Cause
There's an Orzhov sacrifice deck that's pretty big. I
Ooh.
think this sees playing that because this could discard the planes, get you back the eye twitch, which you want to sacrifice anyways to get more value.
yeah.
And then, oh my gosh, and then the body creates 1/1 tokens that get sacrificed as well. Oh my gosh, yeah. I think this finds a slot in the Orzhov sacrifice deck.
Yeah, it seems good to me.
So yeah, that's standard play. That's bomb in limited because you just want value, and this is 3 layers of value.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm excited to see white moving in directions like this.
Yep, love it. Oh man, behold the unspeakable.
I loved the unspeakable.
Do you want to go into lore before we even get to the
I
card?
don't even remember. I don't remember the lore honestly, but it was just one of those big blue creatures. What was it? A 6/7 trample flying
Yeah, and then it brought back your instants and sorceries when it
and
hit.
arcanes. I think it was arcanes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it was. I just love those big blue and like. We should look up the art.
It was
the old one real quick.
Oh yeah.
Or- yeah. You
here.
do it.
So the unspeakable.
Yeah. And just like the fact that's,
that's a
not
different.
it.
Hold on. There we go.
That's the art. Yeah, and just the fact that it was like a big creepy looking creature and like just the name of it, like unspeakable. Like it was just cool.
And
I just thought it was such a cool card. When I saw
And
it.
another thing that makes it cool is that in that set there were 3 instants, which I think were like sift through stands,
Oh, yeah.
peer through depths.
It's not terrifying at all.
It was just like you had to keep looking through your deck, and if you played all 3 of those cards at once, it had a clause that you could just pull this from your library into play, which was just like a cool icing to the cake. Anyways, so they brought it... Wrong one. They brought it back. So the first effect is creatures you don't control get -2/-0 until your next turn. Then, if you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, draw 4. Otherwise, scry 2, then draw 2 cards. Then exile it, return to the battlefield transformed, which it's a flying trampler whose size is based on the cards in hand. So it's another big flying trampler monster, which is... I love the flavor there. Yeah, exactly. Not terrified at all. I think this is a finisher, and I'm still wrapping my head around whether it can actually finish in standard. But
I think so.
yeah. So my big question is 5 mana, -2/-0. Does that actually stop your opponent from killing you?
Yeah, it'll stop like the swarm decks, right? But
Yeah. So like mono white aggro, I think this stops. but mono green aggro doesn't care.
Yeah.
And
So
so
that first effect really handicaps it.
Yep. So if that -2 -0 could stop them, I think the rest of this card is amazing. I will note that the saga triggers happen after your draw step. So having one or fewer cards means you had to have 0 the turn before. But I think just scry 2, draw 2 cards is good enough. It's just like an absolute failsafe if you really need it. Also, if you happen to have cards in your hand, you can actually put a stop. As this is on the stack, you can play instant speed spells, which means for like an Izzet blue-red deck, you just quickly burn them out so you can draw more burn. And then yeah, if it flips over, it's a threat. It's a serious threat that needs to die or it will kill you. Nothing more to really be said. I don't really know a deck that plays it right now, but it's good enough that if a deck comes around, it can fit in it.
Yeah. And it's just... Oh, this is an uncommon?
Yep.
What? Oh my god. This is going to be insane in limited.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a rare.
Yeah, for limited, it feels like a rare deck. Because, okay, straight up...
I guess the first ability's not... It's 5 mana. I can see it being uncommon.
Yeah. Like, when you count all the value, it's draw 2 cards and create a big threat for 5 mana.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's good. Pick it in limited. You probably don't want more than 2 of these in limited, though.
These
don't do anything when they come out, really. I mean, like, you're going to slow them down a little bit, but, like, sometimes it's not about the amount of power on board. It's about, like maybe there's some ability when they deal damage to an opponent, or, like...
Like, I feel like
Yeah.
what you do with this card is you play it, they're like, oh, I don't really care about the pressure, and then next turn you draw cards, you wipe the board to pave the way for the unspeakable.
Yeah. That'd be the best use of this, for sure.
Now, majority, you're going to at least get a 4/4 right. It depends on how fast you're playing your cards. For example, if you had 0 cards, so you could draw 4, you're probably playing a very fast deck, which means you might be able to dump all 4 cards by next turn. So, I will state that the size depends on how fast you're playing it. But even then, you'll find that just getting a 3/3 attached to card draw is often good enough in some cases. And then if you're playing the slower deck, this does become a win condition. This just keeps getting bigger.
And if you're, like, stuck in a top deck war and limited, this is sick. Because then it's like, okay, I can just hold my lands I'm drawing.
If nothing else, you could ignore the mana value. It draws you cards, and it slows them down.
Yep.
And then it's a body.
Decent.
Yeah.
Lore-wise, top tier.
Oh, yeah.
Nostalgia-wise, whatever, yeah.
All right. Inventive Iteration. So 4 mana, you return target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Then next turn, you return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand, and if you can't, you draw a card.
Ooh.
And then it flips over to a 3/3 with whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. So if you play a 2-drop, they can't play 2-drops until your next turn.
Oh, yeah, you were showing me.
If you play a 3-drop, they can't play 3-drops in your next turn. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to let you say what you need to first.
Yeah, sure. It's a Moonfolk. I love Moonfolk. That was, like, one of my favorite.
Gosh, they need to do Moonfolk Tribal and make it really valuable.
Yeah, I mean, they did have some kind of tribal in Kamigawa, the original. I mean, like, the tribal was hard to find because the only Moonfolk Matters cards was the Command Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think that was it.
Well, the abilities of all the Moonfolk was to return lands to your hand.
Mm-hmm.
So there were some random cards that just put as many hands from your hand into the battlefield. Yep. So that was the way you could kind of tribal.
That's what the Kami did, wasn't it? You pay 1 mana and it gets a land tapped.
And I feel like there was something else that did it in blue also. I don't remember though. Return to 1 target creature, return target artifact card. Yeah, it's pretty good, 4 mana. Because it, like, slows them down a bit so that you can get the whatever next turn, and then that just seems broken.
Yeah, so
you're showing me it's broken.
So I will state, as far as I understand, when it flips over, there will be a chance where they have control, and they could kill it before you cast any spell.
So if they're casting a 3 mana spell, and you cast a 3 mana spell, does it negate their?
It does not negate anything that's already on the stack. It prevents it from entering the stack for future spells.
So if you cast a 3-mana spell and they respond with it, can they respond with a 3-mana spell?
So that, from my understanding, if you play a 3-mana spell, they cannot respond with a 3-mana
Yeah,
spell.
because it says cast.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I will note that before you have your opportunity to cast the spell, they will first get priority to try to kill it. So
Yeah.
these.
So they're probably. It gives them a couple turns to get ready. Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. It also, it's coming prior, and it's only 3 health. So I think a lot of times what this will be is it will be bounce a card, draw a
Don't
card.
forget that they can't see it unless you click it.
Oh yeah. So it will be bounce a card, then draw a card, and then get a kill spell. Which that is card advantage. Some decks that's good enough.
Take a kill spell? You mean
Yeah, it's going to get hit by a kill spell.
Yeah.
For some decks, that's good enough. That is a lunar rejection, but at sorcery speed.
Yeah.
Which I guess lunar rejection is played because it has special abilities.
Can we look up lunar rejection?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Very good.
It's
good to bring in other cards.
I will say lunar rejection sees more play because it targets wolves or werewolves for cheap. But
No. Okay.
worst case, it's a 4-mana bounce a spell, draw a card. Sometimes that's a little slow. But the reason I think this card is insane. So if they can't kill it, if they don't have an instant speed kill spell, and you flip it over, if you can figure out what spells they can cast, you could prevent them from casting spells if you could cast these as same mana value.
Yeah.
So, in Alchemy, there is a deck. So I'm going to switch over to Alchemy. There's a deck around this card, Inquisitor Captain. Because the thing about Inquisitor Captain is it's a 4-drop that needs you to play 20 or more creatures with mana value 3 or less. And the thing is, if a card gets exiled, it's no longer carrying those 20. So they're usually playing 24 or 28 cards, 8 creatures with mana value 2 or less. Its trigger is strong enough that this card just sees play. So if you're playing against this Inquisitor Captain deck, at least a good half of their cards that aren't lands are creatures of mana value 2 or 3, then a few 1-drops to hold it together. So
I see what you're saying.
And they don't have flash. So if you match up against this deck, if you're able to play a 2-drop and a 3-drop every turn, you stop it. Now, also in Alchemy, there's Ominous Traveler, which is a 2-drop that drafts a card, and then you could spend mana as though there were mana of any color to cast the spell, and if you cast it, Ominous Traveler comes back in your hand to do it again. I looked at the cards in this. There are 6 3-drops in Ominous Traveler's spellbook. Math-wise, you have a 72% chance of going Ominous Traveler into 3-drop, locking them out of the majority of their deck, and then doing it again next turn.
Yeah, so, definitely. And you were telling me Luris, right?
Luris of the Dream. Oh, yeah, modern!
Yeah, look up Luris. But yeah, it does seem like it does make the mental game a lot more important. And it basically plays like, because, Luris, you can only have stuff that costs 2 or less.
Yep.
And
this is a modern staple, so that's all the way down to modern.
And Counterflux, which we should probably also look up, which is kind of the card, this is like... Oh, not Counterflux. What's
Counter Squall?
Yeah, Counter Squall.
Nope.
What?
What? It's like a 2-mana counter storm or something like that.
Cold Snap. I'm gonna Google Cold Snap. Cold Snap enchantment.
You can actually do Sensei's Divining Top combo.
Oh yeah.
Because that's so we're talking about. There's even a card in Legacy.
Here it is.
Here it is. Counterbalance. All right.
Reveal the top card. If counterspell is the same card. Oh, so this is a little different.
Yeah,
but it's the same concept.
But this, so to be clear, that Luris that we showed you is a modern staple. This is a Legacy staple. This was the deck that came in got banned because it was too good.
You get too many counters. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I want you to understand that if you could lock your opponent out of playing cards, like I think if Living Breakthrough stops 1 turn from your opponent, it probably wins you the game.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of can you do that? So if you're facing that specific deck, I think the answer is yes. You could also, if I could go back to Palaka Predate, if you're in Standard, if you choose to have your other color be black, Pelaka Predation is a 3-mana card. That's also a land, so they have good reason to be played this anyways. And it allows you to take out one of their bigger cards that cost more than 3 while stopping their 3-drops. Give you a sense of what their hand looks like. This is a very playable card in Standard right now, along with Siphon Insight, which is a 2-mana card, which is going to let you get cards from their library and acts as a finisher. The combination of these means that might even be playable in Standard. It very much just looks... It's a very much what is the meta like, because if they can't deal with this 3/3, the moment it flips over, it will win you the game, and some decks can't deal with that.
Well, okay, you have to think of some things, like it'll win you the game if you also have spells that are instants to play with all the different mana costs. So you do have to remember that.
Yeah.
I do think it's super OP, though.
Yeah.
Busted, and I think even as a... I think, yeah, what you're saying about how, like, it makes the game about, like, it almost just straight up counters certain decks in a way. And it makes the whole game about just thinking about what mana cost your opponent's going to want. You can even just look at what mana they have open. Be like, oh, they only have 3 mana open.
Oh, that's smart.
I'll play a 3-drop so that they can't play whatever 3 mana they think they're going to play.
I think that, as constructed gets more... As every person constructed starts playing similar decks, as the meta gets isolated, this card gets stronger because you know much more how to predict what they're doing. And I think the costs in this game are pretty uniform right now in Standard, to an extent where this can effectively lock people down, where you just naturally will have cards with the mana value of other cards. So I do think that this card is good. It's all just a question of, can you survive to flip this over? Because there are aggro decks that will kill you. There will aggro decks that will kill you because bouncing one of their creatures is not enough to stop them if you're spending 4 mana on it. Drawing a card is not a backup effect that's good enough, surprisingly.
Oh, it is a rare, okay.
Yeah. This card can win you the game. It just, can you set it up? And that's really the question. I think the end result is if the other cards, like Ominous Traveler, if a deck revolves around that, could play that more easily, then this card becomes insane. I think, one of the hard parts is until the meta gets stable, this is at best a sideboard option because you don't know your opponent's deck. It's going to be very hard for you to play around with it.
Yeah. I feel like this card is not... If it does see play, it's not going to be at the beginning of the meta. No one's going to play... Like, if you play this right away, it's just going to be a...
You crazy or you're brilliant?
I mean, a 4 mana that eventually comes a 3/3 flyer is pretty good. Like, this isn't so bad, especially for limited. You get to bounce a thing.
Oh, limited, this is perfectly awesome, I think.
I don't think it's like a bomb, though. Just because, dude, like... Bounce something for 4 is okay. That's not really going to make you come back. Drawing a card is okay. I mean...
I guess it kind of puts you a little behind. I guess I see your point.
I think it's okay. Like, I think there are probably some uncommons and commons better than this. I don't think it's a bomb, but it's good. It's
fair
good
enough. It's a 3.5 out of 5, which is going to make your cut.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like...
Probably not first pick.
Exactly. I like that. All right. Well, Living Breakthrough broke through a lot of our time, so now we get to the modern age, which so the first 2 triggers are just draw a card, then discard a card, and then it's a 2-mana card that flips over to a 2/3 flyer.
This is a sick card. It's just 2 mana for some scrying. See, this I can see you playing even in limited. You probably don't want it to be your only 2-drop. But you could play like 4 of these and just like plunk, 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 like plunk them down.
I think you could play this as if it's like a 3-mana card in your curve, or even 4 mana.
Yeah.
Because like one of the big things we keep talking about, like if you play this on turn 2, you're not attacking till turn 5. This thing has flied. So what if you're not attacking by turn 5?
Yeah. 2/3 flyer seems pretty good. Yeah. Play this in limited. Pick it often.
Yeah. If the Haunted Hollows deck happens to be blue as well.
Yeah, blue did. Sorry, I'm always reading stuff.
Blue got really good stuff. I'm glad I hear. Yeah, no. Blue always gets good stuff. Just ask a Hullbreaker Horror, and then watch away. Thank goodness, blue got a response to Allrun's Epiphany, so that blue can successfully counter blue decks. Blue, it's like, they need to figure out how to keep it cool while toning down some of its sharp edges. And I think they're figuring it out. I think this is really cool, and it's pushing blue in a different direction than I'm just going to hold the game hostage until I win.
It's a good card.
But yeah, good enough that in that Hollowed Haunting deck, if it ends up splashing in blue, this might make it. As I said,
I could see it. Yeah.
The ability to draw cards to cycle into Hollowed Haunting is
And
pretty
it's an enchantment
important.
creature,
And it's a spirit. Spirit should not be underestimated because if you go into Innistrad, spirits plus enchantments were actually a tribal theme.
Nice.
So
That's kind of disappointing that the spirit tribal is in Innistrad when originally is from Kamigawa.
no, that was actually one thing I will spoil. That's kind of disappointing. I was super excited to see that they were making spirit tribal, and then standard was going to rotate into Kamigawa, and we would get even more spirits. I'm like, yes, spirit tribal is going to be like in standard, and then there's like no real spirits that have spirit tribal.
It's more like enchantment tribal. Enchantments or spirits seem to be more enchantment than spirit.
Yeah.
Which is cool to me, but
I think it's cool. I just kind of am disappointed that there's no soul shift. There's no spirits merging working with each other.
Yeah, that
or
was really
if you
cool.
or if you want to even talk about this lore of merging, spirits working with non-spirits. That would have been cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Kamigawa was a weird set with that.
It was. All right. Now we get to the Black Sagas. The Life of Toshiro Umezawa. So the first turn and the second are both you choose whether you give a creature +2/+2 until end of turn, another creature -1/-1 until end of turn, or if there's no good targets, you just gain 2 life. Then it flips over into a 2/3 that you can tap to pay 1 life and add a black, and as long as you spend it on instant or sorcery spells. For those who don't know, these two abilities are based off of a famous card,
Oh yeah.
Umezawa's Jitte.
Toshiro Umezawa.
Yeah, the main character of the original Kamigawa.
You gotta give him the. How it actually looked.
Yeah, but anyways, it should be noted that these first 2 effects, the +2/+2 -1/-1 gain 2, that's the original ability of you can remove charge counters to give one of those to the equipped creature.
Well, one of those two to activate. Wait, could the buff only go on the equipped
The
creature?
buff could only go on the equipped
Yeah, and
creature.
then -1 was Yeah.
-1 was whoever you want, and gain 2 life is obviously on the player.
And then why did they make him an instant or sorcery? That's interesting. Oh, I guess because, you know what, lore-wise, Toshi in the books would use his blood to cast spells. So
Also, if you look at the card itself, the whole thing is that he uses, whenever you kill something, he can use its blood to cast spells from your graveyard.
Okay.
So that is actually still in flavor of Toshiro himself. That being said, I'm not sure what to think about this card. Like, how good are those effects without a proper body for it? Like, I feel like in Limited, this isn't, like, that good.
No, me either. Like, we'll kill a little 1/1 and then eventually get a mana for. So yeah, this just seems like kind of a bad card. Like lore-wise, it's cool.
Yeah. Lore-wise, I love it.
Maybe if you have like enchantment tribal in limited, you could like put it in this slot. But these effects are like so weird in black, and they don't really. The -1 makes sense. I guess these two make sense, but the buff, the random tiny buff and the random tiny shrink. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have...
Maybe ultra aggressive too. Could go in like an ultra aggressive limited deck.
If you don't... Ooh, ultra aggressive. Well, the reason I don't care about ultra... We'll get to a saga later that I think just goes better in that position.
Oh, okay.
It's really weird. This is the uncommon. I think the common in black sees more play than this.
I give this 1.5 stars.
Yeah, you'll play it. You won't like it, but it will fit.
And it's an uncommon.
Yeah, it's an uncommon.
That's so weird.
That's the weirdest thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it.
Yep. I mean, I love Toshiro. I just realized why I love Toshiro.
It's lore uncommon.
He's edgy. Like we read it back when we were in high school. He's just like the perfect edgy. I'm not here to be good. I'm here
like
for
Deadpool.
power.
He's
Yeah,
like literally like Deadpool of the Magic books. Yeah, 100%.
that makes sense. I like that. That's why we liked Toshiro, because he was Deadpool and we were high schoolers at oldest. All right.
Remember, you gotta click it.
Long Reach of the Night. 4 mana. Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card, happens to get the next turn, and then it comes back
Yeah, that's good.
as a 0/4 menace that, when it attacks, it gets +X/+0, where X is the number of creatures in their graveyard.
How much mana was it again?
4. And I think it's just a question of, can you make sure they don't have fodder to sack? Because if you can, that's just value followed by good stuff.
I mean, the first turn's gonna be a surprise. But the second turn, yeah, they'll be able to they'll probably be able to mitigate it to where you're not taking their best thing.
The ability that they get to choose if they discard a card, I think prevents this from being like standard playable.
Oh wait, unless they discard it. Oh, it's not. I thought it was if they can't sacrifice a creature, discard it. Yeah.
I think that prevents it from being standard
Yeah,
playable.
agreed. It's not that great.
But as for limited, I mean that 2-for-1s and then plays a creature for limited. I think you need to get board stall first though.
You can play a couple of these in a limited deck, yeah. Because like discarding cards is if you have 1 or 2 discard effects in like mind rots in limited, they can be better than you think. They can like just have a game where it's like you guys are even, you're both at 3 cards, then you just play mind rot and they're done.
For people who don't know,
oh yeah, mind rot discard too, yeah.
And just so you know, Jeremiah, there's a card Go Blank, which is the same theme with Exile and Graveyard, and this is a standard staple right now.
But you want there to be cards in their graveyard.
Yeah. So, I will state that this one, we want cards in their graveyard, but like as we're saying, Mind Rot effects can be good. There's a Mind Rot effect in Standard right now. This is main decked.
Oh, people are using it. Oh, so you're just saying, I see, yeah. So yeah, see, discarding is good.
Yep.
Exactly.
So, this is definitely a value card. You can't really just play it to play it. You gotta... I feel like with a lot of these sagas, they're 4 mana cards that you play as if they're a 5 or 6 mana card on your curve.
Yeah,
they're 2
that's
mana
what I've been thinking of them.
Yeah. And when you take that into account, like how I said the white 4 mana card is like the finisher for the more aggressive decks, this I feel is either value or kind of seen as one of the finishers for a more mid-range or late-game deck. Like, the fact that this can eventually attack as like an 8-4 or something, like, this is going to menace, it's going to kill 2 creatures when it swings.
In which format?
In limited. You think
in limited? I don't know if he'll ever get to 8. You think he'll get to 8?
I
think you haven't played limited in a while.
All I'm going to say, it's going to get big enough that's killing 2 creatures when it swings, because the menace. So, this is kind of a 4-for-1. It just takes a long time, and you're going to need to hold them down while you eke out value from them.
Yeah, and it's 4. It's also, it kind of also solves the problem with Mind Rot and Limited, is like you don't, a lot of times it's best in like tempo, when you guys are like tempoing each other, and it's hard to like play it, because then it's like you're costing all that tempo. Yes. But this does both, because you play the card, so you're like adding tempo, but you're also getting the discard. So
I will say another issue of Mind Rot is sometimes you're in a top deck war, and then you top deck Mind Rot, and it's like, well, they have no cards at hand. And
yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good.
Meanwhile, if they're in that situation, they're forced to sacrifice creatures.
I would give it 2.5 stars. I wouldn't give it that much.
Yeah, it's another one of those, you need to know you're in this archetype before you pick the card.
Yeah.
But again, good card. So now we get to the common. So it's 1 mana. This is the cheapest saga, as cheap as sagas could get.
Each one loses one, go. Okay.
It drains them for 1, and you gain 1, and then it flips over to a 2/2 with menace, and then gives your vehicles menace.
Okay, that's hella good.
Yeah. No, this is a shock to the face, gains you some life, and then not only is a threat that can get through on like when it attacks on turn 4. It could also give your other threats more threats so that they can get through.
This is a cool aggro starter. Yeah.
I think, so I've been like looking at this. I'm having hopes that there could be a black aggro deck that comes into Standard using the cards that came here. And I think this is your 1-drop.
Yeah.
Or this is one of your 1-drops.
Yeah, I like it. It's cool.
No, it's just, it's just a good card.
If you're picking this, you better be an aggro deck, and I guess the vehicle menace could help you finish some stuff off in limited. But
I will state there's a specific curve where for this to be in Standard, which is this card on 1, vehicle on 2, turn 3 that flips over, you immediately crew the vehicle and start swinging in.
So So these creatures don't have haste when they come out?
They do not have haste.
You can still crew?
But you can crew without haste.
Okay.
So when they crew, the vehicle just decides when the vehicle comes out is whether to add haste or not.
Right, okay.
So
yeah, I like this card.
Yeah. The 1 mana, it's like, sagas are so slow, and then they make very aggressive sagas that impress me.
Is this just street art of him? It's not even actually...
Yeah, so if you back out, flip it over, it's the thing on the back of their biker's jacket.
Reckoner. Oh, because it's Okiba's like the gang or whatever.
Yeah. And that's the art of the road captain on the back.
Okay.
The road captain himself is a rare later on in the set, but
Nice.
yeah. All right, tribute to Hirobi. So the first two are actually penalties. Each opponent creates a 1/1 black rat rogue creature token, and then when it flips, 3/3. This one has haste and flying, so it's getting through. It's doing it fast. When it comes to play, you gain control of all rat tokens. So those rat tokens they gave you, give it back. And then whenever it attacks, you can sacrifice another creature, draw a card. This, I think, is seen standard play, even if you don't get those rat tokens back.
Yeah, this card's hella good.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah, this is really good. It's 2-drop. You get some creatures possibly. Even if they're able to use them before you, whatever. It's like you spent 2 mana on a 3/3 flying haste on turn 4. Because like a 3/3 flying haste with a draw effect, that one fairy from what was it called?
Eldraine?
Eldraine, thank you. That one
Brazen Borrower?
not Brazen Borrower. It was like there's a 4 mana black card. There's a
Oh,
flying
Rankle!
fairy. Yeah, Rankle.
So yeah, this card.
Yeah.
Or mana.
This card, well, it was insane because you could attack with it right away from your hand. But it's kind of like a Rankle. It's like a weaker Rankle, but it's still pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's a good card. It only costs you 2 mana and some turns instead of 4 mana. It's slower, but I think it's good. You definitely play this in limited, 100%.
I will say that Rankle, the value of Rankle was the fact that each player sacrifices a creature means you could often isolate and kill something.
Yeah.
When
I played it in Standard, I didn't get like that high up in ranks, but I played a Rankle deck. And yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you only needed to hit twice with it.
And while you played a bit off meta, I will tell you the meta deck in that time had Rankles.
Yep.
So, this card, as I said, there's already that black-white sacrifice deck. You're giving them another sacrifice trigger, which is card draw. You're giving them a threat with a 3/3 flyer haster.
Yeah.
And if you're worried about the ninjutsu or something like that, you could just block and kill the rats.
Yeah.
If you're not afraid of that, hey, bring them to me. More cannon fodder for my spells. Like, this... Yeah, I feel like it already slots in the best deck in Standard right now. And it's just a good aggressive card, so it could even see play in other aggressive decks.
It gives them blockers, though.
What?
It gives them blockers, though, for aggressive decks.
Oh, that's a good
That's the
point.
thing. I don't think you'd want to play this in an aggressive deck. Maybe you play it after the...
Maybe it's still... Maybe just the sacrifice deck, then?
If you played in an aggressive deck, you'd have to do something.
About the blockers.
Yeah.
Good point.
Because a 1/1's not that big a deal, but it is kind of like anti.
And they're actively trying to kill it, so...
Uh-huh.
Alright. So maybe not aggressive, but I still think that black-white sacrifice deck, the only question with it is what cards make the cuts, because it's already the best deck. What cards are not the best, so we could put these in.
Oh, is the black-white sacrifice the best in Standard right now?
Yes, so I'm not sure if it's Standard or Alchemy, but Rite of Oblivion. This is if you have sacrifice fodder, it's sacrifice a permanent for 2 mana, exile anything, and then it gets flashed back, so it's a double kill spell.
Wow.
And so, that's already a great card, a reason to be black-white. Plus, you have good sacrifice fodder like Eye Twitch, which is a 1/1 flyer, and then it learns, so you can get more cards off of that value of sacrificing it. And then just, because you're already in black-white, you can also play good cards like Vanishing Verse, which is just an instant speed exile effect. And so what's happening is you're just wiping them of the board state, and you're just playing little 1/1s, and just slowly over time you're accruing value and wiping them off the board. This was not playable while Allrun's Epiphany was around, but with that banned, these decks have been cropping up, and there's even more support in Alchemy, so they've been doing good. This is one of the decks to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see this going good in that deck. Sacrifice trigger, and then it's just a 3/3 haste, or if they don't do something about the rats you give them, then you just get some more rats.
Yeah, even if they deal with the rats, 3/3 flying haste for 2. Alright, so that's the black cards. seem pretty good other than Toshiro.
Black Sagas, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the Black Sagas, yeah. We're doing all the sagas first. Alright, next is Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Oh, yeah.
So, first you create a 2/2 Red Goblin Shaman token with 1 attacks, create a treasure token. So, right off the bat, for 3 mana, 2/2 attacking creates treasure tokens. It's okay. It's that body, I think, is worth a bit more than 2 mana, but not fully 3. Then you can discard up to 2 cards and then draw that many cards, so it helps you cycle through your deck. And then it flips over to Reflection of Kiki Jiki, which allows you to tap 1 and tap, create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary. Yeah. It creates a token of a non-legendary creature. It has haste, and you get a sacrifice at the end. So you copy one of your creatures, get to swing it in, and then let it die off. Kiki Jiki. So this is based off of Kiki Jiki back from the original set.
The original Mirror Breaker.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of... I remember we just had a bunch of these.
Yeah. I don't know.
Because we bought so much Kamigawa.
Yeah. Dude.
You gotta give him the original look.
And he's such a good card. I think during its era, this was a part of Standard.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but yeah.
But I will state there is a combo that they made sure to stop. This used to have a theme where you could play, I don't remember the name of the card, but when it enters the battlefield, you may tap or untap target permanents. So you could tap Kiki Jiki, make a copy. It comes to play, you untap Kiki Jiki, tap Kiki Jiki, make another copy.
Basically, any creature that comes into play and untaps a permanent goes infinite with this.
Yep.
But then also there was an enchantment in 8th edition at the time.
Intruder Alarm.
Intruder Alarm, yeah, I can remember that.
I know because I played this deck.
Yeah, it was an 8th edition too. You're showing the 8th edition. Yeah,
this is the version we had. I know it looks ugly, but that's our ugly.
I liked 8th edition look, because probably just because we started with it. We literally started when Mirrodin block was ending, so we we had like some Mirrodin stuff, and like Scourge and
Scourge was like a past set that you would find at the stores, but wasn't the new stuff.
And then Kamigawa was coming out. When it came out, we were like, "This is."
Yep. We started. I think it was for Christmas. We got a 7th edition starter set. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
we played this. Yeah. This
anyways,
degeneracy. You're always loving the combo stuff.
Yeah, so there's Timmy, Johnny, and Spike. I'm Hyper Johnny. I love combos.
Which one likes the big?
That's Timmy.
I'm Timmy.
Yep. And no one likes someone who's full Spike, except for other Spikes. You can live in your tournament format. The rest of us want to have fun. Anyways, they added 1 mana to the cost to prevent infinites. That was really smart of them. I think that's a perfect way to get this effect back without having it abused. So, with it not being abused, how do you feel about the card?
So it gets you a treasure token guy, and then it loots. I think it's still good.
Yep.
I don't know the standard meta, so I don't know what creatures you'd be copying and what enter the battlefield, leave the battlefield effects you'd be getting more of with it, but
I will say
it's a good 3 mana slot.
Yeah. I will say, from my understanding of Standard, the creature is literally going to suited to die to give you a treasure token a lot, and that treasure token is going to be quite valuable in Standard.
Yeah, I think in Limited this isn't. Sorry, not to interrupt you.
No.
I think in Limited this isn't it's a bomb if you have other bombs.
Yeah. Exactly. Because I was going to say, I played Kiki Jiki in that combo deck, and sometimes you didn't get the combo, but you would just get a 6 drop. You tap, make a copy of the 6 drop, and it could swing in freely. Do not underestimate this effect. You do not need a combo for this effect to be absolutely insane. You don't even need an enter the battlefield effect. You just need a high attack value.
Yeah.
Once this flips, if you can activate this without them killing your 2/2.
And you sacrifice it at the beginning of next end step, so you still get to enter the graveyard triggers for the token.
Oh, because it's sacrificed. It
doesn't even just exile.
Not exiled. Yeah. Nah, so, yeah. If this isn't just shocked when it comes to play, it's good. I don't think there's any deck in Standard that supports it, but one of the cool things I love is seeing these cards that are almost good enough to be they're good enough to start making a deck exist that doesn't exist already. And so this is one of those cards that has enough power to start pulling the existence of another deck if it has more support that it's not there already. So we'll have to see how people use it.
We have to remember, though, it's probably hard to rely on a combo deck when it comes out 2 turns later. Rely on this for a combo deck.
This is not a combo card. This is a value
I feel like
card.
we should think about that for a lot of these, where it's Like yeah, like even this one, the Living Breakthrough, because like you're always gonna give the opponent 2 turns to think about it.
Oh,
Like,
so
for
they
everything.
so they'll save their removal and all of that.
Save the removal, just position the game differently. You know, anything really. But
That's a good.
so
point.
it's hard, but it's hard to like conceptualize that. You know. So,
Yeah, it's also you have to question how much once they know how much can they actually do to really interact with it. How I'm gonna say this with all the heart. How smart is your opponent actually?
True.
All right. Anyways, we get the next one. Kumano faces Kakazan. So it's another 1 mana one. It deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Then your next creature spell this turn enters the battlefield with additional +1/+1 counter, and then it flips over to a 2/2 with haste. That if you kill a creature with damage, you can exile it instead. So,
Nice.
yeah, this is the aggressive saga. 1 damage, and then your 2-drop, your bear you're playing your 2/2, it becomes a 3/3 instead, and then you still get a 1 mana 2/2 at the end of all of this.
Yeah, this is a sick mono. I love. These are the best cards for arena, just because you just mono red aggro is like the cheapest way to go.
Mhm.
It's just it's a good card for that. And this ability is literally it's got to just be for lore, right?
Yeah, I can actually show them. I still remember when we were kids, you guys were like messing with the card. I'm like, hey, be careful of my Kumano Master Yamabushi! And everyone was laughing because I'd always say the full name of Kumano Master Yamabushi. I'd never just say Kumano. But yeah, during the era, the whole theme is... Oh, Japanese samurai vibes? Yeah, Lambo Droid. This is a Japanese samurai set. That was... Kamigawa was the Japanese samurai set.
Yeah, just wait till we get to the non-saga cards in this set, yeah.
Yeah, samurai is literally a creature type that is here for this set. It's awesome.
Hella cool.
This is, in case you're wondering, Kamigawa is based off of Shinto mythology, which is where Kami, Oni, it's the Japanese aesthetic. And this is them 1,000 years in the future. So it's kind of it's a mixture of trying to keep balance as well as Blade Runner. Like, the whole Ghost in the Shell theme, future is advancing. Like, the whole idea of the modern age, this card, is that it's a, beautiful natural tree getting trapped inside this whole city that's all going advanced technology. Vector Glider is a spirit, drifted from the spirit realm into a neon world full of new possibilities. It's the whole idea is the crossing between those two.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, Kumano, basically it's the aggressive saga, and I don't think its abilities are too important.
Don't forget.
Yeah, exiling instead is definitely valuable. It's definitely valuable. I don't think you play it because it has that ability. You play it because it's a 2/2 haste for 1 mana because you think you could get through with it. This finally flips on turn 3. You kill something as well and maybe play another one of these guys. Yeah, good card.
Good card, cool card.
Good card.
I forget, I have a lot to say about the lore reviews,
Yeah. Because we
remember.
actually know the story and other people don't.
Yeah.
The Shattered States era. 5 mana saga. Gain control of target creature till end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste until end of turn. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. And then it flips into a 3/3 trample haste.
Nice.
Which means it can attack as early as turn 7.
Oh, 5 mana. Oh.
Yeah, it was great until you saw that there were 2 more points of mana than it was supposed to have.
There's so much information, that happens on these cards that, I have to, look at them a couple times before I really can conceptualize what's going on. But yeah, this is, that first effect is really good and limited, so you'll probably play it for that. The rest of it's just, whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe the samurai will be relevant, maybe the enchantment creature type will be relevant.
I will say that first effect is usually 3 mana in limited.
Sometimes I've seen it at 4 with a little extra that they try to throw in sometimes.
Mascot Exhibition, but that made it cheaper. That was its special effect. Generally, what you want to do is you want to gain control of a creature, then sacrifice it with something like Echo of Death's Wail. I don't think there's enough sacrifice triggers in this meta. In case you're wondering, There was a sacrifice meta back in Dungeons and Dragons because they had a 3-mana card that was gate control like that.
Yeah.
And then they had a 2-mana card that you just sacrifice another creature with no mana cost attached. So you could play a 2-drop and then 3 mana, steal their creature, sacrifice it to make your 2-drop bigger, attack. And they play another creature, you steal it, make your creature bigger, attack. And it's like... Both cards...
Unlimited?
That was unlimited. Those were all commons. And it just turned out that the one was just a 2-drop that you're happy to have in black, and the other was a 3-drop that you're happy to have in red.
Dang.
So...
Yeah, black-red is always the most toxic limited color.
It's just, if that is supported, in Dungeons & Dragons it was supported to such an extent it was a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's as supported in this one. I don't think there's enough sacrifice effects where you could get cheaply with 5 mana. But yeah, whether or not that first ability is good decides whether this is good. Because sometimes you play that first ability as the way you win the game.
Yeah, I guess I could see it like that, where it's like, basically win the game first ability in limited. Second time, if like you didn't win yet, then sure, that'll do it. I don't know if this is doing it on turn 7 though, but it does give you another creature.
Yep.
Yeah, this is an interesting card.
I feel like the nameless Conqueror is nameless because he's like, don't put me on this card, man. I don't want to be affiliated with it.
Anonymous Conqueror.
Look, if you see me, there's a problem. You've lost already.
Yep. That's all I have to say.
Alright. And now we get to green. Azusa's Many Journeys. 2 mana, you may play an additional land this turn. Then you gain 3 life, and then it flips over to become a 3/3 that whenever it becomes blocked, so if you're attacking with it, you can untap up to 3 lands you control. Do note that is mid-combat, so you can't, like, spend 3... You can't, like, have 5 mana, spend 3, attack, have those 3 untap to play an 8 mana card. That does not work. Unless it's instant speed. So, fair warning with that. This is another one where we're going to need a moment to look at this and think about it. Because, so, this does not draw a card, therefore it's no explore.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay, but like, so explore during its time can see play because it has the first effect, but also draws a card, so it's giving you the land for the effect. Gaining 3 life is not worth drawing a card, and the 3/3, because it needs to attack, because it needs so many things to work properly, I feel like it's just not going to mesh well with the deck. This is like, the way I see it, this is the 2-drop for the ramp deck, and just praying that you get through that late game. And I just feel like even if you want this effect, there has to be better cards that you can use for the effect.
Dude, and what if they just choose not to block? Because, like, what if you tap 3 before you attack to play something, and you still have, like, 3 mana left over, and so they just choose not to block your 3/3 because they're like, oh, I know you're going to play 6 tries. So it's like, I don't think this card's very good.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, even if you, like, the 3/3, this isn't for a deck. This is a ramp deck. Ramp decks usually just make a big honking beater, and then that beater is what's crushing you. This is pretty big, but it's not honking.
It's big, but not honking. Yeah, I could see maybe it being played for just this first effect, but like you said, it doesn't have the draw card in it, like Exploded. So yeah, pretty bad card. But Azusa's Lost But Seeking, what it's based off of, is not a bad card.
No, it's not. And it was great for the Moonfolk.
Or maybe that's the card I was thinking of for Moonfolk Treble, was this one. Wait, show them. Yes.
There we are.
Original. Yep. Nice.
Beautiful. Alright. With that, Boseiju reaches Skyward. So it's 4 mana. First ability, you get 2 basic forests, reveal them, and put them into your hand. Then you can return 1 target land card from your graveyard on top of your library. If you've already noticed by the way I'm saying this, I'm not very hyped about this card. Then it becomes a Reacher that gets +1/+1 for each land you control. So, it's a single token of Ren and 7, which I will say Ren and 7 does see meta play. Like, it's a 5 mana card, and its -3 is basically to create this branch of Boseiju as a token. So, what's the value you get? For being 1 turn late, effectively? 2 basic forests, And if you want to light on top of your library, you can.
Yeah, this is a weird card. Just gets you a ton of lands. This seems like a fun deck. Like, if I had a deck that could play a card like this, that'd be fun, because I love decks like this.
Yeah, no, again, it's like, this is a great effect, but it's like, there's already a mass of cards, like, Ren and 7 does see play, and the fact that it's a token is actually important for why that sees play.
Oh, really?
So Ren and 7 is 5, it creates that big old token. Well, on 4, you play FoeCus Chariot. FoeCus Chariot, like, if you could get to 4 mana in a green deck, why are you not playing FoeCus Chariot when it attacks?
Token that's so populates, okay.
Yeah, so it populates when it attacks, and if it populates an additional one of these guys...
Right, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that sometimes that happens, and even if they could kill FoeCus valuably, they'll just still concede because they can't deal with 2 of these.
Yeah, this card's not very good. Kind of weird.
It just...
it's probably good in limited, just because, like, it's eventually a giant dude.
Yeah, it's...
And it thins your deck out.
The thing is, before you can play this, you need the board to come to a grinding halt.
Yeah, if you're in, like, top deck mode, it's like... If you, like, have no other big creatures to grab during your draft, yeah, this will do it. But,
by the way, unless you specifically have, like, an 8-drop you need play, you never use this level 2.
Yeah, the level 2 is just holding you back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess with Ren and 7, it does, if you're about to use its +1 to reveal cards from your library, you do get it in hand.
Yeah, you could combo with some other card, yeah.
Yep. But yeah, just like, I will tell you, drawing two forests is actually not as good as drawing 2 cards. I know it seems pretty similar, but there's actually a difference. You can
forests is where all the cards live. It's where the elves live.
It's possible for you to actually get lucky. I know it's unbelievable, but it's possible to draw more than just lands in your deck. Alright. The Dragon Kami Reborn. 3 mana. You gain 2 life, and you look at the top 3 cards of your library, exile one of them face down with a hatching counter on it, and put the rest in the bottom of your library. And then and then when it flips over... Oh, really quick. That effect happens twice. So you'll gain 4 life, you'll look at a total of 6 cards and pick 2 out with hatchling counters. You get a 0/1 that whenever this or a dragon you control dies, cast a creature spell from among cards you own in exile with basically one of those 2 cards to get cast without paying its mana cost. Important to note, you can cast it even if it's on opponent's turn, and it is cast. Why is it important that it's cast instead of coming into play? The biggest creature in Standard right now that doesn't really see play, when this creature is cast, it gets haste and ward 10 as long as it was cast.
Oh my gosh.
So you can actually, if you manage in those 6 cards to get Tarask... I don't like this visual. There we go. There's the visual. In case you're wondering, that's the entire city he's just eating for fun.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, if you can get that, this can be good.
Well, then you also need a dragon to die.
Yeah. Well,
Or this thing
or
to
a
die.
dragon to die. I think most of the time, you have to treat it as gain 4 life, kill this to get a big creature. Because,
Yeah.
as I said, one of the decks in the format is all about exiling. So, you can't really trust that dragons are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
They might just get exiled in the format right now. What do you think about Limited, though?
Nah, this isn't that good.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless you have some sacrifice triggers, because, like, you're not... In limited, if you're playing enough bombs to where this is consistent, then your deck's bad. But
I was going to say, if you have bombs, your deck should be good. You're saying high mana cards.
Like
Yeah.
I just mean high mana cards. If you're
Yeah.
playing if you're playing a bunch of high mana... Bombs, to me, is just a big...
Makes
creature.
sense. It's a finisher.
Yeah, if you're playing a bunch of finishers, then this is good, but if your deck is full of a bunch of finishers, it's probably not a good limited deck, and this is already rare.
Mm-hmm. This is so close to being good, but right now...
Like, you can probably play 1 copy if you have, like, a sacrifice trigger for it, but it's like... And plus, you're not going to have dragons, or you won't reliably have dragons for the rest of the other cards. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't really pick it. I might pick it if, like, my deck was set already, you know?
Really quick, I just want to check, because this feels like it was built for this deck, which does not exist. Yeah, it's when you cast it. So this is the big, beefy dragon god. If you cast it, you search your library for 5 different dragons and put them into your hand.
Okay, yeah.
So this card was built so you could get
This goes in a
Tybot
dragon deck.
and get free. Well, guess what? That dragon deck does not see play, and when it does, it sees play as red-white only.
This goes in the Commander dragon deck, yeah.
Exactly. In Brawl, in Commander, this makes it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Pretty
too
interesting.
slow.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's real. I like it.
It's the flavor.
But all right, Jugon defends the temple. 3 mana. Create 1/1 green human monk with add a green, so a lawn war elf. Then you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures, and then it flips over to a 2/2 flyer. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you can pay X and put X +1/+1 counters on that creature. As long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, it becomes a 7/7 flying trampler.
The thing I realize about these sagas is how much text. Like, Lambo pointed it out, but...
Yeah.
Oh my... I remember why I didn't go through the set beforehand, is because there's so much to read.
Kaldheim, I think, was the one with the most amount of text, and one of the problems with that is that the flip cards had no connection to the other sides, it felt like.
Oh, really?
Like, it
so you
was...
just really had to read it and, like...
Like, Redain, God of the Worthy is,
So this... Let me... Sorry, I'm...
Yeah, no.
finished.
I think it's more important that we talk about the card. But yeah, there were cards that the backsides didn't really connect to one another.
Yeah, I feel it. Okay, so this gives you a creature, modifies at least 2 creatures, and maybe a third if you want to pay the X. And then you need 2 more to make it huge. I mean, even if your creatures end up dying and stuff, I feel like this is really good for limited.
Yeah, I will say, like, once I just ripped off that bomb layer of text and didn't care about it, I'm like, hey, this card's actually good.
Yeah.
Like, that bomb layer
And
is
you have a broken card now with rips, but it's okay.
Fair enough.
It was good.
I don't know how this flips because we lost chapter 3.
Yeah, because he just ripped the bottom off, but okay. No, I get you though. Like, it makes it seem like if you read it all at once, it makes it seem like, oh, you're trying to get to this end effect, but you actually don't even need that end effect for it to be good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So,
Dude, if anything, you could just... I feel like each effect is its own, like, really good thing, and you could just have it just be those effects and it'd be okay. Well, maybe not the first one. You kind of... Yeah.
Yep. But anyway, so I will say the first one is usually valued at... It's a 1-mana card, but it's a very good 1-mana card.
Yeah.
Like, insanely good 1-mana card. Fine as a 2-mana card, if not bad. The second effect is just... It's decent. If you're playing a modified deck, that's good. And I think that's the thing. Like, this could see standard play if a modified deck exists. Because, this entering a battlefield, adding X+1/+1 counters to a creature is a huge effect. I can't remember what the card's called. I think it's, some sort of twin card. Ren and Seri, I think.
Is it Ren, W-R-E-N?
Maybe Rin? Rin and Seri. There it is. Rin and Seri.
Inseparable.
Oh, wrong one. This is not the card I was thinking of. It's Hana and Elena. I can't believe
You type in Elena.
partners is... Their name has the word partners. Right there. Halana and Elena.
Halana and Elena.
So it's 2/3 first strike creature 4. And if you put a bunch of X+1/+1 counters on it, it then puts other +1/+1 counters on other creatures and gives them haste. So, you can, with Remnant Rising Star, you'll be at 3 when you play it, 4, 5 when it comes to play, plus you'll have that theme, so you'll have 6 mana total. You can play Hana and Elena, give it 2 +1/+1 counters, so this will come out as a 4/5 flying first strike creature. It immediately give 4 +1/+1 counters to Remnant of Rising Star, and you now have a 6/6 flying haste.
There's a deck with this, for sure.
And right there, you now have 2 Thieves. Both of them need to die immediately, or they will kill you.
And they will die immediately in standard.
But there's 2 of them.
Yeah, no,
That's,
I get you.
that's the big thief. There's 2 of them.
No, yeah, that's cool.
So,
Halana
and Elena are so good, there was even experimentation of a mono white deck splashing 2 colors just for this card.
Oh my gosh.
It actually worked decently.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool. This card has a lot of synergies with just like tokens, big creatures, and it doesn't need all the other stuff to be good. You can like, it can be by itself and be good, and it synergize like you just said with a bunch of other stuff, and you can even choose itself. Oh no, it says whenever another. Oh, that's way better. I thought this was just when Revenant comes into play. You do it that one time when it comes into play, but this is every time. Yeah, this card's crazy. Definitely want it in limited, but like I was trying to say, it's cool because it synergizes well with a lot of stuff, but it's also good on sound.
Exactly. That's it.
It's
It's a bomb already. Like, Helena and Elena, sure, when they get +1/+1 cards, it's the same. Well, if you get a 3-mana 3/3, and there's 3 +1/+1 cards on it, every card becomes an XX creature, which X is your mana value, basically.
Yeah. So, green made up for it, having the 3 really bad sagas, and then this one.
Yep. Alright. Tales of Master Seshiro. It's a 5-mana common saga. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle. It gains vigilance until end of turn, so it can be aggressive while staying defensive. It happens again next turn. And then it becomes a 5/5 with vigilance and haste. So this is another one that can't attack till turn 7. But that's a beefy 7 attack minion. That's a beefy minion.
It's a big boar. Yeah, I think it's a good card. And it's common. Makes sense.
Yep.
I feel like this is one of those things that you play in limited. It's like your kind of your top end. You probably want to draft 2 of them. If you have kind of an aggressive deck, you can draft a bunch of these and just have this be your top end, you know?
Yep. I don't even think you need to be aggressive to have this be your top end. I think you just could be like mid-range, and this is a good top end.
Yeah. Yeah, good card. I like it. I love cards like this. Like just the common. They
Big
do some.
booty.
They feel like they feel like a big stick that you just. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I
I don't have to
good
speak.
weapon. Or
You
good,
can speak softly because you carry a big stick.
Yeah,
All right.
I like that one.
Yeah, I like it for limited. Not for constructed, but great for limited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, constructed. It's not going to do anything.
All right.
Yeah.
Teachings of the Chiron. 2 mana. Mill 3 cards, create a 1/1 colorless spirit. Then you can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Then it flips over, and whenever it attacks, you choose to either exile a creature card and get another 1/1 colorless spirit,
God, there's so much text.
or you exile a non-creature and get another +1/+1 counter.
Let me
Yeah.
digest.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
damn. Okay,
Yeah.
wait. Get a long color spirit's token. Put +1 counter. Okay.
So I will.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I will say for the backside, this is attacking as early as turn 5. It's a 1/1 without evasion.
This is weird and relies on.
It's a 1/1 without evasion.
And it's like exiling your own graveyard. I don't know, this card doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, no, the backside I think just doesn't make it. It's a 1/1 without evasion.
Like, I don't even know what this is made for.
Okay, so exiling, so it's target creature card from a graveyard. So if you can
yeah.
attack multiple times, this is good. But I don't see how you I'm not sure you make it to the first attack. It's a 1/1.
This kind of looks like it's trying to be like those busted cards that you see in Modern or Legacy, where it's like, what? Like there's a bunch of those black-green cards that just exile something from the grave and do something crazy. But this one takes too long. It starts off. You see, don't get it till 4. Yeah.
It doesn't attack till 5.
It's like a fixed version of those broken cards,
like,
which means it's broke. It's not good.
Let's take these powerful cards and nerf it to the ground.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's not good.
Yeah.
Wait, is that a rare? I forgot
It's a
to
rare.
check.
It's a rare.
Yeah. I feel
It
like
doesn't.
Yeah.
This is a trap.
It makes sense as a rare, but it's just a bad rare.
Yeah. I feel like it's just 1/1 spirits. Yeah. Ugh. Anyways.
I'm trying to just think of it as like a tech card, like not your bomb rare, obviously, but still, even then, it doesn't seem that good to me.
As a tech card, there has to be a deck that has no creatures so this thing could actually attack.
And it's also so similar to so many good cards in Legacy, it makes me think I'm saying the wrong thing, you know what I mean?
know.
It's like so similar to all those other cards that I'm like, wait, is this just good and I'm just not seeing it? But
Yeah.
I don't think it's good.
Yeah, no, I think
I'm gonna, sorry.
those good cards in Limited are good because you're swinging in on turn 2.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start another cup of coffee.
Alright. Anyways, there are 2 more sagas, but I'm going to wait for my brother to come back. How have you guys been liking this? Has the visuals been something you can actually properly see? Has the conversation been pretty nice? We still have 2 more sagas to go, and then we'll get out, and then we'll be ready to move on to other colors. But yeah, either way, I've been enjoying this. This is a lot of fun hanging with my bro. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. I hope you guys are getting some value from hearing about the living legacy of Zero, why Remnant of the Rising Star is good even without that bomb text. You know, that sort of stuff. I enjoy kind of getting to throw out my thoughts, and also I enjoy getting to look at all these cards that have a lot of things to think about. So yeah, I just want to do this. I'm not sure how many views it's going to get. I don't need views. I'm doing this for fun, and then hey, it can get views. Win-win. Alright. Zeus's many journeys. If you guys have any cards that we've talked about that you want us to talk about again or something, feel free to bring it up now. This is the perfect time to do it. Otherwise, it's time to get back to this.
Sorry.
It's alright, man. I'm probably going to need to take a break once we're done with these last 2, so...
Okay. My coffee will probably be done by then.
Yep.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, there's
2 left.
I'm surprised I didn't do a cycle of multicolored
I will
sagas.
state that they actually do... they stated that the way that lessons were in every pack of Strixhaven,
Yeah.
there should be a saga in every pack of Kamigawa. So these cards will be in your pack every single time when you go to draft.
Oh, interesting. That's good to know because I was trying to think, like, is limited format going to be full of a bunch of these, like, really slow cards? And 1 per pack, I wouldn't say is full of.
It's full enough that you can make a deck if you want. If these, like, synergize with each other,
if they
you can
get
make a
passed.
deck.
Mm-hmm.
But it's... Yeah, as you said, they're not... It's not completely full of them, but they're everywhere. If you need them, they're there.
Yeah.
Alright. So, last 2 cards. Hidetsugu consumes all. 3 mana, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. Exile all graveyards next. And then it flips over to a 3/3 trample. When it deals damage, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. No, it doesn't have to deal damage to the player, it just needs to deal damage. It doesn't even need to do combat damage. And then if it somehow manages to deal 10 damage to a single player, they lose the game.
Dun dun dun.
It has to do it in 1 turn. So the first thing I'd like to state is this destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 less, exile all graveyards, that does specifically hit a deck in Standard. In a really tough way, it hits a deck. The problem is, the deck it hits is the black-red deck in Standard.
Oh. Of course.
So if we could get around that, this backside I think is pretty strong. Just as a
I don't
body.
really see how much is it? It's a 3 mana? 3
3 mana.
trample. It's okay. I don't really see this card being that... Like, if you're dealing... In Standard or something, if you're dealing 10 damage to somebody, they're already going to lose the game.
The thing is, yeah, if the first ability, if destroying each non-land permanent helps knock down, like, it can slow down some of the swarm aggressive decks really well. And then this body, because it keeps growing bigger, it's something that needs to be solved. It's an thing that needs to be answered and is not easily answered.
Because you killed all the small things?
Also because, like, it's in a sweet spot. It's just big enough. It's keeps getting bigger if it's not dealt with. There's a lot of people are.
Well, you have to get through with it.
It doesn't have to get. Well, it has to deal damage. You're correct, but it doesn't have to deal. It doesn't have to deal to the player.
Yeah.
People are really hopeful for a lot of the reconfigure equipment, so a lot of people are hopeful for this. I will state, it is a bit of a stretch. It is the deck that wants to play is also the deck that gets punished by it, and this is a symmetrical effect. So, I'm going to say at the end my answer is no, but I see why there's hype around it. It definitely has the potential to be a good card.
Yeah. I feel like anytime a card says and they lose the game, it's like hella, yeah, it's hella cool. But yeah, I don't think this card's very good. I don't know.
You need.
I don't know anything about Standard, but even in Limited, it's just like whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, in Limited, you're right.
I mean, it's better than like just a typical 3-drop, but it's not like insane. There's other insane commons that you can pick.
Heck, if you're aggressive, I think it is worse than a typical 3-drop.
Yeah. Yeah. I might even choose that blue card, the blue common one over this, if you know what I mean. But,
yeah, no, honestly. But yeah, that 10 or more damage, you basically do you have a way of giving this card double strike? No? Oh, it's not happening.
Yeah. The
Alright.
Kame War.
The last one, Kami War. Wooburg +1. 6 mana. And you have to be all colors. Exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls. Then, you return up to one other non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and then each opponent discards a card. So that could be an extra tempo where you bounce a card to their hand, and they might have to discard it. Or you could protect one of your cards and force them to discard still. Then it flips into a 6/6 Flying Trample all-color card. When it attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard. You get it back, and it gets +X/+0, where X is the value of that card. If you can play this card, it's insane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. Do you think there's no chance for 5-color in limited, right?
In limited, no.
Yeah.
There actually are some pretty good lands, but they're not that good.
Yeah, I have no idea how this would be played in. You were saying something about there could be 5 mana in standard?
So yeah, I actually want to show this.
Yeah.
So this was a deck that existed before Innistrad came out. It ramped to Goldspan Dragon, which then ramped to Alrund's Epiphany, but the start is the same, and it was actually a strong start. So Jaspara Sentinel. Did I spell it wrong?
GE or JE, yes, maybe Jaspara.
No. I'm just gonna type in Sentinel and get overwhelmed
Yeah.
because that's how this works. Ooh, I know. I can actually go back to the simple search and set the format to standard because this is a standard card. And then I type in Sentinel.
Checkmate search engine.
Green. Haha.
Yeah.
Jaspara Sentinel. Jaspera Sentinel.
Tap 2 and 1 mana of any color.
So this is a one mana creature. So this is your turn
It's
one.
a spring leaf drum.
So 1 mana creature. It doesn't die to Spikefield Hazard or other 1 damage cards. And with another creature, it adds mana of a color. So this is your turn 1. Turn 2, you play a red and Magda, Brazen Outlaw. And whenever this card gets tapped, you create a treasure token. The other card taps
Oh yeah,
it to
treasure tokens.
make mana. So what can happen is you play Jaspara turn 1, turn 2 you play this, you're holding up a Snakeskin Veil or some other protective 1 mana spell. Oh, and then at the end of turn you tap this, get yourself a treasure token. Turn 3, doesn't matter, you can play red or whatever, tap the Jaspara for blue, you now have 2 treasure tokens for white and black, and you have enough mana to play our good old Kami War on turn 3.
Nice. Okay, yeah, so treasure tokens definitely make the all-color viable.
Yeah.
That's cool. I hope there's an all-color deck.
It might not be an all-color deck. It might be... It's called Wet Gruel. It's green and red, and then it splashes blue for a few good counter spells and stuff like that. And then just incidentally, because of treasure tokens, because of Jaspara Sentinel, it can play the Kami War as its finisher.
Cool.
I
like this card a lot.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's going to see play.
Yeah.
I'm a Timmy.
Timmy,
I'm
yeah.
a Timmy. This is the coolest stuff.
This is so cool. No. As a Johnny, it's figuring out how to get this card into play that makes me excited.
Yeah, to
Like,
cheat it out.
as I said, I like that I found a way to get it turn 3. You like the fact that it gets played.
Yeah, exactly. I like that it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good card if it can see play, and Wet Gruel, it hasn't seen play since Innistrad came out. I'm not sure if the cards in Innistrad are going to prevent it from seeing what it needs to do, but if it sees play, it will, like, if this card resolves, you have 3 turns to kill it, or it kills you.
Yeah.
Which I think is a great way to show a Kami War. But yeah, that's the last saga. I like what they did with these sagas. I like the creatures that become of these sagas.
Yeah. And I like, can I scroll up?
Yeah, you to control it.
Yeah, I like that they become, it adds like some weird, like, it's like, this is probably what they wanted it to be, right? Like spirits shifting into the material plane. It's like, they did that really well. Because it's like, as they're becoming things in the world, they have to like change. It's just so cool. I love the flavor. That's why I love Kamigawa, man. I love the flavor, and it never disappoints.
I just realized you actually touched on a lore point that you didn't even know about. That the whole thing is that Aganjo is working to try to make a bridge for the spirits to commune because they're having trouble interacting with the world and are coming out as like wild beasts and stuff, so they need to help them merge.
Nice.
Dude.
Did I interpret it without knowing, or did Magic just portray it that well? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
They're so good at this point. Yeah, really cool, really interesting. Because it's like it's like Suspend, but not. It's just cool.
Oh, yeah, it's Suspend. But Suspend had, like, massive creatures with haste. Like, it was a 2-mana Suspend 4, and it's all in one effect, so we can make it super massive.
I just want to see all the other stuff. Yeah. And they all become enchantment creatures.
Yep.
Okay.
My favorite is still the Living Breakthrough card. Just all, like as I said, I'm a Johnny.
Crazy.
All the thoughts and considerations of, can this deck work? Can I lock down my opponent and be that guy?
Shh. No. Just look at this. Look at the pretty pictures. Stop combos. Pretty picture.
Big, chunky, pretty pictures. 6/6.
All right, ready to move on?
All right. I am ready to move to white, but I would like to take a quick break if I can.
I'm going to go grab the card, too.
All right. Well, we'll see you guys all back as we will move on to the white cards, and we will try to do as many of these cards as we can. We might speed up because this took us a long time, but nonetheless, this was fun. We'll see you all shortly. Oh, sorry. I was trying to mute it. I accidentally scratched the mic. Alright. Welcome to white. We finished all the sagas. Time to move to the cards without the sagas. Obviously, they're all part of the same pack, but we are now focusing on the other themes. Ancestral Katana. 2-mana common equipment. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1. When you do, attach Ancestral Katana to it. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, and if it's not done through that effect, its equip cost is 3. You need to use that effect to attach it, or else this... Like, if you can't do that, this card's not worth it.
Yep. Yep, good point. It's pretty good. It's an unholy strength, which is funny because it's not holy strength. But,
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so that people don't know our old style cards, Unholy Strength. By the way, I actually had a deck that used Unholy Strength and did an FNM. I'm still proud of that.
Yeah, it was the vampire one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Unholy Strength is +2/+1, and then Holy Strength is +1/+2.
Yep.
And it was a very defining, because that was our introduction to Magic. Our introduction to show them the 8th edition. Yeah. Yep. It was our introduction to Magic, so to me this defines white and black. But it's just funny that that's what it's giving them. But yeah, I agree with you. The equip 3 is way too high. You have to do the equip 1, and besides that, it's okay. +2 mace.
I was having problems with the plus button. But what? So there's a card called +2 mace.
Oh, is it Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah. Do they not have it in Gather because they literally couldn't get the plus sign in there?
That's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Try just Googling it. Try Googling it.
That's a good idea. +2 mace.
There it is.
There we are.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just not in Gather because of that.
Yeah, so +2 mace was a card that was in Dungeons & Dragons that people tried.
That's 3 mana.
Yep. So this is it without the equip for 1, and it has additional health. This card, we tried to make work. It didn't. We tried to make work in Limited, and just every time got cut for something better. It's, like, if you can't get that... Like, it is valuable if you get late enough in the game where this equipment matters. But when you're that late in the game, any card that gives you some value is good enough.
I also just realized they kind of contrasted the samurai and the ninjas in a way where the ninjas want to attack with a bunch of little dudes to get through, and the samurais want to attack with one big dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. I love that kind of flavor. The only thing I don't like is I worry that means there's not going to be very interactive combats. Because, well, then again, ninjas don't really want to attack until they can get through, and the samurai just want to chunk one guy and leave a bunch of guys back.
And maybe a lot of the dynamics won't be through combat then, you know? It'll be through, like, who can synergize and, like, who can disrupt people's synergies. Who knows?
Or eke value from the enchantment sagas.
Yeah, maybe it'll end up being, like, really stally with stuff like that, yeah. We'll see.
That's interesting. And because everyone can stall with sagas, there's no color abuse there. Alright.
Ayo, ayo.
Ayo, ayo. Was that Bastille?
Yeah.
But if you close your eyes, ayo, ayo.
Ayo, ayo, dawn the sky.
Alright. 5 mana, 5/4, Dragon Spirit. Flying, Vigilance. When it dies, you can either look at the top 7 cards of your library and put any number of non-land permanents that total 4 mana or less and put them onto the battlefield, straight on the battlefield. Or, if your battlefield's already big, you just put 2+1/+1 cards on each permanent you control that's a creature or vehicle.
Boom. Sick. I love the dragons. I'm glad they brought them back.
Yeah. So, for people who don't know, in the original Kamigawa and now in this one, there are a dragon for each color that they all have a trigger that when they die, something happens. Usually it's, in this case, it was one of 2 choices. It originally was just one awesome effect.
Well, originally also, they were 6 mana 5/5s with just flying, and then they had a death effect to each of their colors. Yeah. These ones, it seems, they're just doing dragons, and they're all kind of different costs, different bodies, different abilities, and different death abilities, but still.
Yep. Let's see if I can find one without gain. Keiga, the Tide Star. So here's an example. 6 mana 5/5 flying. When it dies, gain control of target creature. Yep. Here we are. So this card, these sort of cards, they were good in their formats because they were dying, not getting exiled.
Oh, yeah, everything's getting exiled now.
That's the big problem. Right now, the meta is ruled by decks that exile cards. I was showing Alchemy off. If you go into Alchemy, there is a black-red deck, but it runs Brittle Blast, which perpetually give these, if they would die, exile it instead.
Dang.
And then it deals 5 damage, so it kills most of them. So, as long as that's the meta, these cards can't see play. But if that wasn't the meta, this would be the perfect top end for, like, mono-white aggro. Now that they banned Fabled Passage, they need new ways to continue to apply pressure once they get stalled. And this would be perfect for it.
I mean, it could be okay if, like, you just have a lot of creatures that have death triggers and they just can't get them all. But, yeah. Yeah, it seems like they're countered.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Otherwise, though, I love these cards.
Yeah, I love these cards. I hate that they're coming into a meta where, unless we find something new, they're not going to work. People are going to try it. I'm happy for them. I hope they succeed. I would love to be proven wrong about this, but they're all death triggers. I don't think they're going to see play in the current standard. Also, we found some other cards that exile in this set already, like the Fall of Konda. Alright. But yeah, this is the perfect top end for aggro decks, otherwise. Oh, also, Dragon Spirits. Both of those tribes are important in white. There's a red-white Dragons deck, and there's a white-blue Spirits that they're trying to work on.
In Standard? Or Alchemy?
The white-blue Spirits isn't really good enough right now, but Red White Dragons has seen play in both Standard and Alchemy. And it's not good enough right now, but it's right on the fringe there.
Nice.
So this and the red one both have more playability than the others just by some of those base stuff. And this is just like, this is the perfect... If a dragon sees play, my bet is it's AO.
Okay.
But can the dragon see play? Alright. Banishing Slash. Double white sorcery. Destroy up to one target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. Then if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance.
Dope.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people are saying because this card's sorcery, it's not going to see play. I disagree. Like, it's pretty... There is, like, in Alchemy, there's a card called Sanguine Brushstroke, which... Oh, right, it's not going to be shown here because of how this works. Over in black, there's Sanguine Brushstroke, which right off the bat is an enchantment that creates a blood token, which is an artifact. So, like...
Nice.
Right off there, treasure tokens, blood tokens, there's ways to make artifacts. There's ways to... Enchantments are just going to come out as being a white deck. Again, if you're that black-white deck, Meathook Massacre is going to be in your deck. That's an enchantment. It's really good in this format. Like, you're going to just randomly have enchantments and artifacts as long as you're not playing this on turn 2, basically. I think it's good enough despite being sorcery. That's my personal belief. For standard 2.
Standard.
A lot of people are saying because it's sorcery speed, it's not good enough. Artifacts, enchantments, or creature... I guess the creature does deal its damage first, and that's an issue. But, like...
It's any creature.
Yeah.
It's the only one. Yeah. I mean, I think this is really good in limited. Probably want 2, maybe 3 if you don't have anything else.
I will state that the double white is a bit rougher in limited. That's true. This kind of you have to treat it as a 3 mana card.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it has like all the value you need.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
All right. Blade of Blizzard Kitsune.
Love this card.
Yeah. So it's a 3 mana white card. It's the only ninja in white. It's a 3 mana 2/2 ninjutsu for 4 and has double strike.
That's just so cool that they... Does every color have ninjas? Does
no.
Red?
Red still does not have ninjas.
Okay. It's just cool though that you can kind of always be scared of ninjas. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like it's like the sense that ninjas can have honor too. They can have that white righteousness to them despite being these often seen as dark scoundrel people.
Well, that's cool too. Yeah.
Gosh, I think even in lore, if you go into historical stuff, I'm pretty sure ninjas were often like more honorable than samurais in certain cases.
Like in the Kamigawa lore? Yeah.
Like in historic lore.
Oh, well, yeah.
But,
yeah. For sure. But I just like that you can leave mana open while you're attacking, and no matter what, you should be kind of scared of a ninja.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I get it's in every color. It's like, I can take 1 damage. That's not 1 damage.
Yeah.
Because people... Because, in case you're wondering, this is also a great way to teach... Like, a lot of mechanics, people like to talk about how they teach players to play the game. Like, they used to have they start pushing more mechanics that involve attacking because people would not swing when they're new to the game.
Oh, yeah.
And this is now, you attack and then you cast spells, is a general theme in Magic. And this is kind of teaching you that's why you do it. Every color has this kind of trick.
Yep.
So...
Decent card, decent and limited, double strike, yeah.
Non-constructed, but...
Probably...
Sorry.
Me too. Sorry. You probably want to modify it. You probably want to break this unlimited, but you can probably play 1 or 2 by itself.
Yeah. If you're going to play a double striker, the point of having double strike is so it can get more power.
Yeah.
If it saw play, like, it would go with Wedding Invitation, but I think Wedding Invitation isn't going to be adding this card because it's good with Wedding in Ron 1. Wedding Invite? What's it called? Wedding Announcement. Thank you.
So many wedding cards.
So the last set was about a wedding amongst 2 vampires.
Oh.
So basically it's Anthem effect when it flips over, but first it's going to make you a bunch of 1/1 creatures that need to attack, because if you attack with 2 or more in the turn, you draw a card instead. So it's like perfect for this card, but I feel like you're playing Wedding Announcement because it's good on its own, and this card isn't good on its own in standard. It needs support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kind of cool
Anyways.
to note, though.
Yeah. Pretty sick.
Born to Drive. 3 mana, enchant aura. You enchant artifact or a creature. As long as it is a creature, so that means you can enchant vehicles, and even when it becomes regular, it doesn't fall off. You can enchant the reconfigure artifacts we'll get to later. It sticks together. As long as it's a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature and or vehicle you control. And if you just don't want to attach that, you don't want that big body, you can instead channel it. You pay 3. You could do this even on your opponent's turn. You discard Born to Drive and create 2 1/1 colorless pilots that can crew vehicles as if they had power of 3.
That's a lot. Sorry, one second.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's 2 different modes.
+1/+1 for each creature vehicle. Discard it. Create 2. Okay, that's pretty cool.
By the way, Crasino, how's it going? Glad to have you here. We're going to be doing M2G today. Feel free to stick around.
And thank you for the ego boost.
Yeah, exactly. We like your compliments. You're an awesome dude.
I'm his brother.
Yep. We're bros, bro.
Otherwise known as FoeCus. I haven't streamed in a while.
Yeah. Glad to see you, Crasino. Glad to see you.
What's up, Crado?
Alright. So, I feel like you're going to be channeling this more than you're playing it. Generally.
Really?
I mean, I guess in Limited...
Oh, because it's just an aura. Yeah.
In Limited, I could see you creating a big threat.
No, you're right. I mean, is there a vehicle deck that this could be broken in? This card, I mean, I don't know what all the vehicles are. So to me, this doesn't really, I don't really know how to judge this.
And this is the rough theme that other than Esca's Chariot, which I showed you earlier, no vehicles are seen play in Standard. But that's also because there's like 6 vehicles in Standard total.
Can you use a creature? Can you crew a creature? Does it need haste to crew?
No.
It doesn't, right? Yeah. So yeah, this is actually really good. I
Yeah.
could see that then. Like all of a sudden you're crewing a vehicle for 6.
Also, can we just say, ignore the crew cost? This is raise the alarm for 1 more mana as a backup.
Yeah. Wait, can channel be done as an instant?
Yes.
Oh. This is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be excited to pick this in standard, but
Yeah, for
or
standard,
limited. I mean,
standard. This has to that effect has to be good enough to win you the game sometimes. Like
yeah.
this is nice. You don't play it in standard for this nice effect.
Agreed.
All right. Really, Restoration. 4 white and 3. Return all artifact and/or enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. I want this to be playable, because if it's playable, there's so many different ways to play with this card. I just don't know if you could get to turn 7 and have a graveyard still.
Yeah. Yeah, because if this deck gets good, then you know people are just countering it with graveyard destruction.
As I said, Go Blank's already in the format.
Yeah. It's a cool card, cool bomb. Good for Commander.
Good for Commander.
Bad for Limited. I mean, there's so much that's good for... I don't have much to say about this. I don't know.
Hey, look,
As a
bad
Timmy-
cards are good in Commander because then you don't look like a threat. All cards are good in Commander.
Yeah, exactly. As a Timmy, I really like the effect. Just the big whoosh.
Yeah.
It's not even my kind of Timmy card, though, either.
Yep,
But I know
it's-
this is a cycle, right? So...
This is not part of the cycle. The cycle is called the Invoke. I'll show you when we. This is
just 4 white.
This just happens to have the same mana cost except by 2.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
it's hilarious, but yeah, I want this card to be good because there's so many different decks you could build with this. I thought of a black-white deck, a blue-white deck, a green-white deck. Like there's so many cool decks that become playable because of Brilliant Restoration, and then my Go Blank hits you and you die inside and concede the game because you don't want to die anymore. Clouds. Oh, quick limited. Do you think this could see play in limited, or is
No.
it just a lot of things? You need a lot of sagas, and then you need the game to go on pretty long.
You'd have to be at a stalemate, and then you get it, and then you bring back all your because there's artifact creatures and enchantment creatures, so you'd bring back a bunch of creatures and vehicles, and maybe if your deck fit that framework already, and then you it could work, but I wouldn't rely on it. I wouldn't be excited to pick it or anything.
Same.
And if you got it to work, it'd be like, whoa, you got it to work. But
This is another one of those cards you need to know you're in the deck before you pick
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And
it's not worth building a deck around if you pick it first.
as a rare, that's not where you want to be unless it's winning you the game very easily every time. This is not a Hull Breaker Horror. This doesn't win you the game no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
For 7 mana.
Pass.
Cloudsteel Kieran. 3 mana, artifact creature, equipment Kieran. By the way, equipment is not a creature type. They did confirm that. This is just...
Good.
Yep. So it's a 3/2 flyer, so already pretty decent stats. Equipped creature is flying, and you can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game, but it costs 5 to reconfigure. I feel like if you get this as limited, you just snap pick it, because some people can't deal with it.
Oh, yeah. And plus, it's already a 3/2 flyer for 3 and limited, so...
Yeah.
This is hella good limited.
Yeah. For constructed, it has to be good without the equip cost. Or it has to have a way to cheat in the equip.
Yeah.
Which, the only way to do that is Nahiri, which isn't good. Nahiri, let's see. I think there's several Nahiris. Heir of the Ancients, I think, is the one that's in standard. Yep, this is the standard one. It's +1, creates a 1/1 white warrior.
Oh.
So it cheats the equipment cost.
Yeah.
But it cheats it to a 1/1 creature.
Yeah.
Which is a lot easier to tip off. So I don't think this card...
Wait. So you can reconfigure... Attach an equipment you control to it. So it
is an equipment.
It is an equipment, okay.
It's not an equip ability, so something that reduces the cost of equip abilities does not help.
It's a reconfigure ability.
Yeah.
But it can still be attached. It just can't be equipped?
It is an equipment, whether or not it has an equip cost.
Okay.
So, and this doesn't care about equip cost, it cares about it being an equipment.
Okay.
So like Brunor Battlehammer was the one I really wanted for his effect like this. Each creature you control, you may pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost.
But that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know. If it does work, I'm suddenly a lot more hyped about Reconfigure, but I'm assuming it doesn't work. I'm assuming in Alchemy, we're going to see a buff to all the equip cards that say equip or reconfigure abilities. Just suddenly latched onto like fighter class and Bronor and stuff. That's why I'm hoping
in Alchemy.
Yeah, in Alchemy, where they can actually shift around cards. I hope to see that, and I'll be happy when they do. Even then, Cloudsteel Kieran, it's just like... 3 mana 3/2 isn't exactly where you want to be in that equipped deck, and if they can't deal with this, congratulations. How many decks can't deal with this in standard with exiling? All right,
cool card though.
Cool card, and I think this is a bomb in limit. This is an absolute bomb in limited because there are decks that can't deal with this. You reconfigure, you play this at turn 3, turn 4, just play a big booty creature, latch it on, and that's game.
Yep.
Dragonfly Suit. 3 mana, 3/2 vehicle. This is a common vehicle. Cruise for 1. So it's literally the same stats as Cloudsteel Kieran, but it's a vehicle that cruise for 1. The difference between common and unrares.
Yeah, they just had to do it to him. I think you'd still pick this in limited though.
I just feel like this is the same. So Smuggler's Copter was a card that was when they first started doing equipments. They got this card called Smuggler's Copter, which just to show people, Smuggler's Copter was a staple of the format. A 2 mana 3/3 flyer that cruises for 1 and has a loot effect whenever you hit. Before they revealed this, there was another card, and by the cost, like by the name plating, it was right next to it in the set, so they were left and right to each other. A 2 mana 2/3 flyer crew for 1. I was just like, and people were like, what? This card wasn't revealed yet, and the other one was. They're like, I think this card could be good. I think we could actually see play. God. And then this came out, and everyone's just like...
Smuggler Copter is like banned everywhere now, though, right?
So I'm not sure it's banned, but it's very powerful.
I'm pretty sure it got banned in Standard, I'm pretty sure.
I will not be surprised. Yeah. It might be banned from Modern. I wouldn't be too surprised, but at the same time, bannings are pretty rare as far as I know.
Yeah.
It's good. It's so good, but I don't think it's that good. But my gosh,
this is a good card. I would say Dragonfly Suit's a good card.
Yeah, Dragonfly Suit's a good card, but yeah, just when you never Standard, because if you wanted Standard, look at this.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, vehicles could be valuable simply because it avoids board clears.
Void's work. It's also an artifact for all the artifact things that count artifacts. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is also an artifact, but Igonjo Exemplar. 2 mana, 2/1. When it attacks alone, when a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1. It is a samurai, and it's an enchantment creature.
Decent.
I actually think this is gonna be like, if you could get like 4 or 5 of these in limited, you have yourself a deck.
True.
Like, this attacks as a 3/2. The next one makes it attack as a 4/3. They attack, like, you could literally just have a little swarm. And then, if you get a better samurai, these guys sit back and go, yeah, boss, go kick their butts!
Yeah. Yeah, I could see this being good if, like, just what your bottom end consists of is these, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't synergize the way Wretched Throne does, but that doesn't mean it's not a good synergy card.
Yeah, it's an enchantment creature, which might matter.
Yeah. I think this is, like, where your Samurai Warrior deck starts, if it can start anywhere. Like, the fact that this alone attacks as a 2 mana 3/2. Like, that
True.
alone makes this card really good. And then the fact that it has the synergy, like, I think this is going to be one of those common staples that people are fighting for.
I feel it.
Not Organ Hoarder levels, but still, like, if you're in that deck, you want this card.
Yeah.
Like, I think, gosh, can you play this in a non-aggressive deck? Do you pick this for a non-aggressive deck?
What? No. Just to add that extra boost?
Just to, yeah, have the
Well, okay, if your deck... Are you talking unlimited?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, if you have, like, one good flyer, and then you just... Or even, like,
The
one just small...
flyer has to be a Samurai Warrior.
Oh, it does. No. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Alright. Farewell. Choose 6 mana, choose 1 or more, exile all artifacts, all creatures, all enchantments, or all graveyards.
Nice.
This... Okay, so first off, Commander Staple. Just...
True.
I
Love
think-
it.
I think it's weird that misses Planeswalkers. Like, it could have just been wipe everything, just clean slate, but nope, Planeswalkers, I guess they just say goodbye. It's like, wait, I want to come back. Just Planeswalk back.
Yeah.
I will say, for Constructed, exiling all graveyards is actually one of the most important things on this card.
Really?
Obviously
For
exile...
Constructed, yeah.
Starting with the fact that it's a board wiper. It has to exile all creatures, but then the addition of all graveyards, I think, is the most important on this list.
Interesting.
Just making sure that there's no, like, reanimation tricks. There's a few cards that have flashback, things of that nature. Leer is a card that people have been wanting to play a lot of for control decks. So, gain rid of Leer's effects. Sorcery cards have flashback.
Whoa, that's a good card.
Yeah, it's an insane card.
Spells can't be countered? Whoa, what?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they have some good cards in Standard.
Yep. So this exiling graveyards is pretty important. And then exiling all effects and enchantments is just a nice little addition of if you need it. The problem is that for seeing play in Standard, it's competing with all the other removals, which, just to get clear, when we're talking about board clears, there's enough board clears to run a board clear tribal deck in Standard. You wouldn't have a win condition, but you'd have board clear tribal.
Board clear tribal.
Yeah, there's enough of them. So Doomscar is a pretty popular one because you can be foretelled and only cost 3. So you're competing with that. If you're going for 6 mana, you're competing with Blood on the Snow, which only destroys all creatures or planeswalkers, but then brings you back one of yours. So this is like...
Wow.
This is used a ton for, like, bringing back Wolf the Spider Queen or something like that. And, otherwise, I'm trying to think, what other board clears see play? Sometimes Path of Peril gets in there. But that's because it's another 3-mana board clear that could be a 6-mana board clear if you need...
So you got a black-white board clear deck, huh?
Yep. And so it's just like, why are we playing Farewell over the other cards? Like, honestly, exiling all graveyards as well helps it fight off the Blood on the Snow deck really well. But it's like, is this what you need? Are you suddenly not playing enough snow tournaments to play? If the black-white deck decides we need more consistent land base, so we're ripping out the snow part and just focusing on this, Farewell will replace Blood on the Snow. But that's the only way I really see this in Standard.
Good call.
Yeah, it's...
Sorry, I don't have much to comment on Standard, but from your interpretation of it,
Yeah, fair enough. It's a good card, but it's just like, there's so many good cards that this is 6 mana.
Yeah. As a Timmy, I love it.
As a Johnny, I'm, like, actually kind of interested in it. But Goshen Tie of Shared Purpose. Legendary enchantment creature Shrine. Again, Shrine is not a creature type. This actually has no creature type.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's an enchantment. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. It's a 1/3 vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token for each shrine you control.
Nice.
So this, for those who don't know, the shrines are a cycle. There's always one legendary shrine of each color. And so there's a total of 11 other shrines because they added one shrine that was 5 colors.
Wait, didn't they do shrines again?
Yeah, so they did 5 shrines in the original Kamigawa.
Yeah.
Then they did shrines again, and there were 5 of them plus one that was all colors. So that was 6 shrines.
And that was from like a core set, right?
That was like a core set.
Oh, so you said there's 11 others.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was 11 total. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And so then this set brings in 5 more, and then there's one for the commander deck that's 5 colors.
Heck yeah, I love shrines.
Yeah, shrines are just, I love them. Remember we used to have a Zubera deck that also ended with the shrines? Oh my gosh,
That was
awesome.
awesome.
So fun. We love shrines, which is why I hate that these are creatures that can die.
Yeah.
I will say adding the pain 1 instead of just the active effect was a good thing to prevent them, like...
Now that we have like 17 of them, yeah. I probably need that.
Put some restrictions on it. And also, I kind of like the lore of this being, like, you have to pay mana, you have to pray to the shrine.
Oh.
You actually have to value what you're offering. Also, by the way, I looked this up because I was interested, because I love shrines. Go Shintai. So you know how people would go to pray at a shrine in, like, Shinto mythology? A Go Shintai is an object that they would pray to. Usually it would be located at a shrine, but because it's an object, it doesn't have to be at a shrine itself. So it could be like a bell in the forest could be a Go Shintai, and they'd go pray to the bell because it has a spirit of a kami inside of it. So that's, I think, because it's actually an object, not a location, that's how they justify this being a creature.
Nice.
And I think it's... And, like, it literally says that the object has a kami inside of it. That's why it's worth worshipping. And so it makes sense that this is a creature. Go Shintai. Like, it's cool when you know that this actually works within Shinto mythology as an object worth worshipping. I like all the flavor of it. I don't like how we nerfed our boy. This is a 4-mana 1/3. Why?
Yeah, it gets you a spirit each turn.
But
But
yeah,
if you're a mid-range or a stally deck in limited, I could see you using this. And if you happen to pick up 1 or 2 other shrines, that'd be sick.
yeah, I feel a lot of these shrines you might need another shrine to really go off. I just always scared because paying 1 is actually quite expensive. If you have to play this off curve. You have to play this in the late game when you have 6 mana and then you top deck it. This isn't really a 4-mana card.
Yeah. I'd still pick it if I was in white, but it's not amazing, yeah.
I would like it if it was like a 1/5, if it could actually block, because it doesn't feel like a body. It feels like this health bar is so it could get killed. Like, it has a health bar, it means it's powerful. No, it means it dies.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Golden Tail Disciple. 3-mana 2/3 enchantment creature with lifelink. As we said earlier, there's not really many 3-mana 2/3s, so I think this, like, in one aspect, I'm like, this might stall their board a bit, which is pretty good. At the same time, it's... So, I'm going to compare So, first of all, no constructed play. No constructed play.
Yeah.
Kindly Ancestor was a card in the last set that was really good for limited. It had Disturb so you could give another creature lifelink, which was pretty huge, but the base side is just the same card. 3-mana 2/3 lifelinker.
Wow.
So...
Wow. Look what they did to my boy. Yeah, it's alright. It's a fine card. Pick it to curve. Yeah, not much to say.
Yep. I do think it's slightly better... I think it's slightly better than you think. I think it's almost always making the cut for your 3-drops.
Oh, okay.
Unless you of course, have 10 3-drops, but... Yeah, just a good card. Like, not really anything exciting about it. Hot Shot Mechanic. Now, this card actually has some exciting stuff. So, it's Star Fox. It's a Fox Pilot, also
Nice.
artifact. 1 mana 2/1. It crews vehicles as though it were power 2 or greater. Or were 2 greater. So, there's been hopes. Like, there was already I think it's actually in Historic, there's a blue-white artifact deck, and this card just kind of slots right in as like helping it be more aggressive.
Nice.
Just like not even for the crew ability, just a 1-mana 2/1 artifact creature is huge for that.
Oh yeah, and it's an artifact. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
For,
think it's fine. Yeah.
yeah, for limited, 1-mana 2/1 is perfectly fine stats.
Yeah, but you probably don't, unless you're like aggressive. You don't really need a 1-drop.
Fair enough. That's a very good point.
But if you just have a aggressive deck, it's fine. I don't think you're really gonna. I mean, you could use the vehicle thing, but probably not gonna matter in limited, honestly.
By the way, I would argue that Star Fox is an artifact creature.
He has
Yep.
his legs are amputated. In the actual Nintendo, yeah, Star Fox lore, all of the pilots amputate like, I don't know if it's like their thighs.
I think it's just to where the like right before.
Yeah, right
after
under
they
the
can bend
knees.
their knees.
They all
but-
cut off their below their knees and get it replaced with robot parts. That's in the lore.
Yep, it's
Falco, Slippy, all of them. Yeah, it's cool.
Imperial Oath, 6 mana, create 3 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance and scry 3. That's big.
I don't even know if that's worth it. Well, Scry 3 also. If you don't have like, if you're like missing some top end and limited, you grab it just because it solves a top deck war or gives you a good position in a top deck war. But I would rather have a 3/6 and 3 2/2s, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like splitting up those stats is not what you want to do in the late game and not in the samurai deck.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's
the
alright.
samurai. Well, I guess there is one thing. The samurai deck, when you get the value cards, you kind of just want to keep setting off one guy to die each turn.
Yeah, that's immediately what I thought too. I was like, well, now you have like 3 guys to send out.
But like, what if you just had one big guy that comes back? So, yeah, I don't think this is a good card, but like,
Me
it's
either.
playable. Is it playable? I mean, that's
I think we've said enough about this card.
Scry 3 is the most important part.
I think we said enough. Yeah.
Imperial Recovery Unit. 3 mana, 3/4 artifact vehicle. When it attacks, return target creature or vehicle card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand and cruise for 2. People
It's
are
pretty good.
Yeah, people are talking about could it see play in standard. I think the answer is no,
Yeah, I don't know.
but
Like, what would it even get back? Mana value 2 or less?
mana value 2 or less is the entirety of the Lurrus decks.
Trio.
Oh, it's only creatures or vehicles. Okay. I was about to say, but you could get back lands, and I realized no, you can't.
Yeah, it seems alright. In limited, this could like end up getting you back a couple things.
It's and like a 3 mana 3/4 is already pretty awesome. Like, yeah, in limited it's a good card. Now that I see it's only creatures, I'm gonna say, yeah, it's playable in standard, but you're not going to be playing it in standard.
Technically, it's legal to play.
Yep. Maybe someone will break it. I'm not that person. Imperial Subduer. 3 mana, 3/2 samurai. Whenever a samurai or warrior control attacks alone, tap target creature you don't control. I think this is integral if you're the aggressive samurai deck.
This will make your deck threatening for sure. Yeah, you grab like 3 of these if you need.
Yeah. Like, yeah, if you have 3 of these, literally, you
Have
just...
3 of them out, yeah.
Yeah. You literally just lock down their board. Just... You want to attack? No, you don't.
And then you have all your blockers too. Yeah, this is hella good in limited. Hella good for the samurai deck. Yep.
And 3 mana 3/2 is fine in limited.
Mm-hmm.
Construct. Okay, so really quick for people,
Pick it.
if anyone asks, the samurai or warrior attacks alone deck does not have enough support in constructed. I looked through all the cards. There is not enough support. So,
Dang. I just had to do it to him like that. Couldn't give him help. I'm just
Look.
kidding.
look, man, gotta let them know before they all suffer and die and craft all their wild cards and cry. But yeah, great in limited. Alright. Intercessor's Arrest. 3 mana enchant permanent, can't attack, block, or crew vehicles, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities.
Whoa.
Worth knowing that's enchant permanent.
Yeah, this is a good card. Played it in limited. Not in standard.
In standard, you have Oblivion Ring if you need this effect. Just a lot safer.
Yeah.
Invoke Justice. So this is the cycle you're talking. you were talking about.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
So each of these cards are 4 of a single color plus 1. Most are sorceries. 1 is an instant, and they have some awesome effects. In this case, return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then distribute 4 +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures and/or vehicles target player controls. So it's a reanimator that then pumps up your party, if not just the reanimated target.
Yeah. Wait. Then you can give someone else. This is made for commander, because then you can give someone else the counter.
Oh my gosh!
That's funny. Yeah, it's a good card.
This-
It's like it costs as much as the other revive from the dead cards, 5 mana.
5 mana,
But
yeah.
it also gives them the 4 counters. Cool.
I think this might see play instead of AO the Dawnstar.
Instead of AO?
So because when they're exiling creatures are still going. Some will hit the graveyard in standard play, and then you bring back like one of your 3 drops and give it 4 +1/+1 counters. So if you need to go into the late game, Elite Spellbinder, take out one of their like big threats and get a 7/5 flyer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or let's say you're more on the ground, bring back one of your Brutal Cathars, and get yourself a 6/6 that exiles one of their creatures. And if it flips to 7/7 first strike,
Yeah.
like
I see what you're saying. It turns like it makes the exile deck need to exile everything.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool.
So I think this could. Oh, also you could just return an enchantment and then bring back +1/+1 counters or something. It's just a permanent.
True. Yeah. You don't need to do it that way.
So yeah, Invoke Justice is surprisingly good, perhaps better than the Dragon.
Yeah, because then you just build a dragon. Yeah. Cool.
Build your own dragon. Who needs those standard sets?
Yeah.
Kitsune Ace. 2 mana 2/2, Fox Pilot. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose one. This vehicle gains first strike, or you untap Kitsune Ace. So James McLeod here, I'm really surprised is a common.
Wow.
Like, I'm pretty sure that's that's like if you're attacking with multiple vehicles, you can give each vehicle first strike.
Yeah. Why would you need to untap Kitsune Ace, though?
Possibly if the vehicle has vigilance, so you can crew it during their turn.
Oh, yeah, crew another vehicle, okay. Sorry, were we racing?
I will state that because the vehicle has to attack, you can't use this to crew multiple vehicles.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, good card, good vehicle synergy. I like it.
mm-hmm. I feel like if you have vehicles, like you just play this as a 2 mana 2/2 in your limited deck, and then if you happen to have vehicles, it's just like, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love this card. Kyoda, Soul of Kamigawa.
Kyodai, Soul of Kamigawa. 4 mana, Dragon Spirit, 3/3, Flash and Flying. When it enters the battlefield, another target permanent gains Indestructible as long as you control Kyodai. And if you happen to get Wooburg, you can turn it into an 8/8 until end of turn. So, if this card can save one of your permanents, it might make it into Constructed.
Yeah. Because, well, you're saying there's all the exile now?
Yeah, that's the problem. If it can save one of your permanents.
This is one of those you don't even need the Wooburg ability for this to be a bomb and limited. And yeah, this is sick. I love just coming in, making something indestructible, and then you get a 3/3 flyer too. So I like this card a lot.
And the best part is that it stays indestructible. So if it's like your big threat and then they try to like destroy it, not only do you save your big threat just became more threatening.
Yeah.
If it's your one samurai that's attacking alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyodai is amazing and limited. In Constructed, we just have to wait for that exile deck to... We need to solve the exile deck, and Kyodai is great.
Yeah.
I love these side of cards.
So this is... Did you want to say something about how it goes with the lore? Isn't it?
Kyodai, yeah. So Kyodai, in case you're wondering, it is. So the original Kyodai looked like this.
Yeah.
This is what Kyodai used to look like.
And this makes your permanents indestructible.
Yep, that's another thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know what I was going to do. I think I was just going to scroll on this, but
Yeah.
I was just saying what you were about to say, yeah.
We both had the same idea, that this is like the core story of the original Kamigawa. The war started because Kyodai was taken from the spirit realm.
Yep, and now it's back.
I think it's a she. Her name means sister.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's alright.
No, I know no one really cares. All right.
Light the Way. 1 mana instant. Choose one. Put +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle and untap it. Or return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. I think for limited, I think that's actually a pretty cool combat trick. It modifies or it saves.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be playing a ton of these, but
No,
yeah,
not a ton. No.
yeah, you can play like one and it'd be good. Yeah,
Maybe 2 if your deck likes modified.
it's nice that you can bluff this too. Yeah, 2 if your deck locks modified. Yeah, or if you have some good ETB triggers.
Yep.
Yep, that's all I have to say.
Yep. You'll play it. Don't play too many. Light Pause, Emperor Voice. 2 mana 2/2, legendary Fox Advisor. When an aura enters the battlefield under your control, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card with mana value less than or equal to it, and with a different name than each aura you control. Then put that card attached to Light Pause. One of the things is you need a lot of auras, and the scary thing about auras is if you try to put aura and they kill the creature, you just lost 2 cards.
This is like for a commander aura deck or something.
There is also there is the Inscription, what's it called? In Kaldheim there was a set of auras that runes. If we could just see one rune, I could show you. Like, you can go Rune Eyes. Rune of Flight, and cards like this. So there was a set of these runes, Rune of Flight, Rune of Might, that were all auras that would draw a card when they come into play, and they give some nice little effects.
Mm-hmm.
So you could end up putting, like, the rune deck ends up being almost good enough. And this just makes it, whenever you play a rune, you get another rune.
That you don't already control, yeah.
Yeah, and there's 5 of them, so you'll probably
Yeah.
will find one you don't already
Oh,
control.
that'd be an interesting deck.
So there is hope for Light Pause in Standard. Hope.
That'd be interesting to see. Yeah.
Not make any promises though. Lion Sash. This one, people are already talking about in Modern. 2 mana 1/1 artifact creature equipment cat. For 1 mana, you can exile. It has to be a white mana. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a permanent card, put a +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash. The equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on the Lion Sash, and it reconfigures for only 2.
Yeah. See, it's one of those cheap exile graveyard cards. It's just hella good.
Yep.
Seems like, and this is good in limited, by the way. Like,
Just creatures
Yeah.
die in limited. That's part
creatures
of
die.
limited.
Yeah, and then
Channeling enchantments or other channel cards.
oh, I didn't even think of that too. But yeah, it's just like if it's gonna die, don't attack, and just wait to equip it to something, and yeah, for limited.
Yep. For Modern, I just want to show you Scavenging News, and all you need to know is this card sees play in Modern. I'm not sure if it sees
Yeah,
much play.
this is the card, one of those graveyard cards. Yeah.
Yep. But it does the same exiling. It's just it's limited to only creatures, but gains you a life. This is just it in white, and it does more than just creatures to get the +1/+1 counters. Insane.
Insane.
Lucky Offering is a weird one. 1 mana sorcery, destroy target artifact, specifically an artifact with mana value 3 or less, and then you gain 3 life.
Maybe there's enough artifacts in this set that it's useful for limited, but this is the lamest, worst card ever.
Yeah, it's just so limited. Like, and the reward for getting this little niche scenario is gaining 3 life. So there has to be like a hyper aggressive artifact deck, which might exist, but I'm not sure this is the best answer to it.
Yeah, don't pick this card.
Yeah.
Don't pick it.
Yeah, if you need it, you know you need it, and you're you're putting it in your sideboard, not
Yeah. Although it does kill that cat card we just talked so highly about.
Lion Sash. Yes, and this is actually why I think this could see sideboard place in Standard.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
If it's aggressive
it's
enough,
sorcery still though.
yeah. Gosh, yeah, it's also sorcery, and the life gain has to be worth it. Yeah, you're right. It probably doesn't see play in Standard.
I don't
I'm not
know.
going to risk it.
I don't know about that. See, March I think would see play before that card. This
Good.
one-
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep, and I don't think we see 4 Marches in a deck.
Yeah.
All right, so March of Otherworldly White. Blah. White and X, it's an instant. All these Marches have the ability that you can exile another card of the same color and make it cost 2 less. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less. This card took me a while. All of the Marches took me a while to analyze. They're so weird.
I feel like you said, it could be good. Like, because there's lots of vehicles, there's lots of artifacts and enchantments. So maybe this could be good just because there's so many artifacts and enchantments and vehicles, and you could get it out cheaply sometimes, you know? In Limited, don't pick this. Actually, in Limited, if you need a kill spell, maybe you can pick this.
Yeah.
But it's, like, not any better than, like, other removal. But,
So exiling cards from your hand is like basically saying I'm giving up on value, and then the effect is to allow you to go into the value game. Like, so unless this is like the extra 2 mana less,
because it's a kill card.
yeah. So unless that 2 mana less saves your life, I don't think you're exiling a card with this. It should be noted, the more I thought about the marches, I thought I could think of them. Oh, they're good in this. They're good in some situations. All of the marches, really, because they're so different with their X costs, you have to evaluate them separately. You can't just say, like, all the dragons are bad because of the death triggers. All the invokes are bad because they're monocolored. The marches all have to be evaluated separately.
Yeah.
If this card is good in Standard, it's because it's a 1 mana instant that exiles tokens and creature lands. Creature lands are significant enough in the format that just, like, this is 1 mana, exile your creature after you spent the mana to make it a creature. Then it also has the advantage of being tapped for like 3 mana to exile, as you said, a vehicle that needs to be gone. Something like that. Exiling a card for this is a mistake unless it's saving the game for you.
Yeah, which could be relevant, you know? Maybe you just have 1 mana open and then you kill their 6 drop.
Standard is a measure of increments of matters of inches, matters of life points. So definitely could happen. But unless that's what's happening, you do not exile a card for this effect. You don't try to tempo this out to kill something unless you know you're going to win in tempo in 2 turns.
Fair enough.
Alright. Moth Rider Patrol. 1 mana, 1/1. Flyer. Worth knowing, this is a warrior. A warrior with flying. Tap 4, tap target creature. So this is...
Here's your warrior that pumps everything. And then also taps thing. This is good in the Warrior Samurai deck.
Yep.
And it's good for ninjutsu triggers. This is a good card. You want to pick this, probably.
It's a warrior that attacks alone, and then as you said, it could even be the ninjutsu card. It could also stop the cards that are triggering ninjutsu cards that are flyers.
Yeah, it helps out your aggro deck. It's good to be modified. It's a good card.
And if you happen to not need that, 4 mana tap, as expensive as that is, sometimes it's good to just lock down their biggest threat.
1 mana, 1/1 flyers, I feel like are played a lot in Limited.
Yep. I think this card, like, it doesn't do any one theme good, but it does every theme, and that makes it good.
That's a good point, yep.
I don't think you play, like, how many can you play in a deck? Because it's not
Limited?
4.
Yeah, probably 2. Unless you're really, really aggressive and just those little pings are really good, you could play more, but I feel like 2 is a max.
I agree. Alright. Norika Yamazaki, the poet. So, quick lore theme, the Yamazaki brothers have been a theme since the original Kamigawa, and this one they made one, the poet, which is a diplomat, and the other is, I think, the war leader, which is more of a combatant. I just really like the lore there.
Yeah, it's really cool to bring back the Yamazakis.
So it's a 3 mana, 3/2 human samurai with vigilance. When a samurai warrior attacks alone, you may cast target enchantment card from your graveyard this turn. And it's only uncommon for Limited.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You know how you were saying that when we were looking at rares, you're like, there's uncommons that you want to pick over this. I think this is the uncommon you want to pick over those other cards.
Do you think there's a lot of good enchantments?
There are creatures that are enchantments.
True.
Sagas are enchantments. There are enough like Ancestors Arrest is an enchantment. Golden Tail Disciples an enchantment.
Okay, yeah.
Inganjo Exemplar's an enchantment, and it's also the samurai that can be attacking in for you.
Also channeling this and getting that back. Yeah, okay.
Well, it's not get back, you cast it.
Oh, okay.
But still.
Yeah, pretty good.
Like,
you definitely want this card in your Samurai Warrior deck.
I feel like it allows the aggressive deck to also have a value engine.
I see what you're saying.
And like a 3 mana 3/2 is not 3 mana 3/2 vigilance. Everything else aside, 3 mana 3/2 vigilance.
Yeah.
I thought this card would be rare just to prevent it from seeing all the play in Limited. Not Standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. For it to be playable at Standard, it needs to be where it's the samurai or warrior that's attacking alone. It has to do it without support. Alright. Regent's Authority. 1 mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchantment creature or a legendary creature, instead put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gets +1/+1 until I have turn.
Oh, so it absorbs some of it if it's an enchantment creature.
Yep. But
Decent combat trick, yeah.
Yeah, it's a combat trick, but it doesn't get any, like... Becoming an enchantment creature doesn't make it any bigger. +2/+2 is nice, but... Like, it's 1-for-1 trading because you have to spend the trick to kill.
Mm.
So unless that +1/+1 counter is really significant, I don't...
Modifies. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, is modify significant for your limited deck?
I think combat trick's a combat trick in limited, and you could play one. It's pretty good.
Yep.
This isn't that good of one, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the main issue. I think this is one of those cards that don't make it into your deck.
Yeah.
And if it does, it's one of. You don't play two.
Yeah.
Repel the Vial. 4 mana instants. You either exile target creature with power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. I think that has a lot of targets in this format.
This is a good card.
Yeah. For limited, not for constructed.
Yeah, and exile, that's nice.
Exile is definitely nice. Selfless Samurai. 2 mana 2/2 Fox Samurai. Whenever a Samurai warrior attacks alone, gains lifelink until I have turn. And you can sacrifice Selfless Samurai to give another target creature indestructible until I have turn.
Nice.
This, yeah. If indestructible mattered, this might have seen play in constructed.
But too bad we have exiling.
Yep. But like for limited, do not underestimate lifelink. That will make the difference in the game.
Yeah, it's just a decent body too, and the sacrifice makes something indestructible means like they know at some point there's gonna be an even trade, and you're just gonna make it a bad trade for them. Yeah.
Whenever Samurai's attacking alone, if it's a big important Samurai, it's like I can't double block to kill it because now I'm dying and I'm losing. The card they're losing is not the one that matters.
Yep. Good card.
Good card. Seven Tail Mentor. 4 mana 2/3. When it enters the battlefield or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Worth noting that the first +1/+1 counter, you can put it on itself to make it a 4 mana 3/4.
Oh, yeah. Pretty good.
Yep.
It makes sense to go in those Samurai Attack Alone decks.
Yep.
It's okay.
I'm going to see if I can get the
I wouldn't
right
be
name.
excited to pick it. Because normally 4 mana is a 4/4, yeah. So 4 mana 3/4 is not really that great.
So Gavany Silversmith here was thought to be one of the best cards of its limited formats.
Oh, really?
But because it's a 3/4, but that's because it's a 3/4 and it gets to give both triggers immediately, and its format was like able, if you can modify, then it becomes around the range of Gavany Silversmith. Silversmith, I personally think was a little overhyped. It wasn't as powerful as people said it was, but it was very powerful, no denying. If you need,
I feel like all the uncommons and commons, by the way, only go to like 2/2, 3/2s. There might be a single 2/3.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's just for white, but it seems like the +2/+2 buff actually could be pretty significant because everything's pretty weak. I've got a 3/4. The 3/4 is a vehicle.
Yeah,
but...
and 4 toughness specifically seems pretty darn durable in this format.
Yeah.
So I
There's
think
a 4/4 common, but it's 5 mana. Yeah, I feel like the low end, until you get to like 5 mana, you're facing a lot of 2/3s, 3/2s.
Yep. So what happens is this card plays better than it looks, but it only looks okay and it plays pretty darn good.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think this card will be a little bit better at the early game too, just
Because of how the numbers work.
how the numbers are so... Well, just from looking at white, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But... Are you sorry, were you ready to move on to the next?
Yeah, we just finished this last statement.
Okay.
Sky Blessed Samurai. 7 mana human samurai, but costs 1 less for each enchantment you control.
Nice.
And it's a 4/4 flying samurai.
Heck yeah.
This is your finisher for the samurai deck.
Even if you're not an enchantment deck, you just play this.
Yep. There's enough enchantments in this format that you're going to get this to at least 5 mana, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just from cards. From having cards, yeah.
And 5 mana 4/4 is what's the card? Sarah Angel? That's a Sarah Angel without Vigilance.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Sarah Angel back in its day this was the icon of this. Back in its era, this was the card that it was rare back then because this was how you won your limited games. This, I think, in one of these eras, because back in Alpha and stuff, they had much worse creatures. This used to win constructed games even. That does not happen anymore today, but...
I never saw the 8th edition one.
Well, it was rare. Of course we didn't find it.
Yeah.
But
yep, good card.
Yep. Always good to have a Sarah Angel in Limited. And while it doesn't have Vigilance, that Samurai matters.
Doggy.
Spirited Companion. Enchantment creature, good boy. 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. I think that's good enough to see play.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't even think you'd want to pick this unless you're like super enchantment based in your limited deck, but
So I will state things like Elvish. So here's the weird thing. So Elvish Visionary, was like a broken card during its time, but that does have a lot to say about the fact that was an elf. So
yeah.
it is an Elvish Visionary that's enchantment based. So if enchantment matters, this will be constructed playable. But it's the question of does enchantment matter? This is going into the Hollowed Haunting deck 100%.
Which one was the
Hollowed Haunting, the enchantments.
Oh, if you have enough. Yeah, true. This goes perfect with that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
So as you say, you need some way for enchantments to be valuable.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do, like, of course you want this. I honestly think 2 mana, 1/1, draw a card. If you're a slower deck, you're perfectly acceptable. You're stopping their aggression at least a little, and you're not losing cards for it.
Yep.
So.
I agree.
Sunblade Samurai. 5 mana, 4/4 vigilance. Channel for 2. You discard it. You search your library for basic planes, put it into your hand, and gain 2 life. So this is environmental sciences with instant speed on the channel, which environmental sciences sees play, but only as a lesson. The 5 mana 4/4 vigilance means it's probably not seeing play constructed, unless it was for that return enchantment artifacts back to your graveyard. If that existed, I'd be so hyped about this card, but since it doesn't, we're just talking about limited.
Yeah, I think it's good for limited. It seems like the biggest body in white for common, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then it like ramps you a little bit if you need that. So
it ramps you a little, keeps you safe while ramping because of the life gain.
Yeah.
And 4/4 vigilance samurai. It is a samurai, so it gets to be the one that attacks alone.
Yeah, I feel like more often in limited. Well, if you're like, you're probably not playing mono white, but you want to play this as the creature. But who knows?
Yeah.
Pretty good card. I would pick it for my top end.
Yeah, I think one thing worth knowing is it's not the best top end, but it's a good top end, and it helps you get to your other top end if you're stuck with it.
Yeah.
Touch of the Spirit Realm. 3 mana enchantment. Exile up to 1 target artifact or creature until it leaves the battlefield. Or you can channel it to act as a bounce effect, or as a flicker. You exile target artifact or creature, then return to the battlefield.
That's a sick card. That's
yeah.
dope.
No, I think this is good.
So it's like an O-ring, but it's also versatile.
I will say that as an O-ring, it only targets artifacts or creatures, but that's
like,
generally how you use it.
I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, I like this card. Definitely pick it in limited. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know when you'd flicker, though. But I guess for that wolf.
Yeah, to protect you, just to protect your...
oh, that's right. It's instant.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Channel is instant.
This is a good card.
Mm-hmm.
Very good card.
This is a combat trick or a kill spell. Again, I want to say this might see standard play, but then I think about the decks in standard, I'm like, probably not.
Oh, really?
It's really good, though. Let me say, I think the Hollowed Haunting deck, I'm going to work on that deck because it's fun, and this will make it in.
Your dreams will come true.
Yeah, my dreams, I'll meet reality, and I'll be sad, but I will dream.
Yeah.
Wanderer's Intervention. 4 damage, instant speed, 2 mana, deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
Basically kills everything we've
Yeah.
looked at.
Basically.
Good for limited, yeah.
Yeah, good for limited. Alright.
The Wandering
The Wandering Emperor. Here's our Planeswalker, and one of the big characters of the story. So 4 mana, 3 loyalty, it has Flash, and as long as it enters the battlefield this turn, you may activate her loyalty abilities anytime you cast an instant. +1, put a +1/+1 counter on creature, and gains first strike until left turn. -1 to create a 2/2 white samurai, and -2 to exile a tapped creature, and you gain 2 life.
So no ultimate, but it's really cool.
I think, so a lot of people are saying this might be playable in standard. I think they're under-hyping this.
You think it's... why? Elaborate.
So, yeah, I need a little bit to elaborate, because I started thinking, how does this play? So against aggro, obviously, they attack in, you flash this in, exile their biggest creature, gain 2 life, and then you still have either a Planeswalker that they need to deal with, or if you think they can deal with it, you just on the next turn -1 create a 2/2, so they have another threat they have to deal with. So it slows, gains you life, takes out their biggest threat, and creates a 2/2 for them to deal with. So that's against aggro. It gets mid-range. You can play this. You could +1 to like block and kill one of their creatures.
Yeah.
Or
And it gives burst strike.
yeah, and then you can still, and then after that combats, you then -2 exile one of the other creatures that survived, and you still have a 2 loyalty planeswalker that they have to kill if they don't want you to do that again. So it gets mid-range. That's good. Against the last thing that made me really convinced is I thought about control. They're not attacking a combat, but then they end the turn. You flashes in at the end of the turn, create a 2/2 flash at Samurai, +1 to make a 3/3 first strike vigilance that charges in straight at their planeswalkers, or gives. Basically, it creates a threat that needs to be dealt with as a creature while leaving behind a 3/3 planeswalker.
Yeah, this card's like never bad.
Yeah, and that was the theme. When I realized even against control decks, it's still good. That's when I'm like, oh my gosh, this card is absolutely going to see play.
Yeah, because a lot of the problem with planeswalkers is you play them, get one ability off, and then they attack, and the next turn they're dead. But this one, put it in while they're attacking, and then do some stuff. Yeah.
And worth noting, that means that if they attack, they cannot target it because you declare it after attackers. And also, another great thing, if you have multiple Wandering Emperors, they could declare attacking this one, and then you play the other one, and then not declare attacking that one, and then you could still exile or do whatever you want that turn.
Yeah, this card's sick.
This card is...
So wait, they took off the second type line?
No, they just... The Wandering Emperor, no one knows her name.
Okay.
As part of her theme, she's not supposed to tell her name.
That's
I wish
cool.
they just kept the legend... They kept her name Wander, but...
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the only time it matters is when it's like a card that actually says for each Ajani Planeswalker, or like search library for an Ajani Planeswalker type things.
Which I guess it makes sense that because she can't control her Planeswalking, you can't control when she comes out. You can't search her out.
Yeah, this card's sick.
Yeah, love this card. Like, people are saying this card could be good enough. I'm thinking they're underestimating this card. Also, of course, everything we talked about dealt with combat, which is what Limited thrives on. So,
yeah. So it's really good at Limited.
Windmill Slam, if this is your first pick, you're white. Just deal with it. When We Were Young. 4-mana instant. Up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Then if you control an artifact and enchantment, those creatures also gain lifelink until end of turn. Constructor no limited.
Yeah, you could probably destroy some people in Limited.
Yeah.
But it's weird because I guess you don't always have to be playing the... Well, I guess you could block. But I'm thinking the Warrior Samurai deck, it's like 2 creature thing, and their whole thing is 1 creature.
Yeah, so it doesn't work because of the 1-mana. It's equal to the 1-mana.
But that means
card.
you do have a lot of blockers back, so it's good.
Yeah.
You play 1 copy and destroy them with it.
Maybe what you do is this is the card you use on the Alpha Suite, where it's like, I have 5 Samurai. I'm just going to swing in with all, and you have no good trades because I have a combat trick.
Yep.
I will state that. If you see the Samurai deck suited of all, be prepared for the combat trick. There's no chance they did that on accident. Okay, there's a chance. Check your ranking. If they're platinum or higher, there's no chance.
Yeah. Those bronze players, man, they could do anything.
So this is actually perfectly compares to Rally Maneuver. So this was a card in the D&D formats. So target creature gets first strike, another one gains lifelink. And this card, how good it was, depended on where you were on the ladder. Because at the higher levels, people knew how to play around this. But the lower levels, you just you get 2-for-1s and lifelink in this effect.
Yeah.
So it really depends on your level. If you're at low level, this is a great card. And then as you move up to past silver, be a little bit more wary. And that's our white cards, everyone.
Can I take a little break? Just gonna go.
Yeah, I think we need to take a break after each of these. These are long, but these are a lot of fun.
Cool.
Thank you so much for being part of this, man.
Yeah, thanks for doing it, man.
Yep. Thanks for... Yep.
Yeah.
And everyone, thanks you so much for watching.
No, thank you.
We'll see you at Blue. Alright. I'm going to have this card ready, and we're going to be patient and be back later. Give me a sec.
how far can I go this way? Okay, I'm still in frame. The whole. I'm just checking.
Yeah. Because like I keep moving forward and just lurching closer and closer to the camera.
And then I keep just chilling back here.
All right. So we're now to blue. Acquisitions Octopus. Whenever it or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. 3-mana 2/2 that reconfigures onto something else. I think that reconfigurability makes this really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, those draw card creatures always good if you can, like, get in... If it happens to be a slow deck you're up against, or if you happen to get lucky with the kill spells. But, yeah, it's one of those cards you put down. If you can't use it, you just kind of wait, and then you get the guy that can go in, and boom.
Yep.
Good card.
And this is in blue, which is where we're going to see the ninjas and cards that want to be able to get in.
Yeah.
Like, this card is going to be really good. Do not underestimate. This is... I think this is, like... If you could get 2 Acquisition Octopuses, I think you could just top it at like 3 or 4 and be good because you're drawing that many cards.
Yeah, yeah.
Anchor to Reality. 4-mana sorcery. As the additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Search your library for an equipment or vehicle card. Put that card on the battlefield, then shuffle. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanent's mana value, scry 2. So before anyone asks, I checked. There is a common vehicle in this set that's a 7-mana 7/7.
Yeah, this card's crazy. I can't believe they made another card like this.
So, in case you're wondering what he means by card like this, there's a card called Fabricate.
Yeah.
Which, was it banned in Legacy? It's banned.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I don't think... I mean, I think it is. Just because the combos you can do now are insane.
Well, I will state that this is just...
Oh, wait, not Fabricate. No. There's one that puts it onto play.
Yeah,
Fabricate's good, too. But...
Fabricate's good, but yes, there was one that's... You sacrifice an artifact and put it in play. I thought it was called Fabricate. Do you remember what it was called?
Nah, it was too old. But anyways, there's one that does that.
Yeah, it's this effect except with any artifact.
And it's 3 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one is 4 mana. It only searches for equipments or vehicles, which is a big limitation. And if you get punished for it, you scry 2. I'm not asking... For Constructed, I'm not really scared. There's just 9 enough good vehicles or equipment.
And I feel like in Constructed, at 4 mana, you have an answer to everything at that point.
I will say, sacrificing artifacts or creatures is also pretty big, though.
As far as, like, cost, or as far as, like...
Being able to sacrifice creatures just makes it, like... The thing is, I will say the Scry 2 is not going to happen much, because you're probably sacrificing treasure tokens or something of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
But, there's... Like, as I said, there's a sacrifice creature deck. Exploit was a mechanic of the previous set, so blue creatures had sacrifice triggers.
Oh, it doesn't search for a creature.
Yeah.
Or equipment or vehicle.
Yeah, that was
okay, so it's less good. It's still kind of crazy, though.
Yeah.
Still kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. I think in Limited, you're going to need that 7-mana 7/7.
You need a big boy.
Yeah. There are big boys. And those big boys are even common. So
yeah.
This can do it. This can be good enough in Limited, but you need to know you can do it before you pick it up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, you don't want to rely on Anchor to Reality to get your big boy. You want to be able to play it naturally if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
Arm Guard Familiar. 2 mana, 2/1 Equipment Beast, Ward 2, and equipped creature gets +2/+1 and Ward 2. Reconfigure for 4.
Pretty good. Wish I had flying instead of ward.
Exactly.
But it's good.
So
It's decent.
once again, we compare it to that +2 Mace. This costs 1 more to equip, but it's a bear. It's a 2/1. You can just attack with it and be part of combat until you can reconfigure it.
Counts as an artifact. Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah.
You play it. You play it.
You play it.
Listen. You play it.
It's in your deck. Go. Go check.
You
I'm a
already
magician. Whoa! That was a Knight of Spades!
Still working on your magic, I see.
Awakened Awareness. 2 blue and X. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, put X +1/+1 counters on enchant permanent. As long as the enchant permanent is a creature, as base power, toughness, 1/1.
Such a weird card.
Yeah, so it's like, it's a pseudo removal, turning a creature to a 1/1, or it's a pump spell for one of your creatures.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure you can really call it a removal, because blue doesn't really deal damage, and it doesn't deal with any of their activated abilities or anything. It just sets the base power
Just
to
shrinks
1/1.
it. Yeah. I feel like you play this in limited as like a shrink, yeah. I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah,
to
it's
evaluate.
really. I think it's actually best played as I turn my my ninja into like a 6/6.
Yeah.
Because we have that much mana.
Yeah.
It's such a weird effect, though.
Once in a while, it'll shrink some 8/8 though. There's like only.
Yeah.
I haven't seen like any real big boys except for like the mythics yet. So.
Yeah. And well, the mythics like dying, so. It's a weird card. Not constructed. Covert Technician, 3 mana, 2/4 human ninja. Ninjutsu's for only 2. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may put an artifact card with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt from your hand onto the battlefield. Ooh. So, first off, 3 mana, 2/4. We've talked about that 4 health being valuable
Hella good,
already.
Hella good.
Yeah.
You're holding the line.
If you don't cheat, I think for constructed we need some really good artifacts to cheat out. I don't think constructed, but I don't think you even need artifacts to cheat out to make this card good. 3 mana 2/4 is fine enough.
Yeah, the artifact I don't even see that being that amazing.
Yeah.
Like, even if you buff it, then sure. But yeah, exactly. Like those
Arm guard
equipments we
familiar.
just saw, and if you do a little more damage, the octopus, like sure,
Yeah, but it's like this.
it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good card, but the ability is like, eh.
Yeah. You play it because it's a 3 mana 2/4.
Yeah.
It's an artifact creature, by the way.
Yep.
Discover the impossible. Look at the top instant. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exile card without paying the spell's mana cost if it's an instant spell with mana value 2 or less. If you didn't, put that card in your hand. I feel like this has a specific target in constructed, and I don't know what that target is.
Weird.
Yeah. In limited, so there are two mana instants directly below this that I feel like we need to address before we could say whether this card is good.
Yeah.
Fix
one face down. Rest ball in your library in a random order you may cast. If it's an instant with 2 or less. So you're like digging for a certain instant.
It's a 3 mana, it's a 3 mana kind of anticipate card, but if it's, or you can use it to dig for a specific instant.
That makes sense. So like if you don't have the counter spell, you're like, well, maybe I'll get it. Like I guess.
Yep. Yeah. And that's literally why I think it is. It's a 3 mana. Do I get the counter spell? No. Okay, I'll just pick this big card.
Yeah.
But the question, it's like, if the counter spell is something you're hoping to get, could you not have run more counter spells? Could you not have?
Yeah. Why isn't this just a counter spell?
Yeah. You need. I feel like you need a lot more versatility in instants to make this viable. I don't see.
Yeah, it doesn't say blue instant spell. Maybe it's like a kind of a burn deck that like searching up cards and you're like.
But the thing is, it's like if you get the card, if you get the instant, you don't get more card draw. You just get the instant. Like if it said,
This is I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is this?
if it put the card into your hand and if it was an instant of 2 or less, it casts a copy of the spell.
Yeah,
I'd be
yeah.
like, oh, this is pretty cool. There might be a deck around it. But the fact that it's either just cast the spell now or just fetch a card, I don't think so. Weird.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Disruption Protocol. 2 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast this, tap an untapped artifact or pay 1, counter target spell.
Sick. I like it.
Yeah. So, for those who don't know, there's actually an interesting theme. So, Cancel is a card that is this, but you have to pay 1. Counter target spell. This card is pretty darn bad. Most people never play it. And then Counter Spell is this card without you needing to without you needing to tap an artifact or anything. And this card is absolutely broken.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I think in limited, there's enough artifacts that this is pretty amazing in limited.
Yeah.
In constructed, it might get there.
And in limited, cancel's good too, so you can still play this.
Yeah.
And yeah, in constructed, I could see it getting there. Yeah, good card. I like it.
I'm hopeful. I have a blue artifact deck that I'm
How
hopeful.
dare you be hopeful for counter spells?
Fair enough. Hopeful for counterspell specifically is like what puts you the third ring of hell.
Yeah.
Essence Capture. 2 mana instant counter target creature spell. Put +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control.
Oh yeah, this is old card, right?
Yep. This is an old
Reprint.
card. And it's a
I've
good card.
never is it? I've never been able to use it well.
In limited, there's enough creatures.
Even in limited, I've never been able to use it well.
Oh.
Because normally I don't have a creature in play, and like especially if I'm holding up like 2 mana all the time, because you want to like the whole point of countering a creature spell is you're trying to like stop them from out tempoing you, you know. So you're like waiting at the beginning. That's at least my experience with it. So my experience, it's like just hasn't worked very well. Maybe a 2 mana counter spell is pretty good,
And
just
blue,
if you need it. But.
yeah. And blue doesn't really have modified synergy, and it has ninjutsu wants to throw cards back to their hand. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Like this.
Have you ever used this in limited? Have you ever?
I think once, and it was pretty darn good.
Okay.
But like it very much, it's not a card you can play on 2 mana very often.
Yep, gotta have the board, and yeah.
Yep.
It's okay.
I think someone in your limited is going to say this card's insane, and they're going to prove it to you, but that's not us.
Yeah.
Futurist Operative. 4 mana, 3/4 ninja. As long as it is tapped, it's a human citizen with base power toughness 1/1 and can't be blocked, and then you can tap 3 to untap it.
Oh, that's cool. It
Yeah.
like sneaks in and then you reveal it. That's cool.
Yeah, and one of the things that, for people who don't know, you can attack, it can't be blocked. Once blockers are declared and it can't be blocked, you then untap it, it's a 3/4 again, and it wasn't blocked.
And it also just gets in your ninjutsu, guys. But it's 4 mana.
Yeah, it's an expensive ninjutsu trigger.
You probably only want one of these in limited.
Yeah.
Unless you just have like a ton of really good ninjutsus.
Exactly. And this could actually be a finish for the deck, just because it's constant 3 damage.
Yeah, true. All unblockable things are pretty good in limited just because of that, yeah.
So,
I like the flavor. I like the style.
this card is good, but you can't have too many.
Yep.
Futurist Sentinel. So this is one of those big cards. 4 mana, 6/6 vehicle, crew 3.
Heck yeah. I
Needs to exist. Part of limited format is having cards like this, and we're happy to hear it.
Yep.
Alright.
By the way, if we don't mention its standard viability, that just means it's not viable in standard, and we just assume you should know.
Yeah, sorry. I should probably... That's a much faster theme than say that every time.
Yeah, just because we forgot to say anything about the last card in standard, and it's like, well...
Yeah, Essence Capture is just too... Only creatures is too much of a limitation.
Yeah.
Ghost Shintai of Lost Wisdom. 2 mana, 0/4 flyer. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, target player mills X cards, or X the number of shrines you control. So, most people won't block this, and then you can ninjutsu. It doesn't have to deal damage. And other than that, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, because if you're playing the shrine deck, all the other shrines are going to be way... Like, they're going to be doing things that you'll want to synergize with, not milling. Milling is like, if you're milling people, that's your one focus.
Yeah. And if you're milling, you're not going to be a 5-color deck.
Yeah, so...
And if you're self-milling, you want cards that there are better cards for self-milling, even in blue, in mono blue.
Maybe you play all 3 blue shrines in a deck. And then you
That'd be drawing cards, drawing more cards, and milling.
Oh, is the second one drawing cards too?
Yep.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
just
this
a more
is
fair
stupid.
drawing cards.
This is stupid.
Yeah, I don't understand this one.
Yep. Don't pick it ever. You
Yeah.
never want it.
Unless a 2 mana 0/4 flyer is good enough.
You know what? Yeah, maybe you can stall them out, and like you'll win by mill in that one limited.
I've
deck
done
that
it
does
before.
Exactly. There's a limited deck that can do this.
Yeah, I've done it. People hate me, but I've done it several times.
And
And that's why there's a special place, like Layer 3 Hell, position 314, it's for me. Like, it has my name on it. Specifically for when I play Magic. Guardians of Oboro. 3 mana, 3/4 defender. It's a samurai defender. Modified creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have a defender. If you can modify this, I think this is really good. But you have to modify
Oh
it.
yeah, 3 mana, 3/4 is sick. And modify seems pretty like it's a
Oh,
is modify
Armguard.
is equipment?
Equipment counts.
Then yeah, you could definitely do this.
Right.
And it just stops everything at the beginning because like 3/4 is huge for like
Yeah.
what we've been looking at.
3/4 stops. Like, have we seen a 4-power creature that's cost less than 5?
Nope.
Well, okay, right here, but that's a crew.
Right. Yeah. No, like just vanilla. Yeah, good card.
Yep. Slows them down, and then you have your other cards ninjutsu around it.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just moved
Yeah.
on.
Fair enough. Invoke the Winds.
Invoke.
This is the blue Invoke. Gain control of target artifact or creature, untap it. So they've realized that if they have it any cheaper than this, gain control of target's Fiend is broken, and so they've decided, okay, we're going to make gain control of Fiends super safe. I think this is too safe. Untapping is pretty strong, but other than that, I think this card's a little too safe to be really good.
Yeah, it's a cool effect. I like the flavor of it, you know? Like, the not just the flavor, but it's like 4 blue and 1. It's like a cool, like, staple card that feels like it should be part of the game.
I love the taste of Invoke mana costs.
Yeah, and, like, all of the Invoke stuff. It's cool, but yeah, not... As far as, like, utility, this card isn't that good.
They need to have a big, massive threat, and you're just waiting for them to play that... Like, it's a win more... It's weird. It's like, whether you win or not is... If you have this, whether you win or not is reliant on if they have a big, scary threat for you to take out. And for Constructed, that's... You just can't rely on that.
Yeah, pretty good in Limited. It's so, like, again, like he was saying...
You need to be able to play it in Limited is the hard part.
Yeah, and, like... But it will win you the game.
if you find the right target.
Yeah.
Alright. I do like how they're being safer with the control effects, because, like... I'm not sure if you were around for, I can't even think of its name, but the 7 mana 2/3 that gains control of things. I can't remember the name of the card, but they're, like, literally a year ago, Standard was broken.
Could it be cast from the graveyard, too, or something?
Agent of Treachery, that was it. And yes, that's exactly what the problem was.
I feel like I remember that being around.
This card was the previous gain control of cards, and everyone hated
you could just
Standard.
flicker it, and then...
Yep, you could flicker it, you could reanimate it, and then it drew you more cards eventually, so you could flicker and reanimate even more. And then it started taking your lands because it's any permanent instead of artifacts and creatures.
Yeah, stupid card.
Yeah. So Invoke the Winds is that, but more fair, therefore not Standard play.
Therefore, fair means bad.
I mean, yes. Jin Gataxis, Progress Tyrant.
Well, say it right. Progress Tyrant. Exactly.
Let me get a can opener. That might help. 7 mana 5/5 Phyrexian Predator. Whenever you cast an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, copy it. You may choose new targets. Whenever opponent only once each turn. Then, whenever opponent casts an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, counter it once each turn.
Pretty sick. I love it.
Yeah, this card, it's like, some decks will be like, my entire deck's creatures, it doesn't matter. But the decks where this hits, it kills. And I'm talking about Constructed right now, just to be clear. If you can get this out in less than 7 mana, if you can get this out and hold up, like, Dwari Disruption or some, like, cheap instant counterspell or something like that, a Fading Hope. The one issue with this is that it doesn't deal with Hullbreaker Horror. That's the only reason I could see this not making it, because Hullbreaker Horror is insane.
Yeah, just get it up for reference.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like about this card is it doesn't do anything when it comes into play. Well, I guess it counters a spell.
Yeah, it counters
it can counter a spell.
If they're killing it before... The important thing is, if they're killing it before it has any effects, it's countering a spell. So, basically, it's countering when it comes into play.
Yeah.
So, it's fine in there. But Hullbreaker Horror is a 7/8. It's not getting countered from it, and then it can bounce it back to its hand. Because that's an effect, not a spell. So Hullbreaker Horror is why the Progress Tyrant doesn't see play in Standard, if it doesn't see play in Standard. In Limited, if you can get to this 7 mana... I mean, Limited has a lot more creatures.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't even that amazing in Limited, to be honest.
Yeah. My Johnny
Artifact creature.
Yeah. Correct. And the copying makes my Johnny senses tingle, but once each turn shuts them off a
Honestly,
little.
I think this is more of a Johnny card than a Timmy card. Because, like, Timmy
likes Vorinclex.
I like... Is Vorinclex a 7/7?
Vorinclex was the other Praetor from Kaldheim, the 6/6 that doubles +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, I just wanted to do something big. This is like a big boy that does some combo-y things.
Yeah.
And
this
for
is
that, I don't like the taste of it.
This is a middling boy that locks the other side down.
Mm-hmm. Good card.
Yep. But not... It's like, it's compete with Hullbreaker. It doesn't win. I wouldn't
even say it's an auto pick and Limited if you're like really trying to try hard and win, you know?
And that's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't counter creatures, I think it just is a little too rough.
Agreed.
the one thing it does for limited is it means that if they do an alpha swing where they attack with everything, you know they don't have a pump spell because it's getting countered if they do.
Yeah.
Kyrie, the Swirling Sky. 6 mana, 6/6 Dragon Spirit. Flying, Ward 3. Note, because it has Ward 3, this might be the most playable of the dragons.
Nice.
But the problem is, again, Hullbreaker Horror right next to it. Flashing 7 mana, 7/8 that bounces things.
Yeah, every big blue creature has to compete with that, yeah.
Yep, until they ban it, which I really hope they don't.
Is it in standard a lot?
It's, so with Alrund's Epiphany being gone, it's replaced it.
What is Alrund's Epiphany?
Alrund's Epiphany was...
Is that the extra turn card?
Extra turns, yeah.
Okay.
Alrund's Epiphany was banned because it just... Basically, they would duplicate the spell multiple times. So you'd get multiple extra turns and multiple birds. So you could go from no board states to 16 birds and they're dead.
Yeah, okay.
Hullbreaker Horror is a more fair version. And while Allruns was around, people started playing this because they hated Allruns and it still was beating decks and being pretty high tier. So, that being said, this is still a good card. It's a 6 mana, hard to kill with Ward. And when it dies, you can return any number of target non-land permanents with total mana value 6 or less to their owner's hands. Note that could be your opponent's and yours. And it also could, because it's mana value 6 or less, you could just destroy every token you don't like seeing on your opponent's side of the board. That is powerful. Or you can mill 6 cards and return up to 2 instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand.
Nice.
So just,
that could be hella good.
Yeah, card advantage and the selective card advantage.
Yeah.
So...
Sweet. I love this card.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Hullbreaker Horror existing, I'd be hyped about Kyrie, and I'd say this one would see more play than AO. But...
It's a cool card. Big dragon, big boy.
Yeah.
Timmy like big dragon.
Johnny like hope for it, too. Oh, also limited absolute all-star. If you can play, you win.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
March of Swirling Mists. This is another March, so it's a color and X.
Oh, Phase is just an evergreen word now. I didn't know that.
It's weird, because So Phase is a really complicated mechanic from the past, and every once in a while, you'll just randomly see a card that phases things out.
Yeah.
And it's like only 1%. Like, they're just slowly introducing you, hey, Phase is an old keyword. We'd like to bring it back, but it's really complicated, so we're going to do this slowly. And so you can exile any blue cards to reduce this cost by 2, and it's up to X target creatures phase out. And basically, this is kind of like a one-turn board clear, as well as protecting yourself from a board clear. Because you can phase out their creatures so they can't block, or you can phase out your creatures so they don't die. And I think if there's a blue...
True.
If there's a blue tempo deck, this wants it, and this makes it work.
Yeah.
This is one of those cards that being able to just exile a card, like, I'm about to win the board, oh, there was Wrath of Godding, I'm going to tap 1, wipe out these 2 cards to just keep my entire board safe.
Yeah, this is a really good card.
This is, yeah, and there's another combo, we'll get to it later, but just know, up to X target creatures. This, yeah, I think there could be if there is a blue tempo deck, this helps it become viable and helps it make it to tier 1, even if it's just a sideboard card. It's really powerful.
In limited, this isn't a bomb, but
yeah,
it could be good. In limited, this is okay.
Yeah, in limited, you need to know what you're doing before you pick this. Like,
yeah, you idiots.
Yeah, if you don't, if I said phase out, you're like, what does that mean? Don't pick it.
Yeah.
Mind Leak. It is Mind Leak. I thought I misspelled
Me too.
it.
Yeah.
Mind Link Mech. 3 mana, 4/3 vehicle, flying. Whenever Mind Link Mech becomes crewed, for the first time each turn, until end of turn, it becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature that crewed it. Except it's a 4/3 vehicle with flying.
I don't know what this is useful for.
So, you ready for me to show you what it's
Yeah.
useful for? You crew it with Acquisition Octopus. It becomes an Acquisition Octopus. Then you equip Acquisition Octopus to it. You draw 2 cards when it hits them.
Can Mindlink Mech be equipped because it's a copy of a card with reconfigure? I guess once it becomes...
Oh yeah, you could equip Mind Link Mech to something, but once it's at the end of turn, it falls off.
Okay. That's awesome. Yeah, seems pretty good. Definitely just a 4/3 flyer. It's hella good and limited.
Yep.
Like even if you're not using the copying.
Johnnies go wild over this card. I don't think they're going to work as well as we hope, but I'm happy to see it. We're not going to get tier 1. I'm sorry, buddies. We're not Spikes. We're Johnnies. Love it, though. Mirror Shell Crab.
Yes.
7 mana, 5/7, Ward 3. So, big boy when awesome. And, if you can't play the big boy, it has a 3 mana channel, and it counters target spell or ability, unless its controller pays 3. This might see constructed play because it counters abilities as well.
Really?
It's the only way to stop channel effects. It's the you can stop entering the battlefield triggers and cause some good cards to just be bad cards. You can there's a lot. Countering an ability is actually pretty darn strong, and the fact that it can also just be your end game for your control deck. Like, this is a 3 mana counter target ability could be pretty rough.
I believe you. Yeah, pretty cool. I love playing these things in limited. Just because big boys that you can. Just a 5/7. Like,
yep.
Nice.
Who doesn't love playing a big Crabbo?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't have much to say about it besides that.
Ward 3 also means it's really hard to kill. So.
Yeah, you have to spend a whole turn killing it.
So yeah, Mirror Shell Crab is awesome. Might even see constructed play. It'd be weird, but it could do it. Mnemonic Sphere. 2 mana artifact, then you then tap 2 more to sacrifice it to draw 2 cards, or if you don't think you could do that, you just pay 1 mana, discard it, and draw a card. So it's a cycle, or it's a 4 mana divination, where half that mana can be instant speed.
Yeah, pretty sick. Good card. Yeah, you take it as a card advantage card in limited. There are...
You don't want too many, but you like them.
Yeah. I didn't see much if you control X artifacts or like sacrifice. This is like a Mirrodin card that ended up in here, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's the spell bomb. It's a spell bomb.
Yeah, it's literally a spell bomb. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you don't want too many of these. You need to be
maybe 1 in limited, yeah.
I would say it's extra good if you have the 2 mana counter spells, so you can hold up the 2 mana. If they don't play anything worth countering, you sacrifice it instead.
Yes.
But so like a deck archetype loves this, but you might not be that deck archetype.
Yeah.
But still being a loot is pretty nice. Mobilizer Mech. 2 mana, 3/4 flying, but cruise for 3. When it becomes crewed, up to 1 other target vehicle you control becomes an artifact creature, so it double cruise. And it's a 2 mana 3/4 flying vehicle.
Even without a lot of vehicles, yeah, you can still play this in limited.
Yep.
Good card, hella good.
Yeah, 2 mana 3/4 flying is just really good stat line.
But we'll see if you get the crew for it. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you have a 3 mana 3/2, it crews immediately.
True. And also that white fox, the 1 mana 2/1. Yeah.
Yep. And all those there's a few other cards that make colorless pilot creature tokens that crew for as if they had 3 power.
Oh yeah.
Moon Circuit Hacker. So this I think is going to be a big part of the ninja decks for limited. 2 mana 2/1 human ninja. Ninjutsu's for only 1. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, you discard a card unless you ninjutsu'd it, unless it entered the battlefield this turn.
Nice. That's hella good. Yeah, you want to pick this in limited all the time.
Yeah. If there's a ninja deck in constructed, you might just see this anyways.
Attack with the Moon Circuit Hacker, they don't block ninjutsu it for another Moon Circuit Hacker,
Yeah.
just so you get the full card.
Or if there's any good ETB effects, it's a 1 mana ninjutsu.
Yeah, this is sick. I love this card.
Yeah, this card might see constructed play if there's a good spot for it. And it's an enchantment creature. I'm not sure if that's valuable.
I mean, it is, but...
Yeah. Not what we're talking about. 2 mana 2/1 as well, so it's a bear. It trades with bears.
Yeah.
So you can just play as a 2-drop if you need it. Moonfolk Puzzle Maker. 3 mana 1/4. Whenever flyer.
Artifact creature.
Whenever it becomes tapped, scry 1. You're using this for ninjutsu, I feel like. Or
True.
like other cards that tap artifacts you control. You're using this to be tapped down. Otherwise, 4 toughness does stop things. This is like, I am playing the blue slow deck. This is a card that helps me out in a lot of ways.
Yep. It's good for stalling the mid game in limited.
Technically deals damage.
Supports your deck until you get the big bombs.
Yep.
It'd be cool to play a bunch of these just on a deck with a bunch of big crew vehicles.
Another thing you can use it for tapping, Moonsnare Prototype. 1 mana blue artifact, tap and an untapped artifact or creature you control to add a colorless. And then also, if you have enough mana already, you can instead channel it for 5, and the owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library.
Nice.
That is a Drowning Lock. That is one of the most powerful effects in Limited that they allow for common cards.
But that the opponent gets to choose?
The opponent does get to choose.
That makes
you choose the creature, they decide whether it's at the top or bottom.
That's good. That makes it not so broken, yeah.
Yep. And the fact that helps you ramp to that point, and that we have like that massive crab.
Yeah, massive crab, and you could use the artifact could be this thing too.
Yep.
So that's a use for that, or your vehicles that you can't crew yet.
Oh man, yeah. There's.
Yeah.
And also, it could just do creatures. So, you're going to have ways to make this make mana. Gosh, does that mean this is a Lawnmower Elf? It's a 1 mana card that taps for mana.
It's like a little bit laggier Lana War Elf, because Lana War Elf you can use in the next turn, but this one you probably have to wait till turn 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also an unkill. It's also a lot harder to kill.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I think we might be underestimating this. The more I think about this, the more I think someone might show us playing Standard. I would not be too surprised. It'd be weird if it made
Mana is always sketchy, yeah. Free
Yeah.
mana. Well, not free, but like, yeah. Mana rocks, yeah. Especially a 1 mana rock.
Exactly. Moonsnare Specialist. 4 mana 2/2 ninjutsus for 3. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand.
Nice. That's hella
Yeah,
good.
and another thing that's
it doesn't even have to hit the player.
yeah,
But.
and here's a combo that I want to make sure people understand you could do. So this is 3 mana to ninjutsu. So let's say you attack with 2 creatures. One of them makes it through. You can ninjutsu it into Moonsnare Specialist to bounce the creature that missed. And then before it deals combat damage, you can then ninjutsu it back into this Moon Circuit Hacker, and it deals combat damage as this one, drawing you a card, and the Specialist is still in your hand for next time you swing in.
Nice.
So, like, this card can basically make it so other colors can't play big creatures.
Yeah, this makes you want to play the ninja deck.
Yeah, this... And the fact that these both are common, these are like... That little combo that I just told you might be a staple to the ninja deck in blue.
In limited, yeah.
Yeah.
This card could also just be played randomly in standard. Any, like, enter the battlefield, return something else, pretty good.
Yep. Well, this cost in standard is usually exiling it.
Oh, okay.
So, but, yeah.
Never mind.
Still a nice card. Still a very nice card. Network Disruptor. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. A. When Network Disruptor enters the battlefield, tap target permanent. So this helps your ninjas that can't fly get in, and then later ninjutsus itself. So, and then it's 1 mana, so you just play it again next time. This, like, these 3 commons, they're all common, and they make the ninja deck work.
Yeah. I ain't got much to add to that. It's hella good.
Yep.
I love the Moonfolk.
Love the Moonfolk. These are humans, though, but... Love ninjas, and then this Moonfolk's like, I'm a rogue. We'll let you pass. You're a Moonfolk. Planar Incision. 2 mana instant. Blink an artifact or creature, and when it comes back to play, has a +1/+1 counter on it.
Nice.
Yep.
Save a guy. Buff it'll augment it, or whatever it's called.
Yep.
Modify it.
And that's... I'm not sure there's much more to say about it.
Yeah.
Prosperous Thief. Oh, hold up. Planar Incision with, like, Moonsnare Specialist.
Oh, yeah.
There are some cards that like entering the battlefield because we are in the ninjutsu colors. So maybe this is a bit better.
Isn't that card... Wasn't they had the white version of that card in the first Kamigawa set?
Oh,
it was the same thing. But it wasn't blink. It, like...
Search.
Until it was you removed it, and then at the end of turn it came into play with the +1 on it.
Something like that.
It was like Otherworldly Journey or something.
I think that was actually the name of it, Otherworldly Journey.
And I remember it being used in standard. Just because it entered... Yep, there it is.
Yeah, it was till the next end step that comes into play, but basically same effect.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
And yeah, if that sees play in standard, maybe this might see... If we get that tempo blue deck that we hoped for, maybe this comes into it.
Yeah.
Prosperous Thief. 3 mana, 3/2. Ninjutsus for only 2. Whenever 1 or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token.
Nice.
So even if the Network Disruptor, even if you run out of ninjas in your hand, this just starts popping out treasure tokens. It's only 1 a turn, but who cares? That's... Treasure is the mana which gets you to those big boys that will win you the game.
Yeah.
Or to the card draw.
Which I haven't seen a lot of in this set, honestly.
The big boys?
Crab, yeah, I mean the rares.
Yeah. Big boy was common. Crab boy?
No, that's what I meant. Besides the crab.
Yeah. All right. The reality chip. Here's a rare big boy. 2 mana 0/4 equipment jellyfish. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as the reality chip is attached to a creature, you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Reconfigures for 3. So I remember someone saying that this might see Constructed play as like a value engine. I don't see it. You need another creature in play. That creature needs to not get killed in response. It costs 3 mana each time you fail to do that.
But just being able to like flip over the top of your deck and just
Once it's reconfigured on, the fact that the top of your deck becomes a playable is pretty insane. I just don't think it will survive in Standard.
Yeah. I haven't played Standard, but yeah, and then what are you doing? What are you doing with that?
Well, I mean, honestly, having the top of your deck is probably enough.
Yeah?
Like, it's just so much card advantage.
Yeah. So I can see it being scary, so.
And for Limited, I think this is, like...
Oh, yeah, this is Helgen Limited.
Yeah, it's the value engine of your deck.
Yeah, it's got 4 toughness.
Yep. 4 toughness is actually pretty nice. Reality Heist. 7 mana instant, but costs 1 less for each artifact you control. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You reveal up to 2 artifact cards and put them into your hand. The rest go at the bottom. I mean, this is for the artifact deck.
Yep.
We might have some incremental... The fact that it's instant speed is pretty nice.
And 2 mana. I feel like this is one of those cards that sneaks its way into Constructed, you know?
Yeah.
Limited, you could use it. You could use it in Limited, but it's not going to be insane.
I think the problem for it in Constructed is it only gets you artifact cards, so you have to be a hyper artifact dedicated deck.
Yeah.
You can't reduce its cost with treasure tokens, because you just gain more treasure. You know? Because it's just artifacts you control.
Wait, what? You can't reduce its cost with
No, you can reduce its cost with treasure, but if you're doing that, then you're not gaining any cards, because it's only grabbing artifacts.
Oh, you're saying, like, if you're only relying on treasures to reduce it. Then,
yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, it has to be an artifact-heavy deck, and so I need to see that before I just say, yeah, good. As you said, it might sneak its way to Constructed, though. Might have to be a sideboard for the more grindy matchups, but it could find its way. Replication Specialist. 5 mana 3/4 flyer. Whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and create a token that's a copy of it.
Whoa.
If you have cards for this, this is insane. The one thing limiting it is its cost, which is why it ain't seen Constructed.
Yeah, but in Limited this is sick, because even just a 5 mana 3/4 flyer is dope.
Mm-hmm.
And then now all your vehicles, you get 2 of them.
Or your artifact creatures.
Or your artifacts that draw 2 cards. Or this is good.
Oh my god,
Limited.
enter the battlefield. Are there any artifact ninjas? That's enchantment, that's creature. Okay. But if there were artifact ninjas, you make double ninjas.
For the ninjutsus?
Yeah.
Crazy. Hella good.
Yep. This could be I think this could be a finisher for your ninja deck.
Yeah, you don't even need a lot of artifacts in your deck to play that in Limited, yeah. Just play it.
Doesn't even need to be a ninja deck. Yeah, just any deck with some artifacts. Like 5 mana 3/4, as you were saying. Saiba Trespassers. 5 mana 3/5. Moonfolk Rogue. Channels. You tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. They don't untap during the controller's next untap step.
Interesting.
I feel like it's actually used more for the channel ability.
Yeah.
And the 5 mana 3/5 is just the tacked on, hey, if you need a body.
Yeah, the 5 mana 3/5 is not good.
Yeah.
But the channel's pretty good.
Yeah, the channel, specifically for, like, the ninja deck, so in case you're wondering, you can, as they gain rage, declare combats, you can tap them down so they can't attack. They stay tapped for that turn. Then it's your turn, you attack in. Next turn, they still don't untap, so you get 2 free swing-ins while stopping their swing-in. And for the rogue, I think even if you're like a blue-white partial samurai deck, like tapping other creatures so your one can attack in alone, the more tempo-oriented your deck is, the better this card is. But this is 4 mana, so doesn't fit your curve. Short Circuit. 2 mana, flash enchantment aura, enchant artifact or creature. As long as it's a creature, it gets -3/-0 and loses flying. It's a card. I think this is one of those cards that don't make it anywhere.
It's like if you don't have a lot of removal, it's fine. If you're playing like mono blue and limited, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's like just pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Sky Swimmer Koi, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer, which is a stat line in limited. Just let you know.
This is a good card.
Yeah. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard.
This is a good card.
Yep.
You want to pick this a lot, especially all the flyers I've been seeing. Like, this competes with like every common, uncommon flyer. So
yeah, I will note that there seems to be a lot more flyers in blue than white had, and usually white blue is the flyer color.
Yeah.
So, like, if they're not blue, so far this goes uncontested. So, well, there's the 3 mana 3/2 vehicle, but
vehicle.
yeah. Well, it competes with vehicles. You have a fish that beats out a tank.
Yeah.
And yeah,
what? Spell Pierce.
Yeah,
No
Spell
way.
Pierce is reprinted. This card sees standard play. Probably will see standard play again.
That's insane.
Yeah, no, it's insane. that they-
Limited though, it might not be that good. Just
Yeah.
because, yeah.
Limited non-creature is a big cost.
Yeah.
Suit Up. 3 mana, instant, until end of turn. Target creature or vehicle becomes an artifact creature with base power toughness 4/5, and draw a card.
Yeah, that's a good card. This is a sick combat trick.
Yeah. So the thing with ninjutsu is with this, you can basically attack with 2 creatures. Instead of ninjutsuing the one that did get blocked, you just pump up the one that did and kill them.
Yeah, this is a sick card.
Yeah, this... If there is a kind of ninjutsu deck in Standard, this might actually see some play.
In Standard? You think this goes in Standard? Because it
Draw a
draws?
card is huge. So
trust
for
you,
people
but-
that don't know, I think it's called Startling Development. There you are. So this saw some play because it was a nice little combat trick and it cycled for the
Well,
cycle
but the
deck.
cycling deck was
The
insane, though.
yeah, the cycle deck, having cycle was super massive on this. But what I'm saying is that this effect, they've been trying to make good for a while, and this, I think, it might be the first time it's good. In Limited, this seems absolutely insane. Constructed, there needs to be the deck for it. I don't think... The Tempo Blue deck, if it sees play...
I feel like you'd have to, like, copy this spell or something for it to be, like, good enough.
Good point, good point. You need a 1 mana 1/1 that's worth playing and keeping safe. Yeah.
That too.
I do see the problems with it now. I have high hopes for it, but I hope too high. My Johnny sense is shot too high when
Yeah,
I saw
I don't know.
Draw
I don't know. I mean, you know more about Standard than me, but...
But I think you're correct in there. I think that's a good point. You made good points that I didn't consider. I will say for Limited, I love this card. It makes ninjutsu more... It makes ninjutsu scary, because if I block this... If I don't block, they ninjutsu. If I do block, they kill. It's like, there's no winning once Suit Up is in your deck.
Yeah.
And they don't know if that card's in your hand, so you're able to attack in at higher levels, and, like, can they make you have it? It's a really good card. Even if it doesn't see play, the threat of it is good enough. Even if it's not in your deck, it could be valuable. 3 mana... Okay. Tamishi, Reality Architect. 3 mana 2/3, Moonfolk Wizard. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to your hand, draw a card, but only once each turn. Tap a white and X. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. Return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. This card.
Turn a land you control, return... Artifact or enchantment.
And keep in mind, returning the land, the first time you do it, draws you a card.
Whoa. Yeah, it seems pretty good. I don't know how it would be used. But like,
Yeah, it's one of those cards where it's like, I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to use it, but like, just reanimating an artifact creature for the cost
Yeah.
of... So,
And is this the only Moonfolk with an old school Moonfolk ability?
yes, this is the only move.
And it's white for some reason?
Yeah.
Cool.
I will state for Standard, like, there is Treasure Vault. It says return an artifact, I forgot there's so many treasure cards. But just as it has mana value X or less, you can return a land to your hand and get a land to play immediately.
Oh, nice.
So, there are some combos that can be pulled off with Tamishi. Also, like, obviously, if you get the green, play additional land each turn, well, then you'd have to be 3-color. I'm not going to be building the Johnny deck just yet, but I have high hopes. Right now, probably not. We're going to need to see the deck that can make this work.
Yeah.
It's not really... This is definitely a late game card. You want to either return big artifacts, or... You definitely don't want to activate this more than once per turn, unless you have some way to keep recurring those lands to play.
I think it's an auto pick and limited too. It's just you'll have cards to use this with, and it's a 3-mana 2/3.
Yeah, and it's artifact or enchantments.
Yeah.
Like it turns your lands from dead draws to helping you get bigger artifacts and enchantments from your grave. Yeah, auto pick and limited. Tamio's Completion. Is that? Do we just spell that as completion, or is it completion, or
pronounce it? Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I think it's just completion, but it just means something different. Yeah.
Just completion, just spelled wrong.
Yeah.
Or spelled completely. 4 mana flash enchantment. Enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Tap enchant permanent. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Enchant permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. This is blue kill.
Yep. Yeah, seriously. Oh, it gets planeswalkers too. Yeah. It's a blue murder spell.
Yep. Obviously, these sort of spells are not good enough in Constructed, and you need some really good reason to be running enchantment auras for this to see play in Constructed. So, of course, this goes in the Light Pause deck.
Oh yeah, Lightpaw can do this stuff, but doesn't Lightpaw connect to your own creatures only?
Well, you play this, and then you get a different aura to put on Light Pause.
Okay.
Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh. 4 mana, 4 loyalty planeswalker. The first activated ability of an artifact costs 2 less. So note this does work with reconfigure and things like that, so that's very nice. Draw +1, draw 2 cards, then discard them 2 unless you discard an artifact card. So if you are discarding artifacts, it's card advantage, otherwise it's card selection. -2, target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it's not a vehicle, it has base power and toughness 4/4. And if you can get -6, whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card.
And that becomes an artifact creature is not until end of turn, so it just activates your crew, your vehicles forever.
Yeah, that's one of the things that a lot of people brought up. That might just make this card really good, like insanely good.
Dude, it's +1 is a thirst for. Oh, did you say that? It's +2 is a thirst for knowledge.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
or what's it called? It's not thirst for knowledge.
No, it's called thirst for knowledge.
Okay.
It's actually right here. Thirst for knowledge.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Nice. This typically draws 3. So the first time you use it, it's not a thirst for knowledge because it costs you a card to +1. But the second, if you use it on later turns, it's a thirst for knowledge because it's not costing a card anymore. Honestly, I feel like if this card is good, it's because you could -2 and then -2 again and be good with that.
Yeah, pretty good card.
The fact that also loots and does like a good loot with artifacts, just extra meat. Constructed, limited. If you have just artifacts that aren't like...
Yeah, this isn't like gonna break every deck in limited, but yeah, if you, like you said, just have some artifacts, it's good. Turns that 1/4 Moonfolk artifact creature to a 4/4. It just kind of buffs some of your artifact creatures. Yeah, it's good.
Oh yeah, you can target creature artifacts. It doesn't say not target non-creature artifact. It's just target artifact because it's an artifact creature. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. And then Thirst for Knowledge. This is a card that's, as long as you're discarding an artifact, it's good enough in limited.
Yeah.
Constructed, this kind of has been phased out by now.
Really? Dang. Even if you're not discarding an artifact, I feel like that's still good. It's instant speed card draw and
There's also a Thirst for Meaning in Constructed right now, which is you discard a basic land instead, and since you don't want so many basic lands.
Yeah, it's way better.
Yeah. Thousand-Faced Shadow. 1 mana. So this is your ninja enabler for Constructed. 1 mana, 1/1 human ninja. Ninjutsu for 4. It's a flyer, and when it enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, so if you ninjutsu'd it, you create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature, and it enters the battlefield tapping attacking as well.
And it's like they
didn't block it, so it's an extra ninjutsu.
Well,
so it's a ninjutsu.
This is almost like a non-ninja ninjutsu card, right? Because it's like you want a ninja in cards that aren't just like weak ninjas,
Oh, I get what you're saying.
I would assume. I don't know. What do you see it used for?
I just see it used as a trigger for flying ninjas, and then just later having So I will get to it. There's a card called Satoru Umezawa that we will get to in multicolor, which I think is the way that ninjas in standard work. And this basically, early game, it triggers your ninja cards, and late game, this doubles up your Hullbreaker Horrors.
Oh, yeah. True.
But
yeah, pretty good. Just a 1/1 flyer also, yeah.
Yeah, 1/1 flyer is sometimes just good enough in those decks, which makes me wonder if like flyers will start being good in the format just for being flyers and nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's blue.
Blue.
All right. Whew.
Wow, not many big fatties.
I mean, Mirror Shell Crab.
I mean, even like the mid boys, it's like barely in. Maybe that's normal though. I don't know.
Futurist
Just looking at
Sentinel.
them all like, I guess they do have some big ones, yeah.
Yeah. You just love it being big, fat. You just want to go back to Zendikar.
Or a core, yeah.
Yeah. Original Zendikar. Tarkir.
I guess this is pretty normal. Oh, you got some 3/4s, some 4/3s. White is just a lot weenier. Then blues has the least amount of creatures, so I'm just biased right now.
Yeah. And we got two big fatties in common.
Yeah, true.
I get it. We didn't get Hullbreaker. We didn't get to the competitor to Hullbreaker Horror. Or we did, and they're a tiny little fatty. But Mirror Shell Crab. Do not be sad about Mirror Shell Crab.
All right.
Black.
Oh wait, I thought we were gonna take a break.
Yeah. Do you need to take a break? I was just.
Well, I was gonna ask you if you think we should be done for the night, because look, it's like 8:30.
Oh, do you need to get some rest?
I mean, you like take a shower and stuff. I mean, we're definitely not gonna get through all these tonight.
Okay. So you want to split us up? Do the next. So we have black, red, green, multicolor artifact land. So we did 1, 2, 3. Do you want to do a fourth, and then we do the other 4 basically next time? Or do you think you just need
Yeah. No, we can do one more.
All right. So black then?
Let's do it.
All right. Black, everyone. Assassin's Ink, starting us off. Costs 1 less to cast if you have an artifact, 1 less if you control a enchantment. Destroy target creature or planeswalker.
Oh, that's sick.
Removal unlimited is good. Constructed, we have 2 mana removal without these hoops.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Still pretty cool, though.
Still
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah, no. I remember some people were like, is this constructed playable? And I was like, oh, I see why you like it. It's cute. No. This one, however.
Biting Palm.
3 mana, Human Ninja, 3/3. Ninjutsu for 3 as well. Enters the battlefield with a menace counter on it. And 1 deals combat damage to a player. You may remove the menace counter and Thoughtseize them, basically. Reveal their hand, you choose a non-land card, and they exile it. They exile it. It doesn't even go to their grave. Oh my gosh.
That's dope.
Yeah. This was like one of the cards that, like, if there's a ninja deck, this is part of it.
Yeah. Insane.
Oh my gosh. I like how they had that theme of the menace counter preventing you from doing it more than once.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, 3 mana, 3/3 menace could just be good enough, even in standard.
Yeah, and then you sold that
Like,
ability. Yeah.
get rid of it now or face the consequences.
Yeah. It's a cool card.
And, of course, limited. Yeah. Blade of the Oni. 2 mana, 3/1 menace, equipment demon. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 5/5, has menace, and is a black demon in addition to its other colors and types, and costs 4 to equip. So it's a 2 mana. It's a 3/1 menace already, so it's already a good 2-drop, and then it becomes your late game bomb.
This is a dope card.
Yeah, this card's amazing. There might be an aggressive black deck, and this might make it there. This might help it exist.
Yeah. Also, 2 mana, 3/1 menace is really good for Biting Palm Ninja.
Oh yeah,
it just already plays into that for standard. Yeah.
Yep. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about how this is a ninja card as well.
Yeah.
Chainflail Centipede. 3 mana, 2/2. Artifact equipment insect. Whenever it or equipped creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 and only costs 2 to equip. It's a bad bone splitter when equipped, but sometimes that's good enough.
Yeah. Maybe if you have like an aggressive.
You have to be aggressive.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
You pick it if you need it.
Yeah.
Limited.
I think modifying might be good, and then having that +2 attack, like Bone Splinter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then again, reconfiguring for 2 and not 3 is pretty important. But we just saw how +2 mace did not make it, and that was 2 mana to cast, 3 mana to equip.
Yeah.
So, there's definitely better equipment. Clawing Torment. Enchant artifact or creature. As long as it's a creature, it's -1/-1 and can't block. And it has, at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life. You can use this just to, like... If you're the aggressive deck, you can use this just to prevent them from blocking and just charge on in knowing things are getting worse for them.
Yeah, that's a cool... That's a card that, like, makes me want to build a deck with a bunch of them in it and stuff, you know? But I don't actually think it's that good, but... Yeah, you're right. I like how you put it for limited, yeah.
The one thing that scares me about this is if they happen to have ninjutsu, they attack, you don't want to block because they lose your life. Great, I get it back. Goodbye to your aura.
Yep, it has a lot of things that kind of hold it back, but...
Yeah. I don't think you play more than one just because of the danger of that.
Yeah.
Not for limited. Debt to the Kami. 3 mana instant. Exile target creature. Opponent, they choose which creature they exile, or they choose which enchantment they exile.
It's okay for limited, but...
Yeah.
Seems pretty bad.
Yeah, the main reason for the cards like this is to make sure Black has some way to remove enchantments, but naturally, Black is bad at removing enchantments.
Oh, I didn't even recognize... Yeah, they're making Black Enchantment Killer now.
Yep. Whenever they have an enchantment set, they have to make it fair for Black.
Oh, really?
So this is how they do it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They had the same with FoeCus Contribution or something like that, which is like this, but it was
What about enchantments for red? Or is red just have their own stuff?
I guess red just has to kill really fast then. I never even thought about that. Alright. Dockside Chef. 1 mana, 1/2. Enchantment creature, human citizen. Tap 2, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw a card.
Yeah, that's good and limited too. Then you just sacrifice everything before it dies.
Yep. So you remember that black-white sacrifice deck that I was talking about?
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'm not sure if it's a sideboard, but Skullport Merchant is basically this card, but 3 mana and creates a treasure token. This is part of that standard deck.
Oh, nice.
So this is like sometimes in the sideboard and stuff, because it's...
And what's the new one?
It's 1 mana, and it doesn't create a treasure token.
Right, but it's 1 mana. Nice.
And the fact that it's an enchantment might be for those, if you control enchantment and an artifact, that deck's already getting treasure tokens. So now we get the enchantment side. So all those, if you control artifact and enchantment, this might help it out.
Nice.
So this might see constructed play. And limited, as you said, before it dies, you just get some value out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, against the ninja deck or the samurai deck, could be very valuable. Wow. Dokuchi's Shadow Walker. 6 mana, 5/5 ogre ninja, but ninjutsu's for 4.
Oh, yeah.
Love these sort of cards.
Yep. Just a big boy.
Just finish your... Yeah. Oh, well, let the 1/1 hit me. 1/1? Lose a
4 mana 5/5 is insane.
Yeah,
too.
4 mana 5/5. Like, if you this is the one you don't ninjutsu it, so you get the effect. The effect is this guy comes to play and he scares everyone away.
Yeah, this is the type of card I would try to find a way to make in standard, just to like do it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good, very good for limited.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of, it's like a finisher for the ninja deck, and also because it's going to attack in and it's going to hit. You could probably...
If you get it on turn 4, there's not much that can combat it, you know?
Yep.
There's a lot of kill spells, but...
Yeah, you have to resort to a kill spell on a common.
Mm-hmm.
Dokuchi's Silencer. 2 mana, 2/1. Ninjutsu's for 2 as well. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard a creature card. If you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker that player controls. This feels like it just like solves an issue, but the cost is a bit steep. Discarding is just really rough. It means no death triggers happen, but it also means it's very efficient. Like, you don't have to worry about...
I mean, it's technically a 2 mana kill spell.
Yeah.
It seems pretty good, but...
Yeah, limited, I think you'll find a spot for this, just because you'll need it sometimes. But it's not like... It's not a bomb. It's just... I'm not even sure it's technically a removal spell, but you'll be...
And then you're left with the 2/1. It's just a 2/1 for 2. It's
exactly.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Enormous Energy Blade. 3 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +4/+0, but when they become equipped, they get tapped. Equipped for 2.
That's a cool card.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually useful, but...
Yeah, I love the flavor of it, but I don't understand why this is uncommon. What about
it's
this?
Uncommon?
Yeah, what about this is so strong that they couldn't make this common?
Maybe they're just scared of Bone Splitter. You know what I mean? Because things like that, just maybe power like that in limited is just too much.
First Strike is pretty decent in this set. Like, there's an equipment that gives double strike even.
Yeah, so maybe they're just scared.
Yeah, maybe they were just like, hey, let's play it safe. We don't know how good this card could be.
Mm-hmm.
Goshintai of Hidden Cruelty. 4 mana, 2/2 Death Touch. And then if you pay 1 at the end of your turn, you destroy target creature with toughness X or less, where X is the number of shrines.
Okay, this one is hella good.
Yeah, this one, you can play it without any other shrines.
Yeah, in limited.
Yeah.
Because, like, once in a while... Yeah, then all of their 1/1s die. Anything this like that happens to have 1 toughness dies. And then maybe you get another shrine randomly, and then boom, dude. Yeah, this card... And then it has Death Touch.
Yeah, and that's just a Death Touch, yeah. This one actually, unlike the previous 2 shrines, actually has a good body.
Yeah.
So that already makes it better. And then sometimes its end step trigger actually works, which means it's the best shrine we've seen so far. Gravelighter. 3 mana, 2/2 spirit, flying. When it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, you draw a card. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel...
That's hella good.
Yeah, I feel it's really good. I don't think it makes constructed, because I think that this is a little not good enough in weird ways, but
Yeah.
it's close. It's honestly close.
I mean, a 3 mana 2/2 flyer is good and limited, and then you also get the sacrifice stuff.
Yeah. If you need to kill their big... Let's say you have a 1/1 token. You can use this either to kill their big threat, or you sacrifice the token as fodder to draw a card, basically.
Yep. Just throw it in, yeah. Yeah, good card. Pick it.
And then even if you don't have that token fodder, anytime you're attacking with ninjas, if one doesn't make it out alive, hey, I got a card for it.
True.
Like, this card just seems good. No matter your deck. Hidetsugu. Love Hidetsugu. Devouring Chaos. 4 mana, 4/4. Ogre Demon. You can pay a swamp to sacrifice a creature, scry 2, or tap 3 and tap. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn, and if you exile a non-land card this way, it deals damage equal to the exile card's mana value to any target. I don't think this card's that good, but I absolutely love it.
You might play it, not without paying its mana cost. You
have to, which is why the fact that it costs 3 to activate makes it a little rough.
Yeah. Would this get played in that sacrifice deck you were talking about for standard?
No, because you have better sacrifice triggers than doing something like Scry.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good limited, but it's rare, so, like, most rares should be good in limited, but...
Yeah. 4 mana, 4/4, yeah, exactly. The tap 3 tap, I think the main thing is you either use it, you get a land for free, you get a small thing, you get to shoot down one of their small creatures and play a small spell, or you get a big spell and you just kill something.
Yeah. Or just face damage, even.
Yeah. As long as you're not getting a land, I think that tap 3 tap is good enough without the sacrificing creature trigger.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's cool.
But
it doesn't blow my mind.
Ink Rise Infiltrator. 2 mana, 1/2 flyer, and you can tap 4 to give it +2/+2 until end of turn.
This is actually really good. For limited.
Yeah. Okay, again, if we don't say anything about constructed, we're talking about limited.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it eventually becomes a 3/4, and then if you're going to the late game, you could even make it, what's the next level? 5/7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
5/6.
it's like... Sorry, 5/6. And
But
it,
still.
like, activates your ninjas.
Yeah,
It is a ninja.
It's a flyer. It activates your ninjutsu early game and is the threat late game.
Yeah.
And it's common.
And if you have multiple of these, you choose which one to buff,
Yeah.
when you're attacking him.
The one issue with it is it's your 2-drop, and it only has 1 attack. So it might cause some issues against aggression, but that's it.
Yeah, pick it if your deck needs it. Pretty good.
Invoke Despair. This is our 4 swamps and 1. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life, and you draw a card. Then repeat this process for enchantment and a planeswalker.
Nice. And you draw a card.
Yeah, and you're the one that draws the card.
Pretty cool.
So, sorry. This is by nature a 3/1, for worth noting. In constructed, that's actually surprisingly not good enough a lot of times, because it's 5 mana for this effect.
Yeah. And they get to choose too. It's not destroy.
Yeah. That being said, if there is that black aggro deck, I was thinking about the value of this. If it's like they sacrifice a creature, so let's say this card says sacrifice a creature, they lose 4 life and you draw 2 cards. If you're an aggro deck, basically, if you can make that them losing 4 life valuable, this card becomes good.
Yeah.
The life loss has to be good for this card to be good.
Maybe, yeah, like 2 or 3 of these in some black aggro deck, and this is like the just... Yeah.
This is the top end. This is always the top end. And it draws into its other top
I
end.
hope that happens. That's cool.
Yeah, I hope so too. I don't think you could play more than 2. Maybe, like, 3 seems a little risky with how fast we want to go with this. But, yeah, and then also against the control decks, just the ability to, oh, they have Lolth? Alright, pop, and you still lose 2 life. So, I'm hopeful for this, but a lot of people are saying, no, it's too clunky. I will say, if it targeted an artifact as well, no one would be saying that. But then again, that'd be a 4-for-1 instead of 3-for-1. That's a big difference. Also, limited this... What do you think about this for limited? Because it only targets
pretty
one...
good. Well, it doesn't target anything, first of all. But, yeah, I know what you're saying.
It gets 1 creature.
It does give you some card advantage. I think it could be good.
Yeah.
I don't know how big the boards are going to be. I feel like people are going to have a lot of little creatures.
That's a good point. Yeah, if I would
But
say...
it also gets an enchantment, and then if they have a planeswalker, you're just getting the card. I think it's okay. It's not a bomb pick. It's a...
I'd say treat it as card draw in your
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
And then
Card advantage, yeah.
Yeah. Junji, the Midnight Sky. Again, we have the issue of they have to die for this to trigger. But it's a 5-mana, 5/5 Dragon Spirit, flying and menace. So this is very... This 5/5 is huge. So, right now in the meta, there's a lot of creatures that are 4-mana, 4/4 flyers, or 5-mana, 4/4 flyers with haste and stuff like that. So having 5 health and flying is actually a huge break point in the meta.
Oh, cool.
If you're not facing the Exile deck, of course. Every other deck, having 5 toughness and flying is a huge break point, making this a real... And then also having menace means it's hard to block. And then when it dies, either you can make them discard 2 cards and lose 2 life, or you lose 2 life and reanimate a non-dragon creature.
Yeah, this card's dope.
Yeah, this card, if it wasn't for the Exile deck, I already have a constructed deck I want to put this in.
Nice.
Like, and obviously in Limited, I think this is the best dragon.
Oh, yeah?
Because it rips up, it either mind rots them, or it reanimates another big threat while being a big threat itself.
Yeah, flying 5/5 menace is insane for limited.
Yeah, that's Baneslayer Angel stats, basically.
Yeah, good card.
Yeah.
Fun card. I love the dragons.
Love the dragons. Hate the meta, love the dragon. Kaido's Pursuit. 3-mana sorcery, so this is our mind rot, discard 2 cards. The ninjas and rogues you control gain menace until end of turn.
Nice. So it's like you actually don't have to sacrifice the tempo as much.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. My main issue is you don't have the mana anymore to use ninjutsu much.
Yeah,
But,
true.
like, I think you're using this to, like, help... like, you're winning the game 2 turns from now, sort of thing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So...
Good card. Mind Rot's good and limited.
Yeah. You don't want too many of these. Like, 1, maybe 2.
2 if you're... Yeah, just 1. But
I would say 2 if that menace is good enough if they only have 1 card in hand.
I see.
Kami of Restless Shadows. When enters the battlefield, choose one. It's a 5-mana 3/3. When enters the battlefield, you either return a ninja or rogue from your graveyard to your hand, or you put any creature on top of your library. If you're not putting it in your hand, this was a bad card.
Yeah. You just want the ninjas.
Yeah.
And it's a 5-mana 3/3. This isn't that good of a card.
Gravedropper is a 4-mana 2/2 that returns a card to your hand. That card's pretty good. So as we said, you have to return it to your hand. Like, maybe if you're reanimating Junji the Midnight Sky over here, you'll be alright. But, yeah, not a really good card.
This maybe you play in the limited aggressive deck.
I feel like this is more like we're going to late game with our ninjas, which feels weird. I don't know if ninjas can do that.
Yeah, this is just not that good. Yeah, don't pick it.
Kami of Terrible Secrets. Oh no, my brothers are bad. They're really bad cards. 4-mana, 3/4, creature spirit. When Kami of Terrible Secrets enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact and enchantment, you draw a card or you gain a life. And it's a 4-mana, 3/4. I think this card is actually really good and limited.
Yeah. I don't know how often you're getting the draw effect, but yeah, 3/4 body.
If you can get the draw effects pretty consistently, I think this is, like, amazing common. But if you don't, it's still a 4-mana 3/4.
Yeah. Not bad. Don't pick it first.
I just assume commons are never first picks.
I've first picked plenty of commons.
I've only done it once.
Really?
It did win me the game, though.
Yeah.
It was a 2-mana 2/2 lifelinker. And it was just the
Wow.
best card in the pack. Got me to... That deck went 7 wins.
Nice.
Leech Gauntlet.
This is a good card.
Yes. 2-mana 2/2 lifelink, already a good card. Equipped creature has lifelink, reconfigure 4, gives other cards lifelink. Remember how we said Kindly Ancestor was an amazing card in its format?
Boom. Gives anything lifelink. Just come back.
Yep.
Yeah, because a lot of times those decks will like have you on the ropes, and then it's just boom, no more ropes.
Yep. I'm now flying. The restraints of this stadium does not hold me. Just T-posing in the air over your WWE wrestler. It happens a lot. Glitches in that game are amazing.
What game? You just made so many references. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's okay. All right, moving on.
Okay.
Lethal Exploit. 2-mana instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Then it gets an additional -1/-1 for each modified creature you controlled as you cast this spell.
Ooh. Nice.
I love the phrasing
good
as
card.
you cast this spell. Just so it's like, you can't just kill my creature and respawn. That's not good enough.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
and then save your own guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card's super good and limited. You're gonna be killing everything. Well, not killing it, but like, this is the kind of card you want, especially with 2 mana.
In a previous limited format, Olivia's Midnight Ambush was great, and while it doesn't have as much upside as Olivia's Midnight Ambush is good because it's low tier. The lowest level is still good, and so it has the same low level.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's not as good as Olivia's, but Olivia's is good. It's good enough. Malicious Malfunction. 3 mana sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. If a creature would die this way, it's exiled instead.
This is gonna be crazy and limited, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so much weak creatures, yeah.
In Constructed, this is like a tool that they like to have in the formats to keep things in control. This might see some sideboard play.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it just depends on what's seeing play. But like mono white aggro will get murdered by this.
Yeah, 3 mana, 2 damage to everything is pretty common for, yeah. Yep.
Yep. Good card. Important for the format. March of Wretched Sorrow. Black and X. Additional March so you can exile cards to reduce its cost by 2 for each. Deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life.
It's okay.
It's
not even, it doesn't seem standard playable at all.
it's a kill spell. Dude, I've heard one of my friends who plays Modern and stuff was saying, "Ooh, I really like this card." So I'm wondering if there's something you and I don't see about this.
I mean, 1 mana destroy, even if you're sacrificing cards in your hand, just like destroy something, gain some life is cool, but
I feel like the life gain has to save you, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering how many metas where the life gain saves you.
maybe modern. I don't know.
Maybe maybe Modern. Maybe that's why my friend was so hyped about, thought this card was so cool.
In limited, it's a pretty good kill spell, but you're not really picking it over things unless you need a kill spell.
In Constructed, if you're paying X mana, you're playing Meat Hook Massacre, and yeah. So that basically, if you're playing this, it's because the exile is valuable. I guess when you can't play Blood on the Snow, you exile that to kill their Brutal Cathar prematurely.
Yeah, not very good.
Mukotai Ambusher. 4 mana 3/2 ninjutsu for only 2 and has lifelink.
Very good. Very good.
I think if you don't ninjutsu it, I'm not sure it's worth the 4 mana.
Yeah, probably not. But
Lifelink's really good.
yeah,
in
lifelink's good. 3's decent in this meta, so
Yep.
well,
And-
so far.
Yeah, with lifelink, the extra power, it means an extra point of health, so. Mukotai Soul Ripper. 2 mana 4/3 vehicle. Whenever it attacks, you may crew 2. Sorry, I feel like crew needs to be like because it's
Part of the cost.
yeah. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice another artifact or creature. If you do, put +1/+1 counter on Mukotai Soul Ripper and gains a menace until end of turn. So if you have a sacrifice fodder, that's 5 damage on a 2 mana card.
Yeah, that's dope. You were telling me before this card It's getting pretty hype, and yeah.
Some people are talking about, like as I was saying, that mono black aggro deck. This could be part of the card that pushes it over.
Crew 2, you have that 1 mana 2/1. You have a bunch of cards that can create this.
And as I said, that sacrifice deck, like Twitch loves dying.
Yeah.
We have some 1-drops that just love to be fodder to the Soul Ripper.
Attacks me, sacrifice another. So you can sacrifice the card that crewed it.
Yep. There's treasure tokens just lying around sometimes in Standard.
Yeah, this card's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people are really hopeful. I'm not as certain. I feel like I'm hopeful, but I'm not so sure.
Bomb Unlimited.
Bomb Unlimited. 2 mana, 4/3, and then just like, oh, we need to close out the game. All right, we can do that.
Yep.
Nashi, Moon Sage's Scion.
Ski, or actually, I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those. Which of us is the English major?
I know. I should know. I'm pretty sure it's skiing.
Okay, it's skiing.
I'm pretty sure.
3 mana, 3/2, Rat Ninja. Ninjutsu's for 4, so Ninjutsu's for even more. When it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of each player's library. Until end of turn, you may play one of those cards. If you cast a spell this way, pay life instead of paying mana.
Nice.
So my main thing is, like, if you do it once, are you going to hit something that you can actually play? Like, what if you hit a land and a 2-drop? It's a little, like, that feels a little eh. So it's like you need to be able to deal combat damage with just a 3 mana 3/2. I'm not sure how many decks can. I'm sorry, I'm talking about constructed because this is a mythic rare. In limited, this.
I feel like in constructed you don't play this.
Yeah, I feel the same. For limited, 3 mana 3/2 with upside is probably good enough.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is mythic. I mean, it is like a cool tabletop card.
Okay, I think it's mythic because they were trying it rare, and then every once in a while you hit like a 5 mana 4/4 vigilance or something, and it's like this card cheats mana.
Yeah.
It's variable because you're only doing the top card, but you get 2 shots at it. One from you, one from them.
Seems really fun in Commander.
Oh, yes. Not as the commander, I don't think, but...
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah. Nozumi Blade Blesser. 3 mana common 3/2. Samurai Rat. It has Death Touch as long as you control an artifact, and has Menace as long as you control an enchantment.
This is a good card.
Yeah, like, if you control one of those, it's good. If you control both of those, it's amazing. Because, attacking with a Death Touch Menace, oh, we need to stop your ninjutsu. Which 2 cards am I willing to let die? Because they're dying 100%.
Yeah. Menace Death Touch is a crazy combo.
Yep. Nozumi Prowler. 2 mana 3/1. Ninjutsu's for 2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains Death Touch and lifelink until end of turn. So the one that was blocked becomes a kill spell.
Yep.
And remember, as I said, you ninjutsu and then you ninjutsu another card in. This is another one of those cards that loves to get ninjutsu back and forth constantly. Just hold up the threat of, which do you block? It dies.
Yeah, true. Hella good. Hella good.
Yeah.
Especially limited.
Yeah. And lifelink. Okiba Salvage. 5 mana sorcery. Return target creature or vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then if you control an artifact and enchantment, put 2+1/+1 counters on it.
Nice. I don't know how worth these cards are in limited. I feel like they're not that amazing in limited.
You need something to revive.
Yeah, some like good fly or something.
I've done it with these cards once, but I had a 6-mana. I had Flourishing Hunter for it.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, Flourishing, like I had 2 or 3 Flourishing Hunters and 2 of these revive cards, and I was able to be a very slow deck, and so these guys were gaining me 6 life each time I pulled them out.
Yeah, you need some big guys like that.
Yeah. I will also say, just as a funny theme, this isn't really constructed, but if you reanimate Vorinclex, it comes in and plays a 10/10 because it doubles the +1/+1 counters.
Oh, well, yeah.
I just find that fun, but I don't think that's actually good.
Yeah, and I feel like this is too expensive for standard.
Yep. Standard reanimation has to be 4 mana or have a darn good reason for it.
Yeah.
Reckoner Shakedown. Oh god, I read this card and I'm like, oh, it can't be that. I must have read it wrong. Let me read it again. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature or vehicle you control. So you discard, or you put a few counters on it. for 3.
I mean, choosing a card and discarding one, but it's non-land.
Yep.
I mean, I guess it's always been non-land. It's pretty good in limited.
It's
And maybe you need the +1s instead, and you get to see their hand. This is a weird one.
yeah. It's I just feel like neither of those like it's 3 mana. Look at their hand, discard a card is only good in limited if you're taking it out of threats, which means this is like looking. Do you have a threat? No. All right. I'm playing a really bad pump spell for 3.
Yeah. But I think it's still pretty good. I
Ooh,
don't know.
Stern Oak Lace. Scion is pronounced Scion. Psi, like die, with an S, on. Thank you.
Get out of here. No, leave. You're wrong. It's scan. I think, honestly, this card's going to be way better in limited than it seems.
Okay. I hope you're right.
Because the 3 mana choose a card... Okay, but it goes in the graveyard. I don't remember what format it was. I think it was Ikoria. But maybe Ikoria is different. But the 3 mana, look in their hand, and you can choose a card and exile it. And it was really good. Maybe this one's not as good because of that. I
actually did not play in Ikoria. Good to know.
I think this card would actually be pretty good in limited.
Oh, and it also takes out their ninjutsu.
Takes on ninjutsu.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm starting to get more faith in this card. Thank you for that, because I thought this card was garbage.
No, I think it's pretty good.
Okay,
It is weird though.
It's
like
very
wait,
weird.
or yeah, I don't think the buffing is just like a. It is a really bad buff spell.
So the reason I was really worried is because I played one. This card was part of the formats, so it's 2 mana. It does the same effect, and then it still puts a +1/+1 counter on a creature, and this card wasn't really that good.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if this card had some trouble, what in the world is this card? To be clear, Humiliate wasn't a bad card. It was just really hard to play with in the format.
Yeah, I mean that's different. You know, this is 2 colors. And
But like, even if you were those colors, it didn't help. It wasn't much more playable.
yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, all right.
Everyone else find out for us if it's good or not.
Reckoner's Bargain. 2 mana instant. As additional cost to cast this, sacrifice an artifact or a creature. You gain life equal to the sacrificed card's mana value, and then you draw 2. So one of the things is you need like a token that you're sacrificing to get card advantage, because otherwise you're paying 2 cards for 2 cards, kind of.
Well, it's an instant too, so you can
It is. In case something dies.
Yeah. I don't like banking on these cards for card draw though, especially in limited, just because then you're just kind of waiting so that you can get your card advantage.
And while I will say the sacrifice deck likes effects like this, it has Deadly Dispute for its effect, and it likes the treasure token much more than a life gain. So it's cool. This card actually sees meta play, but this won't, because we don't need a 5th Deadly Dispute.
Yeah.
Return to action. 2 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1, lifelink, and when it dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control.
+1/+0.
Sorry.
Not Death Touch?
Not Death Touch.
Yeah.
Nope. So if that +1 doesn't do the trick,
Yeah.
too bad. You messed up.
Yeah, this card's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool to save a guy sometimes, like especially since you're attacking with all your ninjas. So it's like,
Yeah.
well, he didn't die. Haha.
Yeah. Combat tricks are a lot better with ninjas. I will not deny that. My main and like lifelink maybe is worth the while. My main problem was just I compare this card to Undying Malice, and which Undying Malice I think was in the last set, and this card was only sometimes playable in your deck, and it's 1 mana less, and it comes back bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So to see this not gain any bigger unless it kills at that moment, and costing 1 more, yeah. All right. Soul Transfer. 3 mana sorcery. Choose 1, or if you control artifact and enchantment, choose both. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Return target creature or planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand.
Ooh.
I think just a 3 mana kill spell is good enough in limited.
Oh yeah, in limited this is good.
Yeah. Constructed too slow.
Do you think so? I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sorcery speed too.
Sorcery speed. You need artifact and enchantment and a target in your graveyard. It's asking quite a bit.
True.
Tatsunari, Toad Rider.
This card's so cool.
Yeah, I love the card whether or not it's a good card. 3 mana, 3/3 human ninja. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, if you don't control Old Kami the Cool Frog, You create Kami, who's a black and green frog with whenever you cast an enchantment spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Then it also has tap 1 and a blue or a green. And both Tatsunari and his frog, and target frog, can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with flying or reach.
Nice.
Just as, like, 6 mana airborne damage on 3 is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, this card's cool.
Like,
And it gives you... It's like, it helps enchantments. I guess ninjas... Well, black ninjas are artifact creatures, but I saw blue had enchantment creatures. So it also plays into the enchantment theme. And it plays into the frog tribal that I love.
and look, that's 2 mana, give 6 power worth of stats flying.
Is this the first frog tribal card? Because it says target frog.
I don't think. Gosh, the Frogify is target non-frog. Does that count?
Kinda.
But yeah, this art is really... I think people are just like, looking at this as, ew, this is an enchantment card. This is pretty... Like, just play an enchantment, you now have 6 power worth of flying for 3 mana.
Yeah.
Like, Kaimi could have been like a 1/2, and I'd still be pretty impressed by this.
Yeah, this card's a bomb. It's crazy and limited. And I can see there being a deck around it. Standard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
that's 6 damage. This might actually be the black aggro. It turns out it's black-blue aggro.
Yeah, and you can just keep like attacking or chumping with your Kaime.
Yep.
And then just bringing it back. Yeah. Hella good. Love it. 3 mana, 3/3, good.
Twisted Embrace. So this is the card that you pull out with, what's it called? The Sharpier, the girl who breeds enchantments out.
Okay.
Artifact or creature you control, 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Then as long as the enchantment permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1.
Okay. Yeah, this is perfect for that deck.
Yeah, so it's like, or it's a kill spell.
Yeah, it's literally a kill spell that's just attached to an aura.
Yeah, it applies modified. It's like if it just...
yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yeah. And then just... Yeah, it's good. In limited, it's good. In constructed...
It's a common, too? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's hella good.
I don't think it's easily constructed unless that Pearlier deck actually makes it.
Yeah, only for that deck. Yeah.
Yeah. Sharpier. That was it. Sharpier was her name. Undercity Scrounger. 3 mana, 1/4 artifact creature. Tap to create a treasure token, but only if a creature died this turn.
It's pretty good.
I feel like if the game stalls a bit, this card just gives you so much... This gets you from mid-game to late game, is a good way to describe it.
And it's a 1/4.
Yeah, 4...
You could, like, stack your deck with late game and play this and you'll love it. So.
Yeah. You were
Unlimited.
You were talking about how 4 mana, 4 toughness is big. I had hopes for constructed, but then I just thought about more. I'm like, this is like, I love this. I love the idea of generating more and more treasure tokens, but it's slightly too many hoops for a deck that doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Unforgiving One. 3 mana, 2/3 menace, spirit. When it attacks, return target creature with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures you control. Note, if you have a 1-drop, and this is the modified creature, you have a 3/4 menace that's swinging and gaining creatures again.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think as long as you have like a 1 mana creature that's worth bringing back, this card is really good. But you need...
limited.
Yeah. I think you need a target for the modified.
I mean, a 3 mana, 2/3 menace isn't terrible. And if you're modifying things, it's definitely not terrible because it has menace. Yeah. You want to... You could grab this in limited, but you want to play cards that go with it. It's okay. It's okay.
I've thought about if the Sacrifice deck wants this in constructed because it has a lot of good 1-drops that want to come back to life.
Right, yeah.
But it just... You can't modify it consistently.
It's a lot of hoops. You have to modify and attack.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
The
you were
attack
saying.
trigger is the concern. Virus Beetle. 2 mana, 1/1 artifact creature. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card.
Decent.
These cards these cards just randomly see constructed play, and I don't know where it comes from, but then it just breaks you, and you
It's
hate
like
it.
it's a little bit of tempo and a little bit of... I mean, it technically kills a card.
Yep. It technically trades with a card, and then
Yeah.
it's a 2 minute, and it leaves behind a body, and then they'll like flicker it and do other things. Like that's what they do. You have no cards in hand. You draw a card, and while it's still trying to move to its main phase, they flicker this card, and you have to discard it unless it's an instant.
Boom. Now you
And-
hate playing Magic.
Fair enough. But yeah, that's where this card comes in, and that's why I don't know the deck, but I'm scared of that deck already because this card exists.
You can even just use it in the as a sacrifice fodder for that sacrifice deck you keep talking about. But I'm sure like
that sacrifice deck wants the 1-drops, not the 2-drops.
Okay, yeah.
It has like 12 1-drops, so it's good on that.
Okay.
You are already dead. Nani?
Epic.
Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Draw a card.
Super good.
So we're
even in limited.
Yeah. So in ninjas, we want to, you want to flood the board, attack with a bunch. One gets blocked, the other two get through. Well, now that one gets blocked, it dies, and you draw a card.
Yep.
In constructed, if a black-red deck comes back in, Spikefield Hazard is very much playable in that deck. Deal 1 damage to any target, and if a permanent is dealt damage to the way would die this turn, exile it.
Oh.
This becomes a 2-mana exile, and it's basically 1 card because it draws you a card.
Wait, what set is this from?
This is from Zendikar. It's in standard right now.
Oh.
And it's a land if you don't have the combo.
I didn't know Zendikar was still in standard.
Yeah, it's like the last set
sounds
still
like
in
so
standard.
long ago. Okay.
Yeah, it's the last set still in standard. If you get both of these together, like if you don't get both of these together, this comes to play tapped. If you do, this is basically a 2-mana exile kill spell, and it's just like. Then if you have like First Strike, which there are in Alchemy, Rahilda, and other cards that are just good 2-drops that have First Strike, like this card will just.
Oh, First Strike, yeah.
This card will just randomly be good enough in a black-red deck in Alchemy. I haven't built it up. I do think it might have to be sideboarded because they might not be running into too many creatures. But I think this card could hit hard enough to be in constructed. This is the first time the effect only costs... This effect has come up many times. This is the first time it came up for 1 mana. This is the first time it cycled itself. Do not underestimate this card.
Pretty good and limited, too.
Yep. I think, yeah, the thing with limited is I feel you need to make a combination of ninjas and combat tricks, and you need to, like, get that blend just right.
Yeah, you don't want to... Yeah, this isn't... Yeah.
2 at most.
Yes. If you have the deck for it, yeah.
Yeah. If you don't have the deck for it, 1 maybe. But yeah, that's black. Whew. Love this. All right.
And it's 9 o'clock.
Yep, it is time for us to go. Next time you're ready to do this, we have red, green, multicolor, artifact, and land. These 3 can be seen as tuned because there's less of them.
Yeah, for sure.
We have 4 left to go, basically.
Yeah. Love Kamigawa.
Love Kamigawa.
Glad they're bringing it back.
Dude, 100%. All right. Everyone, thank you so